Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter was trained to kill and faced magic's oldest monster. Here is short summary. In his 7th year, Harry is trained in deadly magic to face an ancient Egyptian monster, uncovering dark secrets and mastering powers no student should wield. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry spent a rather enjoyable hour chatting to Ernie and his friend Hannah, while they tore the bundles of hay apart and spread it all around the trays. One of the Slytherins tried to use severing charms, and one of the bales of hay caught fire, though they managed to beat it out fairly quickly. Ernie introduced Harry to some more of his friends, including a girl named Jihad who even helped Harry with the homework question Professor Flitwick had set in charms, before the bell went. Harry promised Hagrid he would be back the moment school finished, then he hurried off to break back at the castle. Next, he had History of Magic, which was as boring and uneventful as always, then lunch in the Great Hall. He had just sat down at one of the tables, pulling over his plate of chicken pie, when Draco swept into the hall. He'd changed since breakfast, and glanced around the table for a moment before he came over. Kinda was behind him, gliding smoothly along without touching the wheels. She slid into place next to Harry, as Draco sat opposite and started on his pie without a word. Harry opened his mouth to ask Draco what was wrong, but kinda got there first. He's still angry with Ron, she muttered, under her breath. He thinks Ron poured juice on him on purpose. Harry nodded quietly, and handed her a plate of pie. Draco gave a quiet sigh, adding salt to his plate. Thinking a change of subject was in order, Harry said, brightly, how was dark arts? Pretty good, said Draco, dully. It was mostly admin though. We were sorting out schedules and so forth. When we have Ivy, when we have Lupin. What's Ivy like? Asked Harry. Draco finished his mouthful of pie, before replying in the same, flat tone. She seems to be a good teacher. She just sat on the edge of Lupin's desk, handing him pieces of paper now and then. He doesn't seem to like her much. Yeah, I noticed that too, said Kinda, frowning in a puzzled sort of way. Though there's nothing wrong with her, and it's not like Lupin to get angry over nothing, is it? It's not like Lupin to get angry at all, said Harry. Maybe they were at school together and they didn't like each other. Maybe, said Kinda, idly. Draco sighed, and apparently, he had slumped back into his rather annoyed state. Harry mentioned going to see Hagrid after school, and Draco agreed half-heartedly, before he left 10 minutes early for Pure Arts. Harry helped Kinda down the steps of the castle so she could head off for magical creatures, and then he made his way to the dungeons for potions. It was icy cold, and dark, as always. A few torches were fixed to the walls here and there, though they only served to lengthen the endless corridor and make it seem even more gloomy and grave. A group of first years were coming out of one of the classrooms, and they all looked a little pale and clammy. Harry remembered his own first potions lesson with a small smile. Snape had made it incredibly clear that there would always be great dislike between them. All that seemed a million miles away now. Hermione was standing outside the classroom talking animatedly to a few of the Ravenclaw boys, and just as Harry joined the end of the line, the door creaked open. Snape's voice drifted out. Enter. They all filed in, sat down at their desks in silence, and started to get out quills and their wands. Snape was leaning on the edge of his desk, shoulders hunched, very dark and intimidating as always. This year is the most important of all in your magical education, he said, as way of greetings after the summer. Your NEWT exams will take place closer towards summer, though as you all should know by now, the exams account for 80% of your grade. The further 20% will be of your work during this final year, graded personally by me, and if you do not meet the standards, you will find yourself at a very hopeless situation indeed when the exams finally come. I intend to start straight off with your first piece of NEWT work, long-term drafts. These are potions which take a month or more to brew completely. You will all research various drafts which could be made, choose which you shall attempt, and then make them. During classes, Madame Pants has kindly given you all permission to go to the library and use the restricted section for research. I expect a report on all your research, the method of making, essays on the ingredients needed, and a full analysis of your potion once it is complete. The more work you do, the better your grade, though you have no guidelines to work on. This will be all your own planning, preparation, and work. You have 2 months, starting with this lesson. Anybody who fails to hand in their report and their potion at the end of the 2 months will be given AT, and anybody who receives AT can key goodbye to a possible O or E in their final exam. He glanced around at them all, every face staring at him as though waiting for more information. He raised one slim black eyebrow. And why, may I ask, are you all still sitting here? The answers are not written on my face. Hermione was the first to break the spell of silence. She shot her hand straight into the air, and Snape glanced at her contemptuously. Yes. Can we go to the library now? She asked, eagerly, as though she couldn't wait to get started. Snape gave an impatient sigh. I believe I just wasted valuable breath on you all, detailing how you all have permission to visit the library during lessons. And then, Miss Granger, you have to ask me whether you may visit the library. Use your brain. Hermione, completely unbothered by Snape's clear contempt of her, bounced to her feet and grabbed her bag. The rest of the class slowly got the idea, and started packing away their things, discussing what potions they could make. Harry had barely put his ink bottles into his bag before Hermione grabbed him by the elbow and hauled him out of the room towards the library. I've been dying to start on the Newt work ever since we were in 6th year, she said, eagerly, as they stepped in through the main doors. And we get to do it all ourselves. This is a real opportunity to show just what we're capable of. Harry, perhaps I can boost my summary grade from an E to an O. You got an E, said Harry, startled. Well, yes, said Hermione, waving this aside. Though we didn't finish the syllabus, did we? We still have a whole year to go before we know everything in the Newt course, and I don't think anybody got an O in their summaries of 6th year. Harry didn't think it wise to tell Hermione he had beaten her in something. She wasn't the jealous type, though he had the feeling he would never hear the end of her guilt over not achieving an O in potions when it was actually possible. Madame Pants let them into the restricted section rather begrudgingly, as though worried they would do something dangerous in there, and Hermione managed to locate Most Potency potions within a matter of moments. She handed it to Harry. 5 more very thick and very heavy books later, Harry was staggering out of the restriction section, followed by Hermione, who was talking eagerly about all the different potions they could make. I mean, we could both do Polyjuice potion, we've got experience with it and we know how to make it well. Or Veritaserum, that should get us a lot of marks. I've heard Snape has quite a fondness for it, so that would be good. I'm pretty sure that a lot of really dangerous poisons take about a month to brew. We could try one of those. Harry dropped all the books onto the table, and the two of them sat down. Harry opened up Most Potency potions, flicking past familiar drawings of people with their insides falling out of their ears and other lovely things. A few recipes caught his eye, and he noted them down on a piece of parchment from his bag. A few minutes of comfortable silence passed, before Hermione gave a squeal. Oh, look at this one. It's perfect. Nicely complicated. I'll have to go into the forest to pick some of the plants, but apart from that, everything's fairly easy to find. I'm definitely going to do this one. What does it do? Asked Harry, noting down another potion name. It's a very useful antidote, she explained, neatly. It coats the stomach and can guard against most potions. Commonly known as an anti-food poisoning draught. It took him a month to make, said Harry, suddenly, leaning over Hermione's shoulder to stare at the page. Who? Said Hermione, frowning. Harry realized his mistake just then, and the heat rose in his cheeks. After a moment, he said, the guy who invented it. Seriously, she said, looking suspicious. I am serious, he said, trying to sound as honest as he could. Why, what do you think I meant? She frowned ever so slightly, but let the subject drop, turning back to her book. After a while, they started to talk again, and to Harry's relief, Hermione had no reason to be suspicious again for the rest of the lesson. After 2 hours, the end bell rang out through the corridors. They packed up some of the books, put the spare ones back, and then hurried out of the library. Ron and Draco were standing in the entrance hall when they emerged from the library. Hiya, said Hermione, brightly. How were your last lessons? Transfiguration, said Ron, with a shrug. He showed them his hands, and he had mysteriously grown webbed skin between his fingers. McGonagall says if I go down to her office after dinner, she'll sort them out. The four of them made their way out of the main doors in the grounds, heading towards Hagrid's hut. Draco and Ron were walking on either side of Harry and Hermione. Nobody thought it wise to try and provoke any kind of civil conversation. Draco wasn't really a big fan of the visits to Hagrid, as he'd always been quite a pain during care of magical creatures lessons, had dropped the subject instantly at Newt level, and made no secret of this. Though Draco and Hagrid seemed to tolerate each other for Harry's sake, and Fang no longer tried to tear off Draco's legs when they came face to face. Harry raised his fist, and knocked on the door. There was movement from inside, and next second, the door swung open. Hagrid beamed out at them all. Lo, you four. Come on inside. Just got the kettle on. Did ye have good days? Yeah, said Harry, as they all stepped inside and sat down around the table, taking off their ties and cloaks. Potions was sort of boring, but we've just started Newt work. So where's Charlie today? Oh, he's out in Hogsmeade, said Hagrid. He started pouring them all mugs of steaming tea, and offered around a plate of cake. Just making sure everything's perfect fair when the dragons arrive. When are they coming? Asked Ron, with a mouthful of cake. In about a week, said Hagrid, proudly. Can't wait. So what else has been happening over the holidays? Hermione asked. I mean, the grounds have been cleaned up after the siege. Hagrid nodded. Yep. The ministry were all in here, doin' spells, conjurin' grass and trees and everything. Ye know that courtyard, near the greenhouses. They've got a new statue in there, just to remember everybody we lost. They was gonna put in a graveyard, around the back of the school, but Dumbledore told him that he didn't want anything like that. He said we should remember the good things, and forget the bad. Hermione nodded, taking a sip from her teacup. I know I'd want to be remembered like that. Yeah, said Hagrid. Sabine really quiet round here, apart from that. Well, few things, Avenue happened. The centaurs made a real polite request, and, well, they've moved Groppy out of the forest. He looked down into his teacup sadly, but then said in a bracing sort of way, it were best for him, course. He's gone to one of the colonies in Europe. Sorry, said Draco, but who exactly is Groppy? Me brother, said Hagrid. He was livin' in the forest fair 2 years, but time's come for him to move on. He sighed, and took another reminiscing glance into his teacup. It was the best thing to do though, not just fair Groppy. We wanna keep things nice with the centaurs, ye see. After we've made up with them and all. What? Said Harry. The centaurs. Are they being okay now? Oh yeah. Hagrid beamed up at the four of them. I knew there was summit I had to tell ye. We're all on good terms now, course we did him a big favor. Moving Gropp? Asked Hermione. Did they really not like him then? No, said Hagrid. Groppy went after we started talking to him again. So how come you've settled everything? Said Ron, mouth still full of cake. He glanced at Draco's, and asked, quietly, are you going to eat that? At Draco's disdainful shake of his head, Ron took his cake and grinned. Wahee. Well, said Hagrid, sitting back in his chair. Me and Charlie were just out with the Opsitops one mornin', when suddenly Megorian comes gallopin', out of the forest. All rushed, lookin' pretty scared. Course, I asked him what were wrong, and he said he wanted some help. Asked if we knew anything about centaur births, said he'd consider revokin' the ban on humans in the forest if we could help him out. Well, centaur births I know all about, so we told him we'd help. And he says his mate's in a bit of trouble. She were havin' twins. They're rare in centaurs, aren't they? Said Hermione. Hagrid nodded. Yeah, really rare. And it's a big problem, 'cause centaurs are hefty things to give birth to. Really hard for the mother. But hey, me and Charlie said we'd give it a go, and Megorian leads us into the forest, showed us to his mate. Poor thing, she were really havin' trouble. But me and Charlie helped her out, and she were fine after it all. Bit tired, but fine, and the foals were too. Oh, that's great, said Hermione, smiling. I've never really seen a female centaur, or any babies. No, they stay out of sight mostly, said Hagrid. We only really see the males round the forest. The females stay back in the dens and nests, looking after foals and having more. Centaurs don't really think females are up to much else. So things between Hogwarts and the centaurs are okay now? Asked Harry, prompting Harry to continue his story. Oh yeah, said Hagrid, smiling at him from under his beard. Really great. Megorian were really grateful, told us we was always welcome. Friend of the centaurs and all that. He said we could come and see the babies anytime we liked, too. Hey, we could do that now, if ye like. I'm sure Megorian wouldn't mind ye all comin' tay visit. Ye haven got anythin' tay do fair a while, have ye? No, we'd love to, said Hermione, brightly. Are they deep into the forest? Nah, not really, said Hagrid. He put down his teacup and stood up, whistling to Fang and getting his crossbow from a hook by the door. Come on, we can go now and get ye back to the castle in time for ye to get something to eat. They all put down their cups and plates, and followed Hagrid out of the cabin, with Fang padding along behind them. Harry glanced across at Draco, and remembered the last time he'd been into the forest with the Slytherin, all the way back in their first year. Just like that time, Draco was sticking very close to Harry and Fang. Clearly, he didn't approve of this whole idea of going into the forest, though didn't want to say anything. They only had to walk for a minute until the trees on all sides were so thick that they cut out light completely. Despite the sun high in the sky somewhere above the thick black canopy overhead, it felt as though night reigned perpetually in the forest. As always, Harry felt that eyes were watching him from every single patch of darkness. Every now and then there would be a soft snap from a branch, a rustle of leaves, that was very close by, though Harry was sure it was not made by feet. At least, not the feet of any creature he had ever encountered. The forest was full of life, Harry knew, some bad and some good. The only real dangers he had ever encountered in the forest were the Acromantulas, though apart from those, he had yet to face anything truly dark. There were the centaurs, the unicorns, and the forest was the only place that Opsitops were found living naturally. He found himself wondering why the forest was considered so dangerous, if he had been able to enter it so many times, and encounter only one deadly creature. Hagrid, he said, hurrying to catch up with the huge shape moving before them. What dangerous things are in the forest apart from the Acromantulas? Hagrid reached out to scoop some branches aside as he answered. Couldn't ever name ye them all, Harry. There's too many things to count. Things that ye won't find nowhere else in the whole wide world. Ye've got centaurs, Opsitops, unicorns, things like that. There's a Kneazle Pride in there somewhere, I reckon, and Bowtruckles, course. But the thing about the forest is that ye don't get usual dangerous creatures in there. Why do ye think Dumbledore warns ye all every year to stay out? Beckhouse we dunno just how dangerous the stuff in air is. If we knew, we could move 'em to new homes somewhere, and the forest would be safe. There are werewolves, said Draco, from Harry's elbow, which he was now half clutching. Really deep in. My father told me. Why would there be werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Said Hermione, dismissively. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, and he lives with what he is. Besides, they would be regular humans for most of the month, then turn into a werewolf at the full moon. They'd probably be killed long before then. Ye've got different types of werewolf though, said Hagrid. Ye've got morphic werewolf, like Professor Lupin, then ye've got non-morphic. The sort that are half human, half wolf, all their lives. They're born though, not made. Sonly something passed on through breedin'. It's them, said Draco, definitely panicky now. That's the sort that's in here. Hiding in the trees and killing people who go in. Father told me so. When he was at school, a boy had to go in for a detention, and something dragged him off the path. He was never seen again. That's what I heard. That's a load of old codswallop, said Hagrid. Nothing's gonna drag anybody off the path. If ye stick close to me, ye'll be absolutely fine. But father said, "Oh, will you shut up about your father?" Ron snapped. He wasn't the world's expert on absolutely everything, you know. Draco opened his mouth to argue back, but he was cut off as an arrow flew through the air from the darkness behind them, and stuck hard into the tree in front. Draco zipped closer to Hagrid and Fang, and they all turned, just in time to see the black-bodied and bearded Bane step out from an archway of leaves and dead branches. "Ah, it's you, Hagrid," he said, lowering his bow. He glanced around at the four children, and smiled ever so slightly. "You are here to see Megorian, I believe." Hagrid smiled from behind his wild beard. "Yeah, we are. Do ye know where he is?" "Just this way," said Bane, dolefully. "I shall take you to him. Follow me." He led them silently away from the forest path, and then down a small slope into a hollow cleared of trees. There was a surprisingly large hut in the middle of the hollow, made skillfully of leaves and branches, and before it there was a small fire. There were an odd collection of stones placed around the fire, etched with runes and carvings that Harry didn't understand, but Hermione started to translate under her breath. "Megorian," Bane called. "Hagrid is here to see you, with his young." "I thought he would be," said a voice from inside the hut. The fabric draped over the door was pushed aside, and Megorian the centaur stepped out, smiling at the 5 humans on top of the ledge. "How are you today, Hagrid?" "Fine, thanks, Megorian," said Hagrid, smiling back. "How's our mate?" "She is well," said Megorian. "We have named our sons Dionysus and Oedipus. I see you have your own young with you on this visit." Hagrid nodded. "Yeah, I brought 'em to meet ye. This is Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco." Megorian smiled, strolling towards them, his hooves trailing through the leaves littering the ground. "Yes, I had the feeling I would be seeing Harry Potter and Hermione Granger once more. Such a shame that our first meeting was in dark times, and Ronald Weasley. I met your second eldest brother, Charlie." His dark eyes then rested on Draco, and he tilted his head just a little, with a tiny frown. "Draco. Both a face and a name I am unfamiliar with." "Malfoy," said Draco, with the merest hint of a quiver in his voice. "Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius and Narcissa." Megorian was stepping closer, now making his way up the slope towards them, his eyes fixed on Draco in a rather unnerving way. "Malfoy is a name that I indeed recognize, though from second-hand information." He tilted his head again, eyes ever so slightly narrowed. He was about a meter before Draco now, and to Harry's great surprise, Megorian took a few silent sniffs of Draco. He murmured. "What are you, boy?" Draco stared at him as though Megorian had just asked him what flavor he was. "A student," he said, unsure. Megorian shook his head slowly. "No. Species." Draco now looked thoroughly scared, and was silent for a few moments, before saying in a very level voice, as though suspicious of a trick question, "Human." Bane was now standing behind Draco as well, one hand curling around his shoulder, and he wore the same expression of dislike as Megorian. "I last smelt this on the girl who came 3 years ago, Megorian." "The Delacour girl." "Ah, yes," said Megorian, slowly. "I remember well." Draco's eyes were as round as golf balls. He started at both centaurs, frightened, and then at Harry. Harry stared back at him. Ron was standing between them both, swapping them glances, and Harry could tell that Ron was slowly, gradually putting 2 and 2 together in his mind. Megorian's frown deepened, and he said, slowly, "Lying to a centaur is a most foolish act. Tell us, what are you?" "I." Draco looked up at Megorian, dithering, glancing at Harry and silently begging him to help. There was nothing Harry could do. Draco looked back up at Megorian, and mumbled something so quietly that nobody could hear. Megorian's frown dropped, and he looked almost angry. Draco clenched up, and whispered, hurriedly, "Part Vila." Harry glanced at Ron. The expression on his face was something he would never really forget. Megorian refused to let Draco take another step closer to the young. As they were being shepherded out of the forest, and Bane was sternly warning Hagrid not to bring Draco into the trees again, Megorian was saying something about the evils of mind control and manipulating human desires. Ron didn't say a single word. Hermione was oddly quiet too. Draco was being shunted along by Bane and Megorian, and had no opportunity to speak at all. Once they were pushed out into the grounds, now washed with an amber sunset, Ron just turned and walked towards the castle without a word. Hermione glanced just once at Draco, then followed after Ron. Harry didn't quite know what to say. He said goodbye to Hagrid, who went off into his cabin. The moment the door shut, Draco turned to him, looking very stony-faced. "You have to stop him." "Stop who?" "Doing what?" said Harry. "Weasley. Telling the school." Draco gripped Harry's shoulders. "You must stop him." "I don't think there's anything I can do to stop him," said Harry, biting his lip and glancing up at the figures of Ron and Hermione in the distance. "Look, Draco, it's my whole social life we're talking about here," Draco finished. "Maybe if you go and talk to Ron," Harry suggested, limply. "Oh, Potter, use your head," said Draco. "He won't listen to me anyway, and if word gets out that I'm..." He struggled for a moment. "Part Vila. Then I'll just be finished." Vila are only counted as beings in Bulgaria, everywhere else they're classed as beasts. "That's why I can exist. My grandfather wasn't having an affair with a being, it was a beast. A baby could be born that way." Harry gave Draco a sympathetic, pained look. "All right, but maybe if you just tried to explain." "Go, Potter, there's no time," said Draco, desperately. "Use a silencing charm if you have to. Turn him into a shrew. Cut off his tongue. Just go." Harry turned, and ran up the sloping lawn towards the castle. He knew that he could at least try, even if Ron wouldn't listen. The expression on Ron's face, back in the forest, told Harry that Ron was not just shocked, but actually angry about something. He didn't even look gleeful to hear the news. It was just anger, disgust, outrage. He rushed in through the doors of the entrance hall, starting to get out of breath, and saw Ron and Hermione standing by the bottom of the marble staircase, muttering to each other. As Harry burst in, Hermione beckoned him over. "Harry. That bloody hypocrite." Ron seethed. "He's such a liar. So the Malfoys have been strutting around like gods for all those years, claiming to be pure blood, and they're just animals." He spat. "All those jokes about my family, and yours, Harry, and look at him. Who does he think he is?" "Ron, look," said Harry, quickly. "You can't tell people, please." Ron gave Harry a sickened expression. "Give me one good reason why not." "Draco's life will be made absolute hell," said Harry. "Nobody knows, not even Snape. I don't think even Dumbledore knows. People will just make fun of him and..." Ron's frown deepened dangerously. His ears were going red now. "I think he deserves a taste of his own medicine, you know. 7 years he's been tormenting people, Harry, and now it's his turn to learn just what it's like to have your blood and your family laughed at. You can go off and side with Malfoy the Mudblood if you like, but I know what people have a right to hear, and I'm going to tell it." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed into the Great Hall, looking determined. Hermione sighed. "Oh dear," she muttered. "This is all going to end in tears. I just know it. Why does he just have to go and tell everybody?" said Harry, shaking his head. "Just to get back at Malfoy. Can't he let it drop?" "Probably not," she sighed. "It takes a lot for both Ron and Draco to admit they're wrong and to just put the past behind them. They probably won't ever, completely. I wish they'd just give it up though. It's hard enough on all of us. Well, I've got homework to start on, Harry. I want to write out the first part of my potions project. I'll be in the library." She walked away across the entrance hall, through a door to the library, and Harry was left feeling decidedly worried about what to do. Ron would be telling people about Draco in the hall at this very moment, and Harry knew that he'd be plagued by people asking questions all the time he was trying to eat. He considered going to the library with Hermione, before somebody came out of the doors to the great hall that Harry was subconsciously relieved to see. "Ron's just told me," kinda said, raising her eyebrows with a weak smile. "I thought I'd find you out here. Where's Draco?" "Still outside," said Harry. "He's probably gone for a walk or something. He won't want to come back to the castle, at least not for a while." "Yeah," she said, nodding. "Well, have you had anything to eat? You'll be hungry, huh?" "A bit," he admitted. "We could go to the kitchens, and catch dessert in its tracks." Nobody pestering you there anyway. What do you say? She gave him one of those casual and yet sympathetic smiles she did so well. He was suddenly struck by how soothing her presence was to him. It felt as though whatever terrible problems he had, kinda could explain it all away with a wave of her hand and a little smile. Sure, he said, gratefully. He took the handles of her wheelchair, and feeling decidedly calmer, he took her down to the kitchens. A few ice cream sundaes later, and the candles in the food corridor were burning low. It was nice just to talk to somebody, alone, for an hour or two, about things that didn't really matter. Harry found that being around kinda pushed his darker secrets clean out of his mind. The fact that he would someday be murderer or murdered was just a little blot on the horizon at times like this. On Saturday, he would be learning how to kill with Professor Lupin. He now had to deal with a warring Ron and Draco. More ice cream, Harry. He smiled, waking out of his thoughts. I'd love one. Kinda handed him over another sundae, still tucking into her own, cherries and banana. It was comfortably dark now, and quiet. It must be getting closer to 9 o'clock by now, but Harry had no desire to go all the way to Gryffindor Tower and worry some more about whether Ron had ruined Draco's life yet. However, there was an odd feeling in the back of his brain that there was something important that he'd forgotten. So how was Pure Arts? He asked, spooning some more ice cream and sauce into his mouth. Pretty good, she said. We were just doing some revision of last year, really. He said he's going to start the main project with us tomorrow. The whole thing we have to do for our newts, you know. She scooped some of her sundae up from the bottom with a satisfying slurp, and offered it to him. He smiled, and let her feed him it, licking his lips. Nice. She grinned. How was your last lesson? She asked, idly. Pretty boring, he said. We've got our newt work to start on, 2 months making a long-term potion for. He dropped his spoon with a clatter, and jumped to his feet suddenly. Oh no. What time is it? Kinda frowned, and checked her watch. 9:10. Why? What's wrong? I've got a lesson to go to, he panted. Snape's going to kill me. I've got to go, now. Sorry about this. Hey, it's all right, she said, smiling. Night then, Harry. Night, he said, hurriedly, putting down the glass of half-eaten ice cream. He, dotting her on the forehead, and then he went tearing off along the corridor, heading for the dungeons, and praying that Snape was in a good mood. Harry skidded to a halt in front of Snape's office door about half a minute later, red in the face and heavily out of breath. He quickly removed the smears of ice cream from around his face, shouldered his bag, closed his eyes in prayer and lifted his fist to knock. The door burst open before his knuckles even touched the wood, and he was yanked inside with a yelp. Hey, what time, precisely, do you call this, Potter? 9. Harry tried, weakly. 10 past, Potter, 10 past. I said 9 o'clock, and not a second late. Snape sighed, rubbing his forehead. Well, better late than never, I suppose. I also said my quarters, not my office, whilst we're on the subject of your blunders. Sorry, said Harry, apologetically. I lost track of time. Said Snape, leading Harry out of the office into his own lounge. Do try to keep it next time, Potter. He took Harry's bag from him, then his school robes, putting them on the sofa in the corner. Tie off, said Snape, simply, holding out a hand for it. You need to be comfortable. Harry gave him a rather wild, worried expression, before undoing his tie and handing it to Snape. Comfortable for what, exactly? Our lesson, said Snape. The mind works best when happy and relaxed. We are starting with something relatively simple today, that will require memory of your occlumency classes. How to lie convincingly. Take a seat. Feeling completely the opposite of relaxed, Harry sunk worriedly onto a rather worn and hard chair in the corner, sitting directly on the edge. Snape was messing around in the other room, and Harry could hear running water. For some reason, he was getting a strong sense of déjà vu. Snape came back into the main room, with a large bowl of cold water, which he put down on a cabinet next to a large and very comfortable armchair next to the fire. He raised his eyebrows at Harry. You don't have to sit in the corner. I don't bite. At least not in my leisure time. Harry got up, and shuffled closer. Snape pushed on his shoulders and sat him down in the armchair. Harry got a moment's glimpse of looking up into Snape's dark eyes, sinking into the chair, the bowl of water at his side, and once again, he felt a surge of something uncomfortable. Snape didn't notice, or if he did, he wasn't showing any signs. Before we begin, your mind must be empty of all stress. Snape sat down in a chair in front of Harry, and studied him for a moment. This is what the water is for, Potter. I'm about to use a technique on you known as manipulative tension removal. MTR. It's a fairly simple procedure. I will enter your mind, and using manipulative mind techniques, we'll be able to turn your stress into heat energy, which will be expelled. If all goes well, the water will boil. So, I'm going to be cooked. No, the heat will only escape through your fingers. Snape pulled his chair closer, and took Harry's hand, dipping it into the bowl of water. Harry felt an odd panic. He'd done this before. He was sure of it. When Snape reached out to grip his jaw, Harry knew he was about to do it, and he flinched involuntarily. Snape stopped, frowning at him. Harry stared up into his magical guardian's face, and for a moment, he remembered that face with the crocodile teeth. He knew it must have showed in his face, because Snape frowned even more. Potter. Look. It's. Snape didn't interrupt, but the look on his face made Harry fall silent anyway. Snape had that way of just staring that made talking seem like a stupid thing to do. Harry subconsciously knew that Snape was getting into his mind, and his instincts said to block out the intruder, but something else said that he wanted Snape to help. There was silence for a moment or so, then Snape said, quietly, dreams again. Yes, but, I don't know what they're about, said Harry. I forgot every time I wake up. Except, there's a face. In Grimmauld Place, with all the smoke. Professor, I wasn't hallucinating. There was a creature there, and it's been in my dreams with some other stuff. And I've seen it in other places. In Glass, on the Muggle News. Harry was silent, looking up at his guardian, and a few moments passed before he asked, quietly, Do you know what they're about? Snape nodded. A jumble of things that, to my knowledge, have never happened, though. Potter, how long have you been having these dreams? Since about a week into the holidays, said Harry. Have they always been the same? I don't even know what happens in them, said Harry. Except that face. Snape signed, and studied Harry closely for a few long moments. I want you to start emptying your mind before you sleep. In fact, he stood up, crossed to a cabinet, and took out what looked like a wine bottle filled with some lavender, silky-looking liquid. Dreamless sleep draft. A small sip before you sleep. He handed it to Harry, who put it next to his chair carefully, before looking up at Snape. Is it Voldemort? Snape was silent for a moment. He wore the oddest expression on his face. I have the feeling it isn't that simple. It never is, when you are involved. Now, he sat down again in front of Harry, and moved his hand back to the bowl of water. Relax, Potter. If this is connected with the Dark Lord, it is even more important for you to learn what I have to teach you. Harry was quiet, feeling as though he wanted some reassurance, even just a little. He glanced at Snape. Snape gave a soft, amused huff. They are just dreams for now, Potter, he said. With the dreamless sleep draft, they will not even be that. Try to relax now. We have a lesson, if you had forgotten. The almost soothing tone in Snape's voice was all the reassurance Harry needed. He sat back in his chair and made himself comfortable, trying to ignore the water lapping at his hand. It was the same hand that Umbridge had forced him to slice open night after night 2 years ago. Harry decided that one day, he would ask Snape and Peter if they knew about that, and if they did, why they never put a stop to it. This time when Snape's cold, bony fingers curled around Harry's chin and tilted his head up, Harry didn't struggle. He looked calmly up into Snape's dark eyes, and Snape looked back. This will be strange, the potions master said, quietly. Though you must trust me. Harry gave a little nod, and Snape muttered something under his breath. The lights instantly dimmed, except for one candle on the far wall, giving off an eerie blue glow. Snape was still staring intently at Harry, before Harry's vision started to blur out of focus. There was the oddest feeling between his eyes, as though somebody was pressing there gently with the pad of a thumb, before it gave way, and something sunk into his mind. His thoughts were suddenly awash, flooded with a calming, hazy sensation. His ears didn't even register the gasp that left his lips. He could feel the sections of his mind being separated, spread out and examined at length by a soothing sort of spirit, dipping here and there, checking and rechecking. It was incredible. Harry felt as though every single one of his problems was gone, placed in the hands of another. His fingers were oddly hot, the water rippling around them, before suddenly, heat started to pour from them, and the water bubbled angrily, boiling around his hand. Cold fingers curled around his wrist and pulled his hand out of the bowl just in time. Bringing a surge of disappointment to Harry, the calm feeling and the spirit left his mind, bringing him back to reality. Snape sat in front of him, eyes glittering. Impressive. What is? Said Harry, dimly, feeling suddenly relaxed and carefree. Snape handed him a towel, and he started to dry his hand off. Our minds seem to be compatible. No doubt we have the guardian bond to blame for that. Snape sat back in his chair, and curled his hand around a glass of red wine, lifting it to his lips. Obviously, it will be a great help to your studies. I dare say you will learn easier than I did. Who taught you? Asked Harry, curiously. My grandfather, said Snape. He took another sip from his glass of wine. I despised my father, my mother, my stepfather, then my stepfather's new wife after he got rid of my mother. The only members of my family that I could tolerate were Andrelin, Isabis, my Aunt Morgana and my grandfather. Even then, I only liked Morgana because her dog enjoyed biting my father. So, your grandfather taught you all the occlumency and mind techniques? Said Harry. Snape nodded. My father's ancestry is full of the dark arts, and so I was taught it as well. My grandfather had a sensible mind though, he knew as many curses as my father, possibly more, but he never used them. He put his efforts into learning about the mind, and he passed the information on to me. After a moment, Harry plucked up the courage to ask his next question. He still felt quite carefree and casual, and in normal circumstances, this conversation would have become very awkward very soon, though Harry quite wanted to know more. Professor, how old were you when your father? Snape, to Harry's great surprise, smiled. It was a very bitter and sinister smile indeed. 13. I returned home from Hogwarts, expecting to find him lounging on the sofa with an empty bottle of fire whiskey, though my mother announced rather casually over dinner that he had an unfortunate accident with a boiling charm. Then of course she married again, presented me with a half-sister and was promptly killed by her new husband. He frowned mildly, as though intrigued by the subject. Such a horrible childhood I had. It's a wonder I'm not some bitter, twisted old goat with no social life. Ah, of course, I am. You're not old, said Harry, reassuringly. Snape huffed. Why, Potter, how old do you think I am? Harry thought back to the Snape family tree he found in the trunk at Grimmauld Place, and the birthdate. After a few quick calculations, he said, 25. 25. I must have a stern word with my mirror. If I told you, Potter, that I left the Death Eaters 15 years ago, and joined 5 years before that, how old will I have been when I joined? Harry thought about this, and smiled a little. 5? I suppose not. So the date on your family tree was wrong. Snape raised an eyebrow. I found your family tree. It was in a trunk at Grimmauld Place, Harry explained. It had your birthdate on. It said you were born 25 years ago. Well, Potter, that's news to me. So how old are you, really? So blunt and to the point. Come on. You can tell me. As old as my tongue. Slightly older than my teeth. Now, the lesson. 30. Potter. 35. If you're trying to. 37. Wait. Hang on. 2 years ago, Lucius Malfoy was 41. So you're 43. Snape snorted. No. If you must know, I shall be 40 this month. I was 3 years younger than Lucius. This month. Why? When's your birthday? I fell for that one when Albus Dumbledore asked me. The next thing I knew, I found myself enduring a surprise party in the staff room, trying to escape the clutches of Sarabi Sinistra. Believe me, I will never disclose my birthdate again. Now, the lesson. Putting an end to the conversation, Snape stood up and crossed to a bookshelf in the corner. How to lie convincingly. One of the most useful skills a wizard can possess. He started to sort through various thick books, sliding a few out, studying the covers. During the medieval period, mediums, psychics, conjurers, and court sorcerers were immensely popular. Muggles would pay vast amounts of money for simple tricks. Even today, I believe that seasides are infested by psychic mediums with ridiculous names like Esmeralda. 9 out of 10 are Muggles, fake, and are just good showmen. Though a select few are wizards and witches, skilled in occlumency, legilimency, dangerous mind techniques, and lying well. He finally found the book he was looking for, fairly thin with a glossy purple cover entitled, How to Fiddle Muggles. He handed it to Harry, and stood behind his chair, one hand resting on the back, the other on Harry's shoulder. Turn to page 18. There's a basic guide I wish for you to read. Harry sat back into the chair, and opened up the book, flicking to page 18. A large picture of a wizard dressed as a genie greeted him, pointing to a blackboard with points to remember. Snape talked him through it as Harry read. Lying well is just as much psychology as mind techniques, he said. The most important point is to believe in your lie, and accept it as true. Create an entire story based around your lie, so you are able to answer any further questions. Having further information will also reinforce your belief in it. For example, forgetting homework. We will presume that I would ever forgive not having homework at the correct lesson. If a student told me they had lost their homework, and I asked where, though they were slow to respond, I would know they were lying and would fling them into a detention. Though if they had an acceptable story, I would be more likely to forgive. Clear. Harry nodded, and moved on to the next point. Snape started to explain it, and the minutes rolled by, turning into half an hour, then a full hour. Harry definitely preferred learning from Snape when there was nobody else around to distract Snape and cause problems. Snape was actually a good teacher, and explained things well. Harry could tell that Snape would be far more successful if he was just a tutor, teaching small groups. Harry couldn't help but wonder why Snape had become a teacher at all. He asked this, as Snape finished an explanation about eye contact. Snape raised an eyebrow at the question. I ask myself the same thing at least 5 times per day. Seriously, said Harry. Snape looked thoughtful for a moment, as though he was remembering back a long way, and his desire to teach had faded years ago. A desire to give somebody better chances than I myself had. I joined the Hogwarts staff a few months after I had been caught by your father and turned in my Death Eater mask. At that time, I was under the mistaken impression that perhaps this could be a new start in life, and I could begin with a clean slate. Though Dumbledore still continued to treat me like a grouchy adolescent who always ruined the fun, and I knew that my life would never change. 11 years of teaching students the same vile subject, and the slow realization that I would be spending the rest of my life doing so, finally got to me and I stopped caring again. Why though? Asked Harry. Why will you spend your life teaching potions? Why would Dumbledore never let you have the dark arts job? Snape surveyed Harry silently. Another of the headmaster's little secrets. When you have known him as long as I have, you come to realize that Albus never gives the entire truth, in the name of caring. He hid the prophecy from you for 15 years. He hid Peter and I for even longer. It took me 7 years to find out exactly why he would not allow me to take the position of the dark arts master, and even now, he refuses to tell me whether or not I am correct. Why? Asked Harry, quietly, in a hushed voice. Is it because it's jinxed? Snape smiled grimly. It is, Potter. Terrible misfortune strikes every single dark arts teacher to last an entire year at this school. What about Professor Lupin though? Said Harry. He's been here for 3 now. He lasted for 1, said Snape. And then, after a length absence, returned last year. This year will be his 2nd consecutive year, which is why Madam Ivy has been brought into the school. So that they'll only get half the curse each, said Harry. No, said Snape. There was something odd in his eyes, like a cruel kind of pleasure. Madam Ivy is here to replace Professor Lupin on short notice, should something unfortunate happen. Harry's mouth fell. Dumbledore actually employed. Snape shook his head calmly. Dumbledore claims to have brought her in to test whether two teachers sharing the post will be struck. Though every member of staff in this school knows the real reason that Ivy is here. So the job really is jinxed, Harry breathed. But how? Can't they just break it? Curse breakers have tried, many times, said Snape. None have been successful yet. However, it looks as though the curse is finally wearing off, though. Who placed the curse? When? Asked Harry. Snape didn't answer at first. He just watched Harry silently for a moment, his long fingers steepled, clearly wondering whether to share his information with Harry. I won't say anything, said Harry, quickly. I know that, said Snape. Though telling you part of what I have discovered would be specifically going against the wishes of some of the people involved. I suppose not. I found out, after all. He sat back in his chair, and started on his story. 1,000 years ago, the school was founded by Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. As you know, Slytherin found the other three founders intolerable, and left Hogwarts, leaving the Chamber of Secrets to continue his work. Any wizard with half a brain would wonder why such a powerful sorcerer as Salazar Slytherin would leave a tunnel with a snake to carry on his legacy, especially as there was no guarantee of his family line surviving for long. Though Slytherin left another hidden danger in this school, that only began to take effect during your first year at Hogwarts. A number of years after Slytherin left the school, a prophecy was made to him by one of the most talented seers of the age. He was told of the end of his family line. The prophecy made was that the 666th male descendant of Godric Gryffindor would aid the downfall of his bloodline. Slytherin decided to do everything he could to prevent the fulfillment of the prophecy. Realizing fairly soon that killing every male descendant of Godric Gryffindor was futile and would inevitably not work, he decided upon a far more effective way of preventing his family's downfall, by concentrating on the 666th male descendant of Gryffindor. Of course, this would be years in the future, and nothing would keep him alive for long enough to deal with the problem directly. And so he made a curse. Slytherin was a powerful wizard, but could not directly send a curse into the future to murder the heir of Gryffindor. Instead, he could tamper with the power of this wizard. Slytherin's curse was that when the 666th male descendant of Godric Gryffindor arrived at Hogwarts, terrible misfortune would strike the defense against the dark arts tutors, and all would be forced to leave within a year. The heir's education would be ruined, and Slytherin's line had a greater chance of living on. The curse on the dark arts professors will break the moment that Gryffindor's heir graduates, the end of this year. Harry found himself sitting very still, with wide eyes. So, Gryffindor's heir is in my year. Who is it? Snape raised an eyebrow. Can you not think of a family who have had many sons, and every single one has been placed in Gryffindor house without question? Even when some of those sons would have been far better in another house. Harry bit his lip. He thought that he knew exactly who Snape meant, though wasn't sure if he dared to mention who it was, just in case he was wrong. After a moment, he looked up at Snape and said, quietly, "It's Ron, isn't it?" Snape nodded. He has no idea that he is Gryffindor's heir. Molly and Arthur know, though they do not want their children to, especially Ron. How did you find all this out? Asked Harry, unable to hide the respect and awe in his voice. Early in my teaching, I decided to earn some extra money by translating ancient runes for Gringotts. For practice, I took out some books from the library and worked my way through them. As luck would have it, I stumbled upon the story of the prophecy and the curse, and decided to research further. So, Dumbledore won't give you the dark arts job, because of this curse, and he doesn't want you killed. He can't have you killed. Because of you, Potter. Snape treated him with a hint of a smile. I do note that Dumbledore happily handed Lupin the job, despite the risk of him being killed, which is a small condolence to my part. He picked up the next book on the table, but did not open it just yet. I will ask you not to repeat any of what I have told you to Weasley. Think of the problems you have encountered because of your fame, and ask yourself whether you would ever wish that on your friend. Snape said, friend, as though he had sworn. Harry sat and processed all of this for a moment, as Snape put away the books. It was hard to think that Ron Weasley, who had always been the plain one out of his brothers, and just the kid who hangs around with Harry Potter, was in fact the heir of Godric Gryffindor. Part of him desperately wanted to tell Ron, but a bigger and much more assertive part said that Snape was right. After a few minutes, the comfortable silence was broken by Snape. "And have you made a start on the potions project yet, Potter?" Harry looked up, and quickly nodded. "Oh yeah," he said, automatically. "How many pages?" 3. "What about?" Harry paused, and then said, in a falsely bright tone. "The potion I've chosen and why." "And which one have you chosen?" Veritaserum." "Why?" "Because. Oh." Snape made an amused little noise in the back of his throat, and pushing the last book into the shelf, he said, "You need more practice. It's late now, Potter. You should be heading back towards Gryffindor Tower." Harry nodded, and got to his feet, picking up his bag and loose clothes from the corner. "When have I next got DMT with you?" "Wednesday. At 9 o'clock. Okay." Harry headed towards the door, and opened it carefully. He and Snape exchanged a few words of parting, then he stepped out, closing the door. Harry wasn't sure what time it was, but it must be incredibly late. Everything was dark, cold, and eerie. Hogwarts at night wasn't the most comforting place, quite far from it, and Harry's shoulders were subconsciously hunched as he stepped out of the dungeons. He had the oddest feeling of being watched. Passing through the entrance hall, he glanced up at the marble staircase and the corridors beyond. For a moment, he was sure he saw something move up there in the darkness. Probably one of the ghosts, he thought, trying to calm his paranoia. Silently, he made his way through the dark corridors, up a few staircases, until at least he reached the landing where Gryffindor Tower was. The fat lady was sitting in her portrait as always, sewing what looked like a cushion. "Late night, dear?" she asked him, kindly. "Yeah," said Harry. "Really late. Password," she said, putting down her cushion and smiling at him. Though Harry hadn't even got the word out of his mouth when he stopped. Something had moved down the passage to his left, and he turned instinctively, reaching for his wand. There was a large window at the end of the corridor, and the moon outside flooded the scene with pearly, ethereal light. Harry had turned just in time to catch the figure, and if he had been a moment late, he would have missed it. He saw a person walk past the window, swiftly and silently, dressed from head to foot in a long black cloak with a hood pulled over their face. Whoever it was swept out of sight, not making a sound. Harry took a step down the corridor, quite wanting to follow and see who it was creeping around the castle so late at night, but there was suddenly a cold, watery feeling in the middle of his back. "Get into the tower, Harry," said a quiet voice. "I'll go and see. Peter." Harry looked around behind him. The hand pushed insistently in his back. "Go on. I'll talk to you in the morning. Get to bed." There was a drafty feeling on the backs of his knees, as Peter evidently made his way down the corridor after the figure in the cloak. Harry turned back to the fat lady, who was holding her cushion in one hand, her eyebrows raised. "Password. Unicorn horn," said Harry. The portrait swung open, and he clambered into the common room, closing the door behind him. Ron was curled up in one of the chairs with a thick book open on his lap, wearing a deep frown. Hermione sat on the arm of the chair, evidently trying to teach him something, and getting nowhere. "And that's why Muggles started to try and burn witches," she said, neatly. "Okay with all that?" "Yeah," said Ron, nodding, still frowning and rubbing his head. "My brain hurts though." "Oh, hiya Harry." "Hey Ron," said Harry. He went over to them, and sat down in the other armchair. He couldn't quite look at Ron the same. He glanced at the portrait of Godric Gryffindor above the fireplace, and then at Ron. Only the eyes had really passed on through the ages, and the coppery tones of Gryffindor's hair were diluted into Ron's vibrant red hair. "What is it?" said Ron. "Snape's not been trying to cook you or mince you or anything, has he?" Harry shook his head with a slight smile. "No, it's okay. I'm just tired, that's all." He considered asking Ron if he knew what had happened to Kinda, before he remembered why he and Kinda had been sitting in the corridor next to the kitchens, and his heart sunk a little. "Listen, Ron, about the Malfoy thing. You haven't told everybody, have you?" "Not everybody," said Ron, quietly. Who?" "Well, everybody in Gryffindor," said Ron. And then anybody who heard it from the Gryffindors, and came asking me about. They went and told some other people. So most of the school probably knows by now. He shut his book, with a proud expression on his face. That should teach the little half-breed a thing or two about being such a hypocrite. Harry sat back in his chair, quietly. Ron had told everybody now, and there was nothing he could really do. Even though it made him feel guilty to think so, he was almost relieved that he didn't have Draco's reputation on his hands now. There was no point in nagging Ron. He yawned, and stretched, deciding he would deal with it all in the morning. I knew there had to be a reason he kept getting such good marks, said Ron, in a triumphant voice. He's been charming the teachers, hasn't he? With those weird powers. Dancing for them, I bet. Whenever he wants an O in potions, he just goes and dances in front of Snape. He's not smart at all. And that must be why Lucius Malfoy was so trusted in the Ministry too. You don't need the Imperius Curse when you've got powers like that, do you? Harry and Hermione said nothing, though Ron carried on talking as if they were nodding vigorously at every one of his words. I mean, it all makes sense. That's why he puts so much emphasis on blood, because he's ashamed of his own. All those times he called you mudblood, Hermione, and look at him. He's not even human. He's just a half-breed. I mean, even those froggy people in the Amazon. Toad people, Ron, said Hermione. Yeah, them. Even they're classed as beings. Weird beings, yeah, but the Veela are only seen as beings in Bulgaria, and while Malfoy's over here, he's nothing but an animal in my eyes. I'm not even going to look at him anymore. What if he does his weird charmy thing on us? Harry, quite wanting an end to the conversation now, yawned and stretched. Well, I'm tired. I'm going to get changed in the bathroom. Hermione, who was already changed into her lilac pajamas under a dressing gown, nodded. All right. Night, Harry. She slid under the pile of blankets, and Ron got under too, reaching out and giving her a hug. Harry left them to it, and when he came back from the bathroom, they were both sleeping next to each other, Hermione's head on Ron's shoulder. He smiled a little, got under the mountain of blankets, and fell asleep fairly soon. He was walking alongside Snape, down some dark corridor in one of the dungeons. Snape had one arm on his shoulder, and the other was playing with a golden snitch, letting it go, then snatching it back quickly. There was something following them, he knew, though he didn't know how. Snape seemed to be talking in a language that made no sense at all, just clustered syllables, and the occasional low hiss. Every now and then, in front of the large window at the end of their corridor, a figure in a black cloak would simply walk past out of sight. Snape's voice was melting into a language that Harry understood, not English, but Parseltongue. Harry looked up at him, and saw that he had 2 crocodile teeth inching over his bottom lip. This school hides many secrets, Snape hissed, softly. More than Dumbledore knows. More than you know. More than the school itself knows. But I know. What do you know? Harry asked, in Parseltongue, as another figure blew past up the corridor. Whatever it was following them was closer now. Slytherin's legacy lives on, Snape whispered. Though the power to destroy it lies not in the sword, but in the mind. Voldemort, said Harry. The creature behind them was very close now, so close that he could feel its footsteps on the floor. Do you know what he's looking for? A pawed hand suddenly grasped Harry's other shoulders, and that odd accent was whispering in his ear. Nobody knows, Harry. Nobody knows but me, you, and him. Your guardian won't know. And time's running out. Harry, look ahead. Another figure walked past, though this time, turned to look at Harry and Snape. Their face was covered completely by a black cloth. Time's running out, Harry. Time is running. Harry's legs automatically started to run forwards, and Khepri was right at his side, hissing still in his ear. Behind him, he could hear Snape calling, telling him to stop, to come back. That figure ahead was still there, tensed and waiting for him. Harry started shouting out to Snape, begging for help, but Khepri was pushing him faster and faster until suddenly the hands of the figure closed on his shoulders, pulling him in, twisting his neck to the side, hissing with wild glee. Harry screamed, and sat bolt upright. The duvet fell off him. He gasped and put his hands to his face. Another dream. More nightmares. Though he could remember this one, as clearly as if it had all just happened. He realized there was somebody gripping his shoulders, and looking through his hands, still shaking, he saw Ron staring at him in alarm. Harry, he said, worriedly. Nightmare, said Harry, dully. It's okay. I'm fine. Just got a bit spooked. A bit spooked, repeated Ron. Harry, you were screaming something about Snape helping you, then telling me to stop making you run. What were you dreaming about? Harry looked up at Ron, and decided he just didn't have the energy to invent a lie. He told Ron all about seeing the figure in the corridor, then all about his dream. Hermione was sitting behind Ron, looking very pale, listening to all this in silence. When Harry finished his story, both of them were looking at him nervously. Harry, said Hermione, quietly. I think you should go to Dumbledore. I can't, said Harry. He won't believe me. Nobody does, not even Lupin. They're just dreams, they don't mean anything. But what if they do? Said Ron. What if it's another thing from you know who? What if this is really important? I mean, Khepri says that you know who's looking for something. What if there's somebody out there who's got whatever it is? But they don't know you know who's after it, and if you just tell Dumbledore, Harry, then we'll sort it all out. Don't you think I'm sick of being called delusional? Said Harry. Nobody wants to put up with my crackpot stories anymore. Honestly, guys, they're just nightmares. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, and looking over his shoulder for his bag. When he spotted it, he clawed it over, unzipping it and taking out the dreamless sleep draft. Hermione and Ron both made odd noises, as though they wanted to ask where this was from, though they said nothing. Harry uncorked it, and took a few sips. An odd feeling of calm instantly blessed over his mind, chasing away those last few worries. He remembered Snape's words before, about it all just being a dream. In the light of the common room, it was easier to reinforce those thoughts. He glanced at the portrait hole for a moment, wondering if he could go and see Snape. For some reason, the thought of just talking to him, seeing him, calmed Harry a little, as though he was a child after a nightmare, wanting a parent. It was an unnerving thought. Snape would probably tear out his insides and make him into ingredients for the following day's potions classes if Harry woke him up in the middle of the night. It's 4:30 now, said Ron. I won't be able to get back to sleep. I'm going to stay up, if you don't want to go to sleep either, Harry. I might just have a nap, said Harry. He settled back down into the heap of pillows, pulling the duvet back up. Or stay up. I don't know. I feel weird. It was impossible to explain the empty, doubtful feeling that was swirling around inside his stomach. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and laid his head down in one of the cushions, deciding that if he had just one more dream, he would go and talk to Snape and Peter about it. In a few minutes, he was asleep again, and thankfully, Khepri stayed out of his thoughts this time. By the next morning, everybody in the whole of Hogwarts knew, or had heard a rumor, that Draco Malfoy, the pureblood Draco Malfoy, was a Quartervila. Ron was happy to back the story up if anybody asked, and spent all the time from when Harry woke up to entering the Great Hall ranting about what a hypocrite and a half-breed Malfoy was. He only shut up when Harry told him how much like Umbridge he sounded. When they walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, Harry was met with his first dilemma of the day. Draco sat at a table across the hall, sitting over a bowl of cereal and fiercely ignoring the stares of the other students. Kinda was sitting on his right. At seeing Draco, Ron made a beeline for the other side of the hall, and took a table that was as far from Malfoy as possible. Hermione went after him, trying to make him see sense at how silly he was being. Harry glanced between Draco and Kinda, and Ron. Realizing that if he sat with Ron his cousin would spend the whole day commenting about how Harry had his loyalties right and what a friendless prat Malfoy was, Harry headed over to the table with Draco and Kinda, sitting next to her. She gave him a fleeting smile, which he returned, but Draco interrupted any sort of proper greeting. He glanced up at Harry, and then back at his cereal with a sigh. Coming to sit with the half-breed? Yes, said Harry. I am. What about Weasley? Doesn't he want his best little friend at his side? Harry decided to ignore the little comment. He probably does, but I'm coming to sit with you. You're still the Draco I knew before. I'm not going to. But he was cut off, as something came sailing over from one of the other tables, and next second, a rubber duck had hit Malfoy in the back of the head. The hall erupted in a babble of laughter. He snarled and grabbed his wand, whirling around, ready to jinx whoever it was, but Harry grasped him quickly under the arms and dragged him out of the hall, with Kinda coming along after them in her wheelchair. Once the doors shut again, Draco shrugged Harry off, a very angry expression on his face. Mudbloods, he muttered under his breath. They'll be sorry. It'll all die down soon, said Kinda, reassuringly. Just give it a few days, maybe a week, and there'll be another rumor they'll all be hanging onto. Just look at the Daily Prophet. A few weeks ago, they couldn't get enough of Harry and me, doing interviews and phone calls and everything. And now there's not a whisper about us. Trust me, Draco, this isn't going to last. Said Draco. What do you have first lesson? Pure arts, Harry and Kinda said together. And the weasel? Charms, said Harry, with a slight frown. Good. At least that's 1 hour I won't have to endure him for. Draco frowned darkly, and rested against a pillar, his eyes traveling vaguely across the floor. Weasley is going to be very, very sorry. Nobody does this to me. Nobody. After breakfast, Draco went off towards the runes corridor, his shoulders hunched, looking dark and angry. Ron and Hermione headed off for the charms corridor, now talking about something other than Draco for a change, leaving Harry to take the handles of Kinda's wheelchair and walk to Pure Arts with her. Because it was a magical chair, from St. Mungo's, and could glide along perfectly well on its own, she didn't technically need anybody to push her, but Harry quite liked doing it anyway. And if he was perfectly honest with himself, he didn't mind the curious glances of other people, and the girls giggling. Kinda either didn't notice them, or was doing a marvelous job of ignoring, sitting back in the wheelchair and thumbing through a diary she had open on her lap. She'd already inked in her timetable, and every now and then, Harry caught a flash of future dates, such as, appointment with Madame Pomfrey, bad. Check up. St. Mungo's possible, v bad. Or, now allowed to eat curry again, VV versus good. As they approached the Pure Arts classroom, Kinda put her diary away in her bag. Wonder what we're doing today, she said, idly. What happened yesterday? Harry asked. He told us what we'll be doing all year, she said. And grumbled a lot about the awkward timetable, teaching some people some days and other people other days. Said he was going to just set up a go with the flow system and decide on his feet. Fine with me, said Harry, with a little smile. I love Pure Arts anyway. Any good at it? She asked. Fairly, he replied, quite modestly. Nothing like Alrister. Well, he's got magic bubbling out of his ears, hasn't he? She said. Last year we walked in one day and he was morphing the furniture into statues, said he was bored. Harry laughed. The class was all clustered outside the classroom door, talking eagerly amongst themselves. As Harry and Kinda joined the crowd, Neville came towards them, smiling. Hi you guys, he said, brightly. I'm glad you're here, there's nobody else I know. Were you in the lesson yesterday? Everybody says he was talking about newts. Yeah, he was, said Kinda. It wasn't anything frightening though. It sounds quite fun actually. He'll probably be explaining it again today. At that moment, the door swung open by itself. The whole class filed in, with Harry, Kinda and Neville at the back. Harry was just wondering where he and Kinda were going to sit, when there was a bang from behind him, a shout and then a surprised yelp. He wheeled around, instantly reaching for his wand, but to his surprise, found Alrister standing next to the door, apparently where he'd been hiding. Neville stood with his back to Alrister, and from what Harry could see, the professor had poked Neville in the back with a large stick like a billiard cue. Right, Mr. Longbottom, you're now dead, so kindly sit at one of the red desks, please, he said, brightly. Everybody else, you're still alive. Well done. They all stared at him in alarm. Neville looked as though he really was about to die. Alrister came forward from the shadows, holding his billiard cue in both hands. They inched away just in case he was thinking of doing any more poking. This year, he announced, we have two things to do. One is to prepare for your NUT exam, and the other is to prepare you for the real world. Approximately half the year, I will be hitting, poking, prodding and beating you all with this large stick. Your task is to stop me, using pure arts. Mr. Longbottom, who clearly was not looking and expecting an enemy, is now dead. Red desk, Longbottom. Neville, with a rather wild look at Alrister, shuffled over and sat down glumly at one of the red desks at the far side of the classroom. Alrister, still holding his stick, marched to the front of the class and faced them all, smiling, as though getting ambushed by the professor was normal practice in all classes. Nobody moved, clearly still rather stunned. Alrister picked up the stick, reached out, and gave one of the Slytherins a short poke in the chest. Dead. Red desk, he said, cheerily. Now, that was for not being alert and not acting quick enough. Everybody else sit down. Don't take anything out. They all scurried to desks and sat down. Harry had the feeling this was going to be a rather odd lesson, though it was definitely the most interesting way he'd started a day at Hogwarts yet. Alrister strolled between them all, holding his stick. As he passed a group of Ravenclaw girls, they all just sat staring forwards, plainly unnerved, and two were prodded in the shoulders. Dead. Not catching on yet, are we? Go on, red desks. That's for not daring to fight. The next person who ends up dead will have to sit upside down in their chair, for being dense as well as not quick enough. Harry turned around to glance at Alrister, just in time to see the pure arts master grip the stick and move at him. Harry instinctively swiped at it, and though his hand made no contact, there was a cracking noise and the stick veered off course. There we go. I knew there was at least one brain in this class, said Alrister, smiling, and walking to the front of the class again. 5 points, Harry. Everybody get the gist yet? This is a completely random test, and I could strike at any time. You all have to learn that attacks come at any time, and the best way to deal with them is to learn and practice pure arts. Yes. Now, those 4 people over there are all dead, if I was actually trying to kill you. So everybody else has my permission to point and laugh at them, should the urge strike you too. Now, to start the actual lesson. He hung the long stick on a hook next to the board. Once it was out of harm's way, the class collectively gave a silent sigh of relief. Kinda was smiling bemusedly next to Harry. Alrister sat down at his desk, putting his boots up on the wood and snapping his fingers. The register hopped neatly into his lap and opened. Anybody missing? He asked, glancing up. If you're not here, please raise a hand. Nobody. Good. He clicked his fingers again. The register filled with ticks, and then bounced back onto the desk, lying still. Now then, some of you will have been rather surprised by the start of today. Rather surprised didn't quite cover it. Neville was still looking around at everybody with a look of helpless alarm on his face. Alrister didn't notice. Though as I said, one of the topics I will be teaching you is defense against unexpected attackers, and how to fend them off on the spot. However, that will be random, odd snippets that you will learn yourself by trial and error. Our main work this year will be your NUT exam, which takes place towards the end of the year, and preparation will take up every single lesson we have. The exam for pure arts is the oddest one to take, and can be the easiest or the hardest, depending on your preparation and your desire to do well. You have one task to perform during the exam, to impress your examiner. He smiled, standing up, and looking around at them all, palms flat on the desk before him. The candle light glittered off the gold trim on his copper-colored tunic. For your exam, you will walk into this very room here, and sitting at my desk will be your ordinary common or garden wizard. The examiner will not have been taught a shred of pure arts. Your job is to impress them as much as you can. The more impressed they are, the higher your grade. A hand went up. Yes, said Alrister, giving a warm smile to the girl with her hand in the air. So, it's just like doing a magic show for them or something. It's up to you, he replied. You can stroll in, and have a normal conversation with them, but have the walls and ceiling flashing all sorts of pretty colors, or you can bounce in there and treat it like a performance. It's your exam, and this is your chance to do all the flashy and amazing things you can. All year, you'll be developing a script, planning what you'll do, and practicing. I can teach you things you want to do, advise you where you're going wrong. That sort of stuff. He strolled around his desk, looking around at every face with an impressive sort of smile. Right then, he said. Parchment is in the crate at the back. You should all have ink and quills, but if you need any extra, just tell me. Start jotting down notes of a few things, a very vague outline of what it is you're going to do. I think most of you are here for 2 hours, so we'll crack on, and try some practice of entrances in the second hour. Any problems? Without giving them any time to register problems, he said, brightly, good, on we go then. It was a very enjoyable lesson. Neville was allowed out of the dead area to come and sit with Kinda and Harry, and the three of them spent the first hour debating the most impressive and risky things they could do. Kinda was all for the idea of blowing Alrister's desk to pieces the moment she stepped into the room, but Alrister had to put a stop to this idea. It was also the first time Harry had uttered the phrase, "Then I think I'll turn my nose blue," while being entirely serious. Neville was rather nervous about the whole idea. But, how long does it have to last? He asked, when Alrister came over to ask what was the matter. As long as you can manage, said Alrister. The longer the better. But what if I can only manage 30 seconds? Said Neville. Or what if something goes terribly wrong? Use a stunning charm on the examiner, suggested Kinda, grinning. Then when you've woken them up, say they just missed you turning the desk into a hippo and back without the use of a wand. Miss Zabini, what has my poor desk ever done to you? Harry laughed. Alrister winked at him, then came around the table to lean over Harry's shoulder and read through his plans. Ambitious, Harry, very ambitious. Glad you've included the levitation there. After all, showing off your strengths never goes wrong. I might teach you some long-distance levitation next lesson, flying to you and me. We'll have to be careful though, don't want you breaking your neck now, do we? All that paperwork. I shudder at the thought. By the time the end bell went, Harry was in a great mood. He, Kinda and Neville headed off to first break out in the courtyard to find Ron and Hermione sitting outside on a new fountain that had been brought in. At first, Harry thought it was just an oddly shaped statue, until he recognized one of the shapes. It was Dobby. Harry blinked, wondering if he was seeing right, but casting his eyes up, he saw stone statues of Professor Vector and Professor Trelawney standing behind Dobby. Sitting at their feet were Colin Creevey, a Hufflepuff boy, a tiny little girl that had been in Ravenclaw, and one of the Slytherin girls Harry knew was killed in the siege. What do you think? Said Hermione, happily, standing up and coming over. It's the statue that Hagrid told us about. They were all killed in the siege. They've got one student lost from each house too, so everybody can remember. It's beautiful, isn't it? What about Kibbles though? Said Harry. He was killed, why isn't? Ron nudged him in the arm, and pointed up at the school. Harry turned around. Sitting on the roof overlooking the courtyard was a black shape, dark and impressive against the sky, curled around one of the flags almost protectively. Harry remembered the face of the dragon looking back at him. It was the same face that had once blinked of him out of a little glass tank, waiting for another piece of chicken to be thrown in. Kibbles had grown to the size of a small elephant before he was killed. Wow, Harry breathed. It's really lifelike, isn't it? Hermione nodded. I think it's really nice they've got something honoring what happened. I know the Ministry would rather just forget about the siege, but Dumbledore's doing a good job not being ashamed. So how was Charms? Harry asked. Boring, said Ron. Making loads of notes and copying stuff out. How was Pure Arts? Alrister hit Neville with a big stick, said Kinda, bemusedly. Oh, said Ron, as though this was common practice. Yup. Did he deserve it? Probably not. Alrister says he wasn't being aware of attacks enough. Oh, yup. He's going to be trying to hit us all with the stick throughout the year. Probably your class too. You've got him after break, right? Yep. Look out behind the door when you walk in. I'll remember that. Ron and Kinda's small talk was then interrupted, as a owned figure in a black cloak stepped out into the courtyard. Draco didn't even look at Ron. He crossed over to Harry, sat down next to him on the bench, and instantly went into his bag to look for something. Apparently abandoning his plan to ignore Draco, Ron piped up, pretending none of it happened. Malfoy. Draco didn't say a word, and acted perfectly as though he hadn't heard a word of what Ron said. He finally found a textbook, and propped it open in his lap, scanning the contents page. Ron, it seemed, didn't want to let go of the issue so easily. Don't ignore me, Malfoy. Is that how bad it is? Just ignore me, and the problem goes away. Ron, Hermione chided. Don't. Let it drop. Please. Granger, could I see your runes textbook? Said Draco, still in his own little world, apparently oblivious to the other line of conversation. I think mine is missing the chapter about literal translations. Hermione went into her bag, but Ron cut in with, don't give him it, so sharply that everybody stared at him, including Draco. Ron glared back at Draco, though spoke to Hermione. You don't want his half-breed hands all over it. My dad says to never trust Avila. Your dad says to love muggles, that's what a crackpot he is, Draco snarled. Ron jumped up and went for Malfoy with a yell of anger, but Harry, Neville and Gina all leapt forward, grabbing him and hauling him away. Draco got to his feet silently. What's wrong? Going to storm off again? Ron said, angrily. Can't take the ridicule, Malfoy. I think you should stop all this, said Draco, in an oddly quiet voice. I think you should calm down and just let me sit here. I'm not doing you any harm, am I, Weasley? Ron was silent. He had gone oddly limp in Harry's grip, and when Harry let him go, he just turned and sat down, calm as anything. He got out a packet of Bertie Bott's beans, and opened them. Anybody want one? He said, cheerfully, offering the bag around. Everybody stared at him, and then they turned as one to look at Draco. Draco seemed just as calm as Ron. He took one of the jelly beans, and sat down, the runes textbook open on his lap again. Thank you, Weasley. My pleasure, said Ron, still in that unnaturally cheerful way. Harry and the others had worked out what Draco must have done, though nobody wanted to accuse him, and really, it was better this way. They all sat down around the fountain, quietly. The rest of break was pleasantly subdued, and Ron didn't say a word against Malfoy at all. He went off to Pure Arts, laughing and joking with Dean and Seamus, while Harry, Hermione, Draco and Kinda went off to Dark Arts. Only when they lined up outside the Dark Arts classroom did Hermione mention what had happened. You shouldn't have done that, she murmured, quietly. Oh, and why not? That was the first peaceful moment I've had since coming back to Hogwarts, and I think it was a rather good idea, personally. Draco sniffed, and started to check his nails delicately. That's the reason that the centaurs hate Vila. Centaurs rely on using human nature to predict the future, and Vila interfere with human nature. Will Ron remember being nice to you? Asked Hermione, still sounding disapproving. No, said Draco, pleasantly. He'll only remember vague details of being in the courtyard. No specific events. It should wear off in about an hour. I did give him a particularly strong blast. Do you actually control them? Said Harry. Like with the Imperious Curse. Oh no, said Draco, shaking his head. It's charm, Potter. I merely twiddled with his mind to make him open to my persuasion and greatly fond of me, then suggested he calm down. It's a marvelous skill. Female Vila use it to attract mates, the males use it for more useful things. Like messing with somebody's emotions. Said Hermione, definite cold tones in her voice. Precisely, said Draco, ignoring the disapproval he clearly didn't want to hear. At that moment, the door opened, putting an end to the discussion. Madame Ivy looked out at them all with a little smile. She was wearing an odd pair of very thick-rimmed rectangular glasses, that made her look like a punk rocker librarian. Come in, she said. Quills and ink out. They all filed into the room, and Harry, Draco, Hermione and Kinda all took seats at the back, getting out books, quills, ink bottles and any spare parchment they had. Professor Lupin was sitting at his desk, head resting on one hand, gazing out of the window as though there was something out there which fascinated him. As Harry watched, Lupin glanced down, spotted a few more short Arlet hairs on his desk, and frowned, brushing them onto the floor. Madame Ivy was still unpopular with Lupin, it seemed. Now then, You should all know me by now, she said, brightly, perching on the edge of Lupin's desk and looking around at them all with her hands folded on one knee. If you don't, my name is Madam Ivy, and I will be teaching you Defense Against the Dark Arts part-time this year, along with Professor Lupin. Today I'm just going to hand out timetables and give you a brief overview of the course. Anybody who was in the lesson with me yesterday will get a worksheet to do. Joys of joys, kinda murmured next to Harry. He let out a quiet snort of laughter. He was sure that he was far back enough from Madam Ivy for her to not hear it, though she did. Her eyes instantly flicked onto him, and one slim black eyebrow arched above the rim of her glasses. I'm sorry, young man, but is there something you wish to share with the class? She said. No, said Harry, unsure of how to address her. Her other eyebrow arched. Dear me, I hope this isn't an attitude problem I see emerging in your very first lesson. There is nothing wrong with Harry's attitude, said Lupin, shortly, standing up even though he had no reason to. I think the problem here could be yours, if you start taking every tiny little noise as laughter, madam. Madam Ivy smiled dually at him. Thank you for that, Professor Lupin. Now, as I was saying, before that interruption, worksheets will be given to anybody who has already received their timetable. Such a shame that the lesson is so erratic for new classes. Of course, most classes you will be working on an ongoing project, so hopefully, we shall weed out any problems very quickly. Harry glanced up, seeing her looking right at him. He held her gaze, politely, trying not to get off on a bad foot with the new dark arts teacher. She looked away, and picked up a stack of paper on Lupin's desk, starting to hand out timetables and worksheets. When she reached Harry and Kinda's desk, she gave Harry a blank schedule, and Kinda a sheet of paper with a series of questions on. I've done this one, said Kinda, glancing up at her. This sheet, madam. Oh, said Madam Ivy, turning her sharp gaze onto Kinda. Ah, yes, you were here for the double period yesterday, weren't you? Well then, you can start doing some planning for our first project. Get a scroll from the back, and start jotting down notes about any dangerous magical things are in Britain, Miss Zabini. I'll get it for you, said Harry, knowing it would be awkward for Kinda to reach the shelf of parchment at the back. He stood up, but Madam Ivy said, quickly, I don't believe I gave you permission to stand up. Please sit down. 1 point from the school, for not concentrating on your own business. Harry sat down obediently, not arguing about the point she took away. He couldn't help but feel he wasn't making a good impression. Professor Lupin, who had clearly been watching from across the room, came over. He got a roll of parchment for Kinda, and then leant down, saying quietly, 2 points to the house totals for trying to be a gentleman, Harry. Harry tried not to smile too much as Lupin walked away back to his desk. Madam Ivy hadn't noticed what happened. She perched herself delicately on the corner of Lupin's desk again, and started to read out the schedule for the year, instructing them to note down which teacher they had for which lesson. Harry sat in near silence. He didn't want to make enemies with another dark arts teacher, especially in his new lesson, and he put his hand up to volunteer information whenever he could. Lupin called on him once or twice, though Ivy seemed to ignore him. By the time the end of the lesson was approaching, Harry was desperately bored and hungry. He had charms that afternoon, and knew that Professor Flitwick's class would be far more interesting than this. Kinda was obviously bored too, and they had a silent noughts and crosses tournament, which she won by miles. They had just started a game of hangman when Madam Ivy appeared at their table to check Harry's timetable. Her eyes swept down it quickly, and she nodded. That seems to be in order. Now, Harry, is it? Harry Potter. He nodded numbly, keeping the hangman game covered with his elbow. Let's hope this was just a shaky first lesson, she said, with a hazy smile. I'm sure that you can be much better behaved. Professor Lupin tells me you're an excellent student, so I don't expect any more interruptions in my lessons from you. Harry turned his eyes to the desk. Sorry, Madam Ivy. There, that's it, she said, kindly, before she moved on to check Hermione's timetable, her long black robe sweeping along the ground behind her. The bell went. Everybody stood up, put away their things, and Harry, Hermione, Draco and Kinda all left the classroom fairly quickly. Draco seemed a little reluctant to leave, and hung back, as though he wanted to say something to Madam Ivy, but Hermione pushed him in the back, muttered, "Oh, keep your hormones under control," and nudged him out of the door. "What did you think of that lesson?" Kinda asked, as they made their way towards the Great Hall for lunch. "It was quite boring," Hermione admitted. "I really thought we'd be doing something interesting for our first class of the year. I suppose the timetable was important though." Harry listened to them talking as he reached into his bag, took out the schedule, and glanced through it. He had Madam Ivy on Tuesday and Friday, and Lupin for the rest of the week. At least she wouldn't have too many opportunities to accuse him of having an attitude problem. Though with Lupin, Harry reminded himself, he also had lessons to kill. He was not looking forward to them at all. He could deal with the DMT classes in Snape's dungeon, but he didn't think anybody could ever teach him to kill another creature with no remorse. Even the smallest insect deserved to live. The insects Harry would have to kill could be parents of another little insect that would spend the rest of its life alone and without any parents to love. It was no different to what Voldemort did to Harry. Charms passed without anything exceptional happening, and when the end bell went, Harry packed together his things and left the room with everyone else. Dinner was some sort of stew. Draco's charm had worn off Ron, and all through dinner, they muttered scathing things across the table to each other. Ron even resorted to flicking peas at Draco, until Professor McGonagall told him off. Ron seemed to think it was Draco's fault that he'd been caught, and voiced this opinion loudly for the rest of the meal. It was almost a relief to Harry when Draco and Kinda went off together towards the Slytherin common room, and the Gryffindors went to theirs. They all settled around the fire in armchairs and on cushions on the floor, got out their start of term homework, and started working. Harry was writing up the first few pages of his potions project, careful to make his handwriting neat, only stopped every now and then by Hermione leaning over his shoulder to remind him how to spell an ingredient. Next to him, Ron was hard at work with his script for Pure Arts. Ron had arrived at dinner with a red mark on his cheek, and his explanation was, "Alrister killed me." "Merlin, that looks boring," said Ron, leaning over Harry's shoulder and peering at the 4 pages of neat writing Harry had done so far. "I'm so glad I dropped potions. Mind you, I've got a history of magic essay to do about Vikings next, so I'm not much better off." Hermione, who had finished her homework ages ago and was now playing teacher, checking Neville's charms diagrams, joined the discussion. "The Vikings were fascinating though, Ron." "Yeah, maybe to other Vikings," said Ron. "And maybe to somebody who'd been taught it by a teacher who still had the will to exist. Binns only hangs around now to ruin our education and turn the past into utter rubbish." Said Hermione. She gave Neville a smile, and said, "Those are all fine, Neville." "Great," he said, grinning. "Thanks, Hermione. I'm just going to get my herbology textbook. I have to check on something for my homework." He headed away up the stairs, and the mention of herbology seemed to stir a memory deep in Harry's mind. Something he'd forgotten about herbology. After a moment, it struck him. "I left my fuzzy fungus at Grimmauld Place," he announced. "You left your what?" said Ron, staring at him. "My fuzzy fungus," said Harry. "You know, the little mushroom thing. It's probably still in that pot, waiting for somebody to take the lid off. It could have drowned for all I know." "Write to Mum," said Ron, shrugging. "She'll put it in a box and send you it by owl, I guess." Harry nodded, and was about to ask Ron if he had any spare parchment, when their attention was caught by a sudden high scream. They all jumped, and Ginny upset her ink bottle all across the floor. "What was that?" she said, staring towards the staircases. Footsteps were rumbling down them, and next second, Neville burst into the room, white in the face and shaking. "There's a GG ghost up there," he squeaked, pointing up the stairs. "I in our dormitory. Hogwarts is full of ghosts, Neville, you prat," said Ron. "You see them every day." "No," said Neville, his voice very shrill. It was Professor Trelawney, just their W waiting in the DD dormitory." Harry's eyes widened. "Really? Did she say anything?" Neville nodded frantically. "What?" asked Hermione. "I don't know," said Neville. She opened her mouth to say something, and I screamed, and ran away. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, then both put down their homework, drew their wands, and headed towards the stairs. Neville crept along after them, and everybody else was waiting at the foot of the staircase. Ron grasped the handle of the dormitory, and pulled it open. The inside was flooded with dying evening sunshine, all the curtains of the 4 posters wide open, and it was completely empty. "She's gone," whispered Neville. "Oh, Harry, Ron, she was there, she really was. I'm not making it up. Why would Professor Trelawney have a reason to come back?" said Ron, shrugging. "Just to keep making Harry's life a misery. It was your brain, playing tricks with you, Neville." "But," said Neville, sounding miserable, "I was sure. If you see her again, tell us," said Harry, reassuringly. "Then we'll go and see Nearly Headless Nick, and ask him if he's seen Professor Trelawney around. Don't worry about it too much, Neville. If she has come back, she's got no reason to bother you." Neville nodded glumly, and headed away down the stairs, with Ron following him. Harry took one last glance around the dormitory, and could have sworn he heard a soft tinkle, as though of jewelry jangling together, before he shut the door. The rest of Harry's first week passed in a rush of timetables, homework and revision booklets. He spent first lesson on Wednesday in the library with Hermione, doing more research for his potions project, and Snape even checked it for him when he got back to class. History of Magic was dull as ever, though the entire year had their first miscellaneous magic class straight after break. Professor Pebblebank, today in very wide-legged blue trousers and a t-shirt with a glittery star on the front, took them through details of what they'd be doing during the year. It seemed there had been some sort of problem at the Ministry of Magic, and somebody had tried to pass a law banning the classes. They could only start properly learning in a month, and so until then, the hour would be free time for them to do homework and research things they'd like to learn about. Hermione simply quivered with excitement next to Harry. Everybody else seemed very interested too, even Draco, who sat forward intently when Professor Pebblebank got onto the part about Chinese dragon magic. "My father taught me some," he explained. "The summer before he was taken away. After that, Harry had Transfiguration." Professor McGonagall was straight into preparation for their first project, and Harry was pleased to completely transfigure his turtle into a rabbit by the end of the lesson. Professor McGonagall explained that human transfiguration would be taught to them throughout the project, and they had to break the gap between different species first. In care of magical creatures, they were getting more things ready for the imminent arrival of the dragons. Hagrid had them all slicing up great steaks made from what were probably once elephants, though it was rather hard to tell. After school on Wednesday, Harry had his DMT lesson with Snape. They were practicing how to lie this evening, and how to detect a lie. Harry couldn't help but laugh inwardly as he realized he was playing Truth or Dare with Professor Snape. Each would ask the other a question, then decide whether the answer was a lie or not. Harry found out that Snape had indeed vandalized something once, which turned out to be a phone box in his 7th year on graduation night. That Snape was allergic to cat fur. That Snape had drunk fire whiskey well under the legal age, and that Snape had once eaten half a scroll of parchment as a dare set by Lucius Malfoy. Snape also swore blind that he had never ever been tempted to jinx a first year, though Harry knew this was a lie. On Thursday, first thing, Harry was out in the grounds again, this time learning how to control dragons with various spells, taught by Charlie Weasley. It was a very enjoyable lesson, even though Neville did catch him in the eye with a conjunctivitis curse and he couldn't see for the rest of the day. This wasn't helpful, as after magical creatures, he was straight off to pure arts. As he predicted, Alrister was lurking behind the door with his stick when they all walked in. Draco was promptly declared dead after a good whack around the head, and Hermione barely avoided getting poked herself, using a clever little move that set Alrister's curtains on fire. Once they'd beaten him out, Hermione apologized over and over again, and transfigured the curtains back to their original state. Alrister said it was quite all right, he'd never liked them anyway. At the end of the day was double defense against the dark arts with Professor Lupin. He told them they were starting their first project, about the common dangers found in England, and by the time the 2 hours was over, Harry had done his first 5 pages. Lupin gave him 10 points to the school. Throughout the lesson, Madame Ivy was nowhere to be seen. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that Lupin had banned her from the class when he was teaching. Friday came, and Harry was glad it was nearly the weekend. He'd enjoyed his first week back, but definitely needed a break, and some time to finish all of his start-of-term homework. First thing, he had potions. While most people went off to the library to do yet more research, Harry had finished his, and stayed behind in the classroom. Snape taught him the correct way to slice exploding caterpillar bulbs without getting showered in the sticky sap, and when he saw how much work Harry had done on his project already, he was startled into giving Harry 5 points. After potions, Harry had pure arts, and once again avoided the stick. Almost a quarter of the class was sitting at a dead desk by now, and Alrister managed to catch 3 more people by the time the bell went. They all hobbled out of the class, nursing various small bruises. Draco remarked that if Alrister turned on them again, they should just beat him to the floor with his own stick and lock him in a cupboard somewhere. History of magic and transfiguration were dull as ever, and McGonagall was really testing their knowledge today. She made Harry turn a mouse into a gecko in front of the class, and when the gecko was revealed to still have little furry ears, she made him do it 3 more times until he got the hang of it. Though Harry was hardly bothered by this, as last thing on Friday, he was due in defense against the dark arts with Madame Ivy. He took a seat at the front of the class today, wanting to prove he wasn't one of those slack students that hung around on the back row and talked all lesson. She handed back the pieces of project she had marked, and Harry's mood was enlightened when he saw that she had given him an O. She perched herself on the edge of Lupin's desk as usual, and addressed them all, hands clasped neatly in her lap. "I'm sure you'll have all seen your marks by now," she said, smartly, putting an end to the chatter. "And I'm glad that some of you are pleased by your result, though I know there are a few people in here who could do much better. Obviously, I've only marked the first part of your project, and if you wish to redo it to a better standard, you may. Remember that the final grade you get for this work will go towards your newt, and a low grade could mean disaster if you want a job that deals with defense against the dark arts. And of course, we are entering dark times at the moment. The more well defended you are, the better. Today, we are to start looking at specific dark creatures. I want you to include 4, minimum, in your project. Reference books are at the back in the separate boxes, and I will answer any questions you have. All clear." Harry kept his head down, and after retrieving a book, started working hard on the task set. By the end of the hour, he was exhausted and his brain felt numb with information about all the dark creatures he'd ever learnt anything about. He handed in his notes, and Madame Ivy looked rather taken aback at how much work he'd done. She turned it over, her eyes skimming through it, and said, with a little smile, "Well, this certainly seems to be a good standard, Potter, though you've spelt a few things wrong just down at the bottom. Clear those up and Professor Lupin will take you through some more guidelines next week." Harry was strongly reminded of a young Professor McGonagall. That night, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny were all sitting in the common room, finishing off bits of homework that needed to be done, ready for the weekend. Tomorrow morning, Harry had his Learning to Kill lesson with Professor Lupin, and he wasn't exactly looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Hagrid's dragons were expected to arrive, and Harry wanted to go and help get them settled in. He was becoming quite used to dragons now. Gradually, the common room started to empty of people, until 9 o'clock came, and only Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny were left. Hermione was bent over a huge sheet covered in runes, translating it all onto a clean piece of parchment, and Ron was teaching Sneezy the alphabet, without much luck. Ginny seemed to be quite agitated about something. "Are you okay?" Harry asked her, after the 3rd time she shifted in her chair, closed her book, then reopened it. "Oh, yes, I'm fine," she said, smiling slightly. "Just a bit nervy. I think I might go to the bathroom before I turn in for the night. I could do with a shower." She stood up, and leaving her books and bags scattered around the table, she headed up to her dormitory. Harry had just picked up his quill to start writing again when she suddenly arrived, carrying a shower bag. "That was a very quickly packed shower bag," he said. "Well, I've wanted a shower all day," she said, idly. "See you all soon." And she walked out through the portrait hole without a word. Everything was quiet for a moment, then Hermione voiced what everybody was thinking. Why couldn't she just use the Gryffindor showers? She said, frowning, and putting down her quill. And why did she have the bag packed and ready? Do you think she's up to something? Yes, said Ron, stoutly. He got up, and left his books where they were, heading over to Harry's trunk in the corner. Without asking for permission, he opened it up, and rooted through for a few minutes before getting out Harry's old invisibility cloak. You don't mind if I borrow this, do you? He said, throwing it on around his shoulders. His head floated towards the door. Not if you'll let me come with you, said Harry. Ignoring Hermione's protests about them going out so late at night, he hurried over to Ron, and his cousin threw the cloak over both of them. Harry didn't know why he wanted to follow Ginny. Suspicion, perhaps, or maybe he just wanted to stretch his legs and it was a good excuse to get away from homework. He and Ron headed towards the door, and stepped out. Hermione called after them that she wasn't going to vouch for them when they got in trouble, but they didn't listen, and slipped out into the corridor, closing the portrait behind them. It was immediately obvious where Ginny was going. They just saw her bright red hair slip away around the corner, and silently, they followed. Both of them had grown since they last used the cloak, and it was hard to walk at the same time whilst keeping all ankles and limbs out of sight, though they managed it. Fairly soon, they had caught up with Ginny, and it was clear that she was not going anywhere near the bathrooms. They were careful to stay a good distance behind and silent. They didn't want her to know they were following, even if she was doing something as innocent as going to the library to get out a book, or heading to the Ollery to post a letter. They passed the staircase to the Ollery though, and didn't seem to be going anywhere near the library. Harry was getting more and more suspicious with every step that Ginny took, and he couldn't think of where she was going at all. The astronomy tower seemed the most logical place, but Ginny would have to be incredibly thick to try and go there at night. Professor Sinistra was infamously protective of her chambers, and the only excuse for being around the astronomy tower at night was a lesson. But surely Ginny would have told them, if she had a lesson, instead of pretending to go to the bathroom. And why had she left her bag back in the common room? Sure enough, as the winding stone staircase to the astronomy tower appeared, Ginny turned up it, and started to climb. Here, every single noise echoed upwards, and Harry and Ron had a hard time struggling up it sideways while staying hidden. Harry didn't know how he could tell, but he just knew Ron was getting angry. Perhaps it was just the sound of his cousin's breathing, or the way he kept pushing Harry, wanting him to hurry up. Harry wondered whether Ginny was perhaps visiting the dragons that were still living in the astronomy hall, but she went past that door as well, climbing up and up towards the very highest tower in the school. Harry had a dangerous sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. He didn't know for sure exactly how Professor Sinistra guarded the astronomy tower from intruders, but he was pretty sure it would not be pleasant. A slap on the wrist and a few points from the school total was too much to hope for. After many long minutes of climbing and getting shunted along by Ron, Harry heard a trap door open above them, and cold night air flooded the staircase. Ginny climbed out carefully, and to Harry's relief, she left it open. He and Ron managed to do a sort of twizzle to get through without making any noise or falling over each other. Ginny was alone in the tower, sitting on the low wall and gazing out across the lake, silent and still like a statue. Ron tugged on Harry's sleeve to pull him away from the trapdoor, and next second, Harry realized why, as he heard the footsteps coming up the stone staircase. He tensed, expecting Professor Sinistra to fly out and strangle them all to death. Ginny clearly thought the same thing, and moved to hide, though next second, a figure had stepped out through the trapdoor. "Hiya," said Ginny, smiling. "I was worried I was too late. I told them all I had to take a shower." She held up the bag, and showed her visitor, smiling still. "What was your excuse?" "I didn't need one," was the reply. "I just got up and left. Nobody noticed." Ron had gone so still and stiff that Harry got worried he had actually died of horror, and gave him a poke in the side. Ron poked him back, hard. Draco sat down on the wall next to Ginny, kicking the trap door shut with the heel of his dragon hide boots. Ginny smiled shyly. "So," she said, "what did you want to see me about?" "Just a little something," Draco murmured, and he leant forward, touching her face. Ron made an odd squeak of disgust and shock as their lips met, and Ginny instantly pulled back, looking around nervously. What was that? She said. Nothing, said Draco, pulling her into another key. Ron was trembling with rage next to Harry. Harry could feel his cousin's hands balling into fists and shaking, as though he would dearly love to just burst out from under the cloak and knock Malfoy off the top of the tower. Harry had absolutely no idea what to do. With the trap door now shut, he and Ron couldn't make their escape, and there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly. Harry found he couldn't avert his eyes. It was like a road accident. He just had to have a look. Draco and Ginny, distracted as they were, apparently had no sense of time anymore. Harry and Ron did though. The moments lengthened into minutes, and after quarter of an hour, Harry was getting very cold and stiff from standing still so long, and the entertainment was losing its novelty. The only warmth anywhere in the tower was Ron, who was still shaking with fury and breathing like a rhinoceros. Harry kept having to poke him to get him to shut up, though Ron just jabbed him back twice as hard. After 20 minutes, Harry was even more cold and covered in bruises. He quite wanted to knock Malfoy off the tower now, just to break up the key-dotting session so he could get to bed. Draco let Ginny go again, and she immediately leant forward, though he held up a hand. It's late, he murmured. The Gryffindors will get suspicious of you being gone for so long. I'd suggest a quick shower before you get back to the common room, so there's nothing for them to be suspicious about. She nodded, with a smile, her cheeks slightly pink. Okay. Same time, same place tomorrow. Hopefully, he said. An hour earlier though. Say you've got a detention or something ludicrous like that. He smiled, weaving his fingers through her hair. I told you there was nothing wrong with coming up to the astronomy tower at night. All those rumors about it being protected. I mean, she's a little paranoid, but really Professor Sinister AAARGH. The stone they were sitting on had seemingly come alive, and with a hissing noise, a great coil like an octopus's arm had shot out, wrapping itself around Malfoy and trying to crush him. Ginny screamed as more tentacles shot out of the wall for her too, but she leapt away out of reach, staring in horror at the stone snake trying to squeeze Draco to death. He choked, struggling wildly, before he managed to break its grip and fling himself aside. A light flicked on in a room across the tower, and Draco shouted, "Run!" at Ginny, before wrenching the trap door open and leaping down it out of sight. She followed quickly, and Harry and Ron bolted into action under the cloak, waddling as fast as they could for the door, but before they had even got halfway there, Ginny slammed it shut behind her. There's no way out. Harry choked, desperately. What are we going to do? Ron tore off the invisibility cloak, and bent down, saying in a furious voice, "Stuff the astronomy tower, I'm going to murder Malfoy." He gave a few enraged tugs to the handle of the trap door, but it just wouldn't open. It was locked. Oh come on. Ron bellowed at it. Harry jabbed him in the chest and hissed, "Shish, you'll get us caught." But the words had barely left his mouth before Harry felt a lurch under his feet. He shot downwards, grabbed out for Ron, and both of them screamed as the stone floor of the tower gave way and they were beeped down into blackness. They hit the floor moments later with loud shouts of pain. It was pitch black wherever they were now. Wheezing, Harry groped for Ron and gasped, "Ron! Ron, where are you?" Ron grabbed his arm in the dark. "I'm here," he breathed, and apparently, the wind had been knocked out of Ron too. "Where are we?" "I don't know," said Harry, fighting for breath. He drew his wand, and said, "Lumos." A ball of light flicked on at the end of his wand, just enough to trace around the few meters around them. The room seemed to be bare, just stone walls and floor. Harry held his wand towards the ceiling, but it had reformed. "We're trapped," Ron squeaked. "There's no way out. We're going to starve in here. They can't do this. This is a school, not Azkaban." He leapt at one of the walls and started beating it frantically with his fists, though Harry grabbed him and pulled him away before he could break his knuckles on the hard stone. "There must be some way out," he said. "We've just got to think and stay calm. There's a way out of everywhere in Hogwarts, and the founders wouldn't build somewhere that would endanger the lives of the students." "Oh yeah," said Ron, quite delirious now. And the Chamber of Secrets is just happy dandy fairyland now, is it? That was different, said Harry desperately. And Slytherin's heir was fine in the chamber, wasn't he? We've just got to work out who built the astronomy tower. I think it was Slytherin, Ron choked. He was really paranoid about his quarters and his rooms. He'll have done this. It's all his fault. And he launched himself at the wall again, yelling and battering it with his fists. Harry pulled him away again. Ron, don't, he hissed. We've just got to be calm and find a way out. I'll try and blast away some of the wall. He aimed his wand, and whispered, Reducto. A jet of light struck the stone and a few chunks cracked away, hitting the floor. Praying that the wall was fairly thin, and not 2 meters thick, Harry started chipping away at it bit by bit with the Reducto curse. Finally, after what seemed like hours, they could see light through the hole. Ron got out his wand too, and both of them shattered a hole big enough to crawl through, then squeezed their way out of the chamber. They were now in what seemed to be a small store room. Boxes littered the floor, and candles were attached to all the walls, bathing everything in a soothing amber glow. Ron had momentarily forgotten about Malfoy, it seemed, and paced across the room to a door. He yanked it open, and there was only darkness ahead. Get a few of these candles, said Harry, unclipping some from their torch brackets. We've got to try and find a corridor, or somewhere that we recognize. Then we can start working our way back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron got a candle from the wall, and quietly, the two of them crept through into the next room. Candlelight washed across the stone walls in an eerie sort of wave, and at first, Harry thought it was just another empty room, except that the walls were glistening were something gooey like Lemo jelly. There was something stuck to the far wall. As Harry held the candle a little higher, it washed over the figure glued to the wall by the sticky substance. Harry barely had time to register the flash of white bee-owned hair before Ron gave a furious yell next to him and launched himself at Malfoy, attempting to wrench him out of the jelly on the walls and probably kill him. Harry ran after Ron and tried to pull him off Malfoy. Malfoy was shouting at Ron. Ron was throttling Malfoy, and only when Harry bellowed in both their ears did they stop with loud cries of pain. Thank you, Harry shouted. Now, stop it. Malfoy, what are you doing stuck to the wall? It beeped me in, said Draco, angrily, a black eye now blooming on his face. What are you doing here? Hey, said Ron, suddenly, before Harry could answer. He gave a tug to his hands, which had sunk into the jelly to strangle Draco, but they didn't come out. Ron screamed. Get me off. Harry linked his arms around Ron's stomach, and pulled as hard as he could, trying to remove him from the sticky goo. Draco, who was stuck spread-eagled to the wall, couldn't really do much but laugh. Ron's face worked in a snarl, though with his hands out of action, couldn't punch Draco, and just got angrier and angrier. Harry wasn't getting anywhere with pulling him off, and so just gave up, collapsing on the floor and panting. Draco was still laughing. Ron spat in his face, and he stopped. Try a melting curse, said Ron, trying to twist his head and look at Harry on the floor, though it was hard, stuck against Draco as he was. Or a dissolving curse, anything. Don't use a dissolving curse, you'll dissolve all our skin. Draco shouted. Correction, said Ron, angrily. It'll dissolve all your skin, and I'll only lose my hands, which I think is a pretty good price to pay to see you frazzled to a crisp. What do you think you're doing with my sister? How the hell does your sister come into this? Said Malfoy, furiously. Stop it. Stop fighting, said Harry. We've got to get out of here before Professor Sinistra catches us all. We'll fight about Ginny later. Ron, put your knee on Malfoy's stomach, and pull back with your hands. It might get them free. Then we'll try and get Malfoy out. Ron stared at him. I'm sorry. You're actually giving me permission to knee Malfoy in the stomach. Do I get a choice in this at all? Said Draco, raising both eyebrows. No, said Harry. Ron, I'll stand behind you to catch you, all right. Just bring your left knee up, and place it gently on Draco's stomach. Then you can get a bit more force to pull on. Okay. All right, said Ron. He smiled. Gently. Huh. He carefully pulled up one knee, and pushed it against Draco's stomach, but before he'd even thought of pulling his hands out of the goo, there was a noise like custard getting beeped up a vacuum cleaner. The jelly spread itself around Draco's stomach in a great glistening mass, slurping itself around Ron's knee, locking it in place. There was silence for a moment, before Ron said, sniffily, "Got any more bright ideas, Harry? Maybe I should press my face into the jelly, and see if it does any good." Draco heaved a very dramatic sigh. "Whatever did the art of sarcasm do to you, Weasley? Surely it doesn't deserve to be butchered like that. You shut up. This is all your fault. Gosh, I'm so scared." "Shut up. Or what? You'll kick me and get that leg stuck to the wall as well." "Stop it," said Harry. "Come on, we've got to work together. Maybe if you just lift up your other leg, Ron, then the weight will bring you out of the jelly." "Or maybe," said Draco, dryly, "if we just stay here, wait for Professor Sinistra, and then calmly explain the situation, we'll be allowed out. After all, I am a prefect, and I have a perfectly good excuse for being out at night. As much as I hate it, so does Weasley, and Ginny hasn't been caught, so she's fine. Oh wait, what about you, Potter? Well, 1 out of 4 people getting expelled isn't too bad, I suppose." At that moment, there were soft footsteps from behind them, and the swish of a cloak across the floor. Harry whipped around. Standing in the doorway was Professor Sinistra, in all her glory, arms folded, and triumph in her eyes. Well, she whispered. 7th years I would have expected better of. And 2 prefects. The headmaster isn't going to like this at all, boys. Not one bit. Professor. Came Draco's voice from behind Ron. "Professor, I can certainly explain all this. At least, I can explain why I was in your tower, though Weasley and Potter are another story, I'm afraid. You see, I was just on my prefect rounds, when—" "Save it for the headmaster, Draco." Sinistra raised one hand, snapped her fingers, and the 2 boys were instantly released from the jelly. Another snap, and thin ropes spread from the silver bracelets around her wrists, winding around each boy's neck in a tight grip. "Come with me." When they arrived in Dumbledore's office, all looking very guilty, 3 other people were already there. Ginny sat in front of the headmaster's desk, pink in the face and playing with her fingers, with McGonagall standing at her side. Professor Snape was lurking near the fire, and as Sinistra led Draco in by the scruff of his neck, one of Snape's eyebrows arched. "Malfoy," he whispered, dangerously. "Professor," said Draco, clearly spotting another chance to worm his way out of trouble. "Professor, you have to believe me, I can explain all this. I was on my prefect rounds, when—" "Oh, cram it, Malfoy," Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. Sinistra snapped her fingers, and the thin cords around their necks were released. Harry winced, reaching up to feel the red marks where the ropes had been, as Professor Sinistra turned to the headmaster. "Dumbledore," she said, icily. "I found them trying to escape the tower. My defenses caught them. Though they were making so much noise, it wasn't hard to find them." "Thank you, Sarabi," said Dumbledore, pleasantly. He sat in a large purple-winged armchair behind his desk. "Sit down please, boys. Minerva, Severus, Sarabi, feel free to draw up some of the other armchairs." They did so. Draco instantly moved to sit next to Ginny, but Ron gave him a shove in the shoulder and took the place next to his sister defiantly. Draco opened his mouth to say something that was undoubtedly scathing, but Snape clipped him smartly around the ear and pushed him down into a chair. The potions master then gave Harry a meaningful look, his hand curling around the back of the chair next to Draco. Harry sat down in it obediently. McGonagall stood behind Ginny and Ron, while Professor Sinistra took Snape's old position by the fireplace, watching the 4 students with a cat-like smile on her pale face. "Now then," said Dumbledore, kindly. "Professor Sinistra says that she caught all 4 of you up in the astronomy tower. According to my clock, it is nearly 10 o'clock at night, far too late for you all to be up and about. I was wondering if you could tell me why." Instantly, Ron shot in with, "Malfoy was key. Dotting my sister." Ginny went Arlette, and squealed, "Ron, he wasn't, don't say that." "We saw you," said Ron angrily. "Me and Harry, we were there, Why were you following us in the first place?" Draco demanded, rounding on Ron. Whoever gave you the right to sneak around school and stick your great fat nose into other people's business? Because we knew you were up to something. Ron bellowed, turning as red as Ginny. And I've got the proof, because Harry was there too, and I'll have you know that I've got just as much right as you to sneak around school, because I'm a prefect too, okay? Then what about Potter? What sort of a prefect would blatantly endanger another student's place at Hogwarts by bringing them along on? Don't bring me into this, Harry said, having to shout to make himself heard. Why shouldn't I? Ron yelled, standing up and glaring hatefully at Malfoy. You were there. You're the proof. You saw what happened. You say Malfoy key. Ing my. Weasley, it's her choice who she key. You can't decide everything for her. Bellowed Draco, getting to his feet as well. Ginny burst into tears, as Ron and Draco continued to scream, now jabbing each other in the chest too. Harry was trying to stay out of it, but couldn't hold back as Draco started insinuating that Harry and Ron were both up to something suspicious. He jumped to his feet and started shouting as well. Snape was yelling at Harry and Draco to sit down. McGonagall was trying to stop Ron killing Draco. Ginny was crying even harder now. Sinistra was adding her own screams to the mixture, and for a few moments it was total chaos until. Would anybody care for a fairy cake? Dumbledore roared over all the noise. Everybody instantly stopped shouting, and turned to stare at him. Ron even let go of Draco's throat. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly and held out a tray of iced buns. Well, he said, brightly. With all due respect, Albus, this is not the time for fairy cakes, said McGonagall, crisply. She pushed down hard on Ron's shoulders, making him sit. Snape did the same with Harry and Draco, after wisely making them swap sides, so Draco was as far from Ron as possible. Harry realized that Snape had put him directly in the line of fire, and wasn't comforted by this. Now, Sir Robbie, has any damage been done to anything in the astronomy tower? Said Dumbledore, kindly. She shook her head. Though it could easily have been, Headmaster. Very easily. These students were trespassing in the tower at night, and a great deal of very sophisticated equipment was put at risk. If they had been wanting to break something, though they didn't, Sir Robbie, said Dumbledore calmly. The only problem we have here are two love-struck teenagers, an overly protective brother, and a good friend. I won't take any points away this time, but I will ask you to stay in your common rooms after dark in future. The astronomy tower is out of bounds to students if they aren't in class, or with another good excuse. Please remember this. Severus, Minerva, if you wish to give detentions, then that is up to you to decide. I think it would help reinforce the message, said McGonagall, wisely. All three of you can come to my office on Monday, 8 o'clock, and Potter will not be attending, said Snape, calmly. He already has a remedial potions class, and trust me, he certainly needs it. Harry thought this was a bit harsh, but said nothing, simply staring at a point on Dumbledore's desk as though it was fascinating. Then perhaps Harry should serve his detention with you, Severus, said Dumbledore, pleasantly. Just before his remedial potions class. It would be a great deal more convenient to all, I think. Minerva, are you okay with this? McGonagall nodded crisply. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. Now then, it is late, and you should all be in bed, unless anybody has anything else to say. No. Then good night to you all, and please think more in future. Ron and Ginny fought late into the night. Once Hermione found out what Ron and Harry had witnessed, she joined the arguments too, saying that Ron should be more happy for Ginny and stop trying to control her. Harry did his best to stay out of it. After many tears and shouting, Ginny stormed away upstairs to bed, yelling at Ron that it was her life and she'd do what she wanted. Harry was exceptionally glad that Hermione didn't stay angry at Ron, as he felt very sorry for his best friend now. Hermione seemed to realize how hard things were for Ron, and to cheer him up, she let him beat her spectacularly at Wizard's chess. Ron felt a little better after this, and for once, he managed to sit and talk without snapping at somebody. Things were very strained at breakfast. Ron wasn't talking to Ginny or Draco, and they were ignoring him just as fiercely. Neville, Luna and Kinda had no idea of what had happened the night before, and most unfairly Harry thought, everybody dumped the job of telling them on him. He explained briefly. Neville looked very shocked at the news, and even kinda was taken aback, though Luna just smiled slowly. How sweet, she murmured. Romeo and Juliet, ignoring the wishes of others, just to be together. Draco's hardly Romeo, said kinda, smiling weakly. And Ginny's not a Juliet. Who wants to take bets on how long it's going to last? That's hardly fair, said Luna, serenely. I think we should be happy that we now have 3 couples in our group. Only Neville and I remain single. Though who knows? Neville edged away from her to hide behind Harry. After breakfast, Draco went off into the grounds with his sketchpad. Ginny headed away to the library, probably to get out of the range of Ron's dark looks. Ron and Hermione headed back to Gryffindor Tower, with Neville in pursuit, and Luna pranced away to the Ravenclaw common room. Harry checked his watch, and saw that he didn't have long before the start of his lesson with Professor Lupin. Kinda, who had just come wheeling out of the Great Hall, saw the look on his face and came over. Harry, something wrong? Yeah, I've got an extra class, he said. I don't really want to go though. Is it potions? I heard somebody say you're doing remedial potions a while ago, she said, moving along beside him as he headed towards the dark arts classroom slowly. He smiled. Can you keep a secret? Sure I can. I'm not, he said, smiling still. That's just what I have to tell everybody. I do occlumency and legilimency. Mind stuff. Kinda goggled at him. Are you serious? Who with? Snape, he replied. Oh, is that why? You've got your collar thing. No, that's something else. Tell me about it. He smiled. It's really, really complicated. And I'm willing to bet quite a lot of gold that you won't believe me. Oh, I've believed some garbage in my time. Does anybody else know about this really complicated stuff? No, I've probably told you the most about it, when you were just leaving the hospital wing, last year. With all the healers. Remember I told you that Dumbledore's told Snape and Peter to look after me? She nodded a little, vaguely. I wasn't exactly concentrating on remembering every word you said then though. How about we meet up after your lesson? We can talk more then. Sure, he said. I'll come and find you. Where will you be? Probably the library, or the Great Hall, she said. She waved as she turned around, called goodbye, and then headed away back down the corridor. He quite wanted her to stay, at least so he could delay his killing lesson with Lupin, though he had to go. He knew it was important. Even if he didn't want to murder small creatures. When Harry knocked on the door to Lupin's office, it opened almost immediately, though it wasn't Lupin who looked out at him. Madame Ivy, wearing a rather oriental red dress and her hair up in sharp spikes, smiled down at him. Ah, hello Potter. You must be here to see Professor Lupin. He's through in his private rooms. Thanks, madam, said Harry. She opened the door of the office, and let him in, leading him over to another door. She knocked 3 times, and Lupin's voice came drifting out. Yes, Harry Potter's here to see you, Professor, said Madame Ivy. The door opened, and Lupin glanced out, looking rather peaky and pale. He gave Harry a kind smile. Morning, Harry, how are you? And the moment Harry stepped into his private rooms, he slammed the door in Madame Ivy's face. Fine, said Harry, trying not to smile too much. Are you tired? But well, said Lupin, smiling wearily and sitting down in an armchair by the window, gesturing for Harry to sit. As Harry sat down, he had a look around curiously. Lupin's private rooms were far different to Snape's. The walls were cream compared to the dark navy of Snape's chambers, and the floor was not stone but beige carpet. They probably had the same amount of furniture, though Lupin's seemed much more spread out and spacious. Harry felt a little more comforted by his surroundings. He knew that if he was learning how to kill in the dark of Snape's private rooms, he wouldn't be able to sleep properly for a month. How was your first week? Asked Lupin, kindly. Harry smiled as he thought about this. Eventful. And exhausting. You'll be glad to know today's lesson isn't going to be overly demanding then, said Lupin, with a small smile. I'm just going to start teaching you a few extra curses you could use in a dueling situation. I understand that you are not looking forward to the prospect of killing something, and I can see why, so I'll teach you some curses to disable your opponent at first. We'll build up slowly. Harry. Feeling encouraged by this news, Harry nodded. Lupin seemed ready to start. He stood up, shrugged off his work robes and hung them by the window, before taking out his wand, beckoning Harry over to a cleared space in the room. First things first, Harry. How to destroy an opponent's wand. Several long hours later, Harry hobbled out of Lupin's room, nursing a small bruise forming on his hand and checking his wand for scratches. Not only had he learned how to completely destroy an opponent's wand and protect himself from the surge of raw magic that would flood out of it, but how to perform an advanced bone-breaking curse, how to freeze a single muscle in the body rather than the full body bind, a piercing charm that could be extremely painful, and a nice selection of useful jinxes. Next lesson, Harry would be learning how to do incantations whilst running. It was good to know he wouldn't be murdering things right from the word go. When Harry entered the library, he found it fairly full. Nearly all the tables were full of students working through their start-of-term revision homework, and after a few minutes of checking, Harry realized that kinda wasn't there. He left the library, and entered the Great Hall. A few people sat here and there, playing chess or talking. By far the most noticeable pair in the hall sat over by the window, debating what looked like a music magazine. Professor Chetri was today wearing a rather grubby-looking white shirt with a tartan waistcoat, trousers that looked more like pajama bottoms, and a little tartan golfing hat. A huge fluffy rainbow scarf was wrapped around his neck, and even though he was inside, a pair of star-shaped sunglasses were perched on top of his wild shock of multicolored hair. Kinda sat opposite him. She wore a warm, dark brown sort of sweater that was definitely more comfortable than it was eye-catching, but compared to Professor Chetri she looked amazingly sophisticated. Nay, he was saying, richly, jabbing one pudgy finger at an article they were arguing over. Ye have to listen to all kinds of varieties of muggle music before ye can start saying de wizardin' stuff is better. I'm nae saying all muggle music is brilliant, but most of it does the job okay. Celestina Werbeck could take a few pointers from Celine Dion, lemme tell ye that. You've got to look at a wider scale though, kinda said, wisely. Yes, you've got Celine Dion, but then you've got people like the Cheeky Girls. And look at wizarding music, we've got the Weird Sisters, Celestina Werbeck. Aye, but the Muggles have got the Bay City Rollers, said Chetri, proudly, jabbing at one of the many badges on his scarf. Now there is nae a single piece of music in the world that's anywhere near as good as anything the Bay City Rollers can do. Harry came over, and sat down at their table. Kinda looked up, and as she did, Harry realized that it was a wizarding magazine they had open. The title of the article was, Muggle Records to be Released to Wizarding Community. Take back your garbage, say the Weird Sisters. Hiya Harry, she said, smiling. How was your lesson? Fine, he said. Easier than I thought it would be anyway. Great. She smiled to Professor Chetri. I agreed to go for a walk with Harry. Sir, you don't mind, do you? You can borrow the magazine if you want, by the way. Thanks, he said, beaming. Nay, I dunna mind. Ye two go and enjoy ye walk. Dunna be gettin' up to any mischief now, will ye? Kinda smiled politely. No, we won't, Professor. Harry took the handles of her wheelchair, and together, they left the hall. Professor Chetri went off the other way, singing a very tuneless version of Kylie Minogue's latest song and bouncing on the balls of his feet. Kinda laughed softly. He's mental, she said, shaking her head. He's funny as hell in lessons, but he's mental. What are you doing in Muggle studies at the moment? Harry asked. Music, she replied. Professor Chetri's a bit of an expert on it. He's sung in Muggle karaoke bars and everything. Though he could really do with updating his tastes a little. The Bay City Rollers, honestly. As they took a side door out into the courtyard with the fountain, Harry was feeling a bit worried. He planned to tell kinda everything, because as things became more and more dangerous and suspicious, he wanted somebody he could talk to about it. Somebody who he had never had a fight with, would believe every word, and wouldn't want to constantly know more information and use it as something to nag him about. The only person who really fitted all the criteria was kinda, though it wasn't her reaction Harry was worried about. It was Snape's. Did Snape expect Harry to keep the secret of the bond forever? Though as they stepped out into the courtyard, Harry realized that it wasn't the most private place to talk in, as he noticed Ron and Hermione sitting on a stone bench across the courtyard. He stopped, intending to turn around, but Ron had spotted him. "Hey, Harry, where have you been?" "My extra lesson with Professor Lupin," said Harry. Deciding that he could always talk to Kinda in private later, he wheeled her carefully down the steps, over to join Ron and Hermione. Ron was looking quite cheerful, and Harry wasn't ungrateful for it. "I told you, remember?" "Oh yeah," said Ron, nodding. "So what have you two been doing?" asked Kinda, idly. "Just sitting outside, getting my backside stuck to this bench," Ron shrugged. "There's nothing else to do. Done all my homework already. Don't know how I did it, but I did." Ron and Hermione both moved up on the bench, letting Harry sit down. They then huddled together, like penguins in a blizzard, and Harry couldn't help but smile. It was good to be around people who weren't at each other's throats for once. He was just starting to wonder if he could possibly live the rest of his entire life like this, trotting faithfully between Ron and Draco, when a little voice spoke in the back of his head. "Potter." Harry nearly spoke aloud to reply, but caught himself just in time, and instead thought, "Professor," as his three friends started discussing Professor Chetty's taste in music. "Why, precisely, am I sitting here and getting the feeling you're doing something you shouldn't be?" Snape's voice said. Harry tried to keep his expression blank, not wanting his company to think he was hallucinating. "I'm not," he thought, in as innocent a tone as he could. "I'm sitting in the courtyard with Ron, Hermione and Kinda." "Doing what?" "Just talking," thought Harry. "About." Harry had trouble controlling both his face and his thoughts, before thinking, calmly, "Professor Chetty. And what are you, or were you, planning to do after this conversation? Do you want for the next week, or month, or my whole lifetime, or what? Do not take that tone with me. I mean short term, Potter." Harry twitched a little. "I sort of want to tell them." "What about?" Snape's voice said sharply in his mind. "The bond," Harry thought. He quite expected a very sharp and impatient no, or for Snape to perhaps even shout at him across their telepathy, but Snape managed to surprise him. He didn't say yes, though very significantly, he didn't say no. "Who are you planning upon telling, and for what reasons?" "Ron, Hermione, Kinda. Because of extra safety. If I'm ever in big trouble, but you're ignoring me or busy or just think I'm being my usual risky self, they can run and get you. Or if I go missing and you can't find me, you can ask them. I'm protected by Ron's presence, after all, so both you and him are looking out for me. He should at least know." For extra measure, he added a very hopeful and pained, "Please. I can just imagine the puppy-eyed expression on your face, Potter." Snape sighed into his mind. "I regret having so much contact with you, now. You're learning how to argue logically. Though I must admit, very well. Though rest assured, Potter, if word gets out, it will be you running around the school performing memory charms, and not me." Harry grinned. "Thanks," he thought, before subtly cutting off the link. He didn't know how he had done it, he just had. It was just like closing his eyes. He didn't need to be taught how. Ron was in the middle of a long speech about a concert Fred and George went to once, when he cut off, seeing the smile on Harry's face. He frowned. "What are you grinning at?" "You know, ages and ages ago," said Harry, casting his mind back. "On that day that Kibbles set fire to the shed with the Opsitops in. And we thought it was Death Eaters trying to kill Hagrid." "Yeah," said Ron, slowly. "And Snape came running down from the castle, shouting at me. Then he pulled me away and put a collar on me, and then you asked what it was all about. I told you I couldn't say, and you asked if I would tell you someday." "Yes." Harry smiled. "It's someday. Come on. Let's go for a walk. I can tell you everything." "What? All of us?" said Ron, incredulously. Harry nodded, and stood up, tucking his cloak further around himself. All three of them were watching him closely, clear surprise on their faces. He grinned at their expressions. "Come on. I bet you 5 chocolate frogs you won't be able to guess." "That's 3, 4, and 5. Ron handed over the last chocolate frog. Harry smiled slightly. "Thanks. So was finding out worth them?" Ron gave him an odd look, and raised one eyebrow. Finding out that Snape's purpose in life is to guard you, that you actually quite enjoy his company, that Peeves the poltergeist is also obliged to give his life to protect you, and that you can actually talk to him telepathically. Well, priceless. Harry had predicted their reactions to everything perfectly. Kinda found it pretty cool, and though she didn't ask questions, she clearly found the idea entertaining. Hermione, on the other hand, asked millions of questions, managed to work out hundreds of incidents that proved the existence of the bond, and then went off to the library, bringing back a great big book full of more information about wizarding bonds. Ron seemed just as curious as Hermione, though his questions weren't quite as technical. So, Snape can read your thoughts? He asked, staring at Harry across the table at lunch. Only the ones I want him to, said Harry, pleasantly. The hall was relatively empty, as most people were still out in the grounds or in their common rooms, and so they could talk in peace. Only Ron and Harry were in for lunch today. Hermione was still in the library, now learning about the bond between twins, and kinda had gone off to the common room to rest her stomach. Even though they were pretty much alone, Ron and Harry had purposely taken a table far across the hall from anybody else, and only Snape was sitting anywhere near them, twirling his fork through a plateful of salad. So it's not like he's there all the time, in your head, said Ron, oblivious to the fact he was just spooning soup onto his plate. No, said Harry, shaking his head. The telepathic link isn't open all the time, just when I want it to. He can read my thoughts if we've got eye contact though. All your thoughts? Asked Ron, quickly. Just any I let him see, said Harry, shrugging, stabbing a few chips with his fork. I can block things out, because of my occlumency. So it's not like everything I tell you I'm also telling him. No, said Harry, shaking his head reassuringly. Even if he finds anything out, he's not allowed to tell another person. The bond says he's got to protect my secrets as well as my safety. And I'm not allowed to spread his secrets either, he added, seeing the eager look on Ron's face, which promptly died. Oh, why? Said Ron, disappointedly. I respect the bond now, said Harry. I know how important it all is. It's not like he's got many weird secrets though, he's just your average potions master. Ron studied Snape for a moment, with a suspicious expression, one eyebrow raised, almost looking thoughtfully. Oh, I think Snape's probably got at least one dark secret. Something that's really, really terrible. Something worse than being an ex-Death Eater, because if he's admitted that to most people, then he must have something even worse lined up. Maybe we'll never know, but I can guarantee you that deep down, there's something horrible following that guy around. The funny thing was, that as Harry and Ron heard the bell, picked up their things and hurried off to go and meet Hagrid down by his hut, Harry forgot all about what Ron had said. The words were simply stored in a little box in his brain labeled, Ron's paranoid theories about Snape, and then left alone in a dusty corner somewhere, next to all the things Hermione told him about Hogwarts. A history, Snape's constant warnings about him being just a 16-year-old boy and not fit to fight Voldemort, and the photographs of Mrs. Fig's cats. And while the other three were never used ever again, the box about Ron was opened again, 2 weeks later, as Harry found out that Ron was actually right. Hagrid's dragons had now been at Hogwarts for 2 weeks. All 3 of them were male, huge, scaly and terrifying to be watched by when you were trying to join in with care of magical creatures. Luckily, they had been trained not to attack students or buildings, and so they just roamed around Hogwarts rather randomly, like monstrous peacocks at a stately home. And every weekend after his lesson with Professor Lupin, Harry went down to Hagrid's hut to help out with food and bedding for the rest of the week. This typically took hours and hours, and was the reason that Harry was found staggering up the wet lawns to the castle at about 9 o'clock at night, 3 weeks into September. Having been slicing up cow carcasses all afternoon, his hands were aching, he was covered in stains, and all he wanted to do now was stagger into Gryffindor Tower, have a hot bath, then go to bed. He would finish all of his homework tomorrow. His new projects were all going well, and he was actually ahead of schedule. Hermione hadn't caught up on him in defense against the dark arts or potions yet, and though he didn't mention it to her, he thought of this as one of his greatest achievements to date. Hermione also seemed more comfortable helping Ron with work now where he needed it, as he was prepared to do most of it himself, and as far as Harry could see, their relationship was going pretty well. He often saw them as a little like Arthur and Molly Weasley, a couple that despite all their little fights were still perfectly happy together. Harry was, of course, spending some time each day with Kinda too, though he was careful to not neglect his studies. His Newt year was easily his most important yet, and he was determined not to mess up at the final hurdle. Kinda thought the same way too. A few days ago, he'd set out an evening he would spend with her, ignoring his homework for once, and as they sat in one of the window bays in the library, talking quietly, he couldn't help but wonder how things would have turned out if he was still with Cho. She had left Hogwarts now, and from what he'd last heard, was working at Madame Malkin's. He didn't quite know how things would have been if they'd still been together. Though one thing was for sure, he wouldn't have traded the casual, easy relationship he had with Kinda for the world. One couple who were receiving a great deal of attention now were Draco and Ginny. Word had spread that they were a couple, and Draco was the talk of the school. Harry thought he had gone the wrong way about things, by not letting the Vila scandal die down before starting his next one. Of course, Harry was still friends with Draco and Ginny, and shared his time equally between every single one of his friends, even if it did get a bit hectic sometimes. Harry did notice that Draco was rather enjoying all of the attention. He went to great lengths for public displays of affection with Ginny, most of them when Ron was around. Though once or twice, when Ron stormed out of the room in a rage at seeing Ginny cuddling up to Draco yet again, Harry was sure he could see a flash of a triumphant smirk on Draco's face, before it was gone. He thought about all of this as he made his way wearily up the stone steps of the castle, noticing how his shoes squelched on every step, and still dreaming about the bath waiting for him in Gryffindor Tower. He knew that Hermione often left some of her beauty products in the Gryffindor bathrooms, and secretly, he'd tried a few of some odd bath crystals she had. Very interesting bath crystals they were too, and as he passed through into the entrance hall, he was hoping she had left them out. It was very dark in the hall, though he hardly noticed this, caught up in his thoughts. So caught up in fact that he didn't notice the shape lying in the middle of the floor until he caught it with his foot, and almost fell over. "Hey," he said, stepping back, regaining his balance, thinking it was a cat. "Shoo, go back to your owner." The shape did not move. Frowning suspiciously, Harry reached into the pocket of his robes, and drew out his wand. "Lumos," he murmured. The little beam of light glowed from the end of his wand, just enough for him to realize what it was lying in the middle of the entrance hall. When he did, his mouth fell open in a silent scream, and his wand clattered to the floor. It was not an animal as he had first thought, but a person. A third-year boy Harry recognized as being in Gryffindor was just lying there on his back, eyes shut, looking very pale and still. In the light of the fallen wand, Harry could still see the wounds on his neck. It looked as though something had bitten him there, and actually torn the skin. Blood was leaking in a slow pool around the boy. Panic and horror rushed through Harry. For a moment, he stood frozen to the spot, just staring at the boy's silent face, before he realized he had to do something. But what? He debated with himself for a moment whether he could carry the boy to the hospital wing, or maybe even drag him, but he hadn't even started to polish his plan when the doors of the library swung open. A figure strolled out, her arms full of books, high heels clicking on the marble floor. Potter. It was Madame Ivy. She took a few steps closer, frowning, her Arlet eyes sweeping over the figure on the floor. "What?" she began, before she realized just what. Her eyes widened behind her rectangular glasses, and her mouth fell open just a tiny fraction. "Potter, did you?" "No," said Harry. "Of course I didn't. I just walked in and found him here. He was just lying there, just now." She reached out, and grabbed one of the torches from its bracket, placing her books down on the shelf, then hurrying over. Harry took his wand and tapped the torch. It lit and the glow of the flames filled the entire hall, as Madame Ivy knelt down next to the boy, studying his face, tilting his head up to reveal his bites. "But," she murmured, "how could there possibly be?" Abandoning her thoughts, she handed Harry the torch. "Potter, take this. We'll have to carry him to the hospital wing for the matron to deal with. Make sure you keep your eyes open and your wand out, just in case." "What's going on here?" said a cold voice, as another figure swept up from the dungeons. Snape stepped into the circle of light, frowning, his dark eyes training onto the boy lying on the floor. Harry noticed he looked a little disheveled and paler than normal. "Professor Snape," said Madam Ivy, standing up. "Potter just found the boy lying on the floor. He has some nasty injuries to his neck. We'll need your help to get him to the hospital wing. I believe he's a Gryffindor, so Minerva should be informed." Snape swept over. He bent down next to the Gryffindor, and like Madam Ivy, he studied the bite marks closely. Though there was an expression on Snape's face that Madam Ivy had not worn, Harry wasn't quite sure what it was. He looked almost pained, as though there was something deeply suspicious and worrying about the boy. He murmured, quietly. "Very well. Potter and I will be able to carry him to the hospital wing. Madam, I suggest you go and alert Minerva to what has happened. Potter, take his legs, carefully." Harry quickly performed a levitating charm on the torch, then bent down and grasped the boy by the backs of his knees. Snape had him under the arms, holding him halfway down his back. Madam Ivy was hurrying away up the marble staircase, her long crimson cloak trailing along behind her across the floor. "On 3, said Snape, gruffly. 1, 2, 3. Harry lifted upwards, and between them, they managed to hoist the boy off the ground and start to carry him towards the hospital wing. It was easy to see where they went, by the trail of blood drops left along the floor. Snape was still wearing that strange expression. Finally, when Harry's arms were just starting to strain against the boy's weight, they were outside the doors of the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey were already waiting there. The moment Snape and Harry approached, they pushed open the doors, and Madame Pomfrey guided them to place the boy on one of the beds. "Gareth Jones," said Professor McGonagall, quietly, leaning over him and studying his wounds. "Third year. Though why was he out at night, alone?" Ah, she had opened up the pockets of his robes, and extracted quite a collection of food. "Sneaking to the kitchens for snacks." "My goodness," Madame Pomfrey whispered. "The wounds. But, they can't be, can they? How on earth did one get into Hogwarts?" McGonagall was frowning darkly. "I don't know, Poppy. I don't know. There aren't any children with such blood at Hogwarts at the moment, and I can't imagine one roaming about the grounds then just sneaking in." "What is it?" asked Harry, tentatively. "What's bitten him?" McGonagall sighed, and turned her eyes onto Harry, indicating the wounds to him. "These sort of bites are distinctive of only one creature in this world, Potter. The vampire." She turned to Snape. "Severus, the castle will need to be searched, in case the attacker is still lingering in the dungeons anywhere. Could you attend to that? Wake the other teachers, and make sure they search in groups. Safety in numbers. Potter, I shall escort you back to Gryffindor Tower." Snape nodded, and before turning to leave, he glanced at Harry. His mind's voice filled Harry's thoughts for a moment or so. "Come to my office tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Harry gave the merest hint of a nod to show he understood, before his magical guardian left, and McGonagall was leading him out of the room. Harry took a last glance back at Gareth Jones, Madame Pomfrey bending over him and daubing some odd liquid on his bites, and he remembered that dark figure from a few weeks ago. Was that what had attacked Gareth? And if so, where was it now? Most oddly for Hogwarts, the news of what had happened to Gareth Jones didn't get out at all. The next day, everybody went about their business as usual, finishing homework, playing games, walking around the grounds talking and laughing. Gareth Jones's disappearance was noted in Gryffindor Tower, but everybody said he'd been looking ill for a few days and so nobody found it suspicious at all. At the end of the evening meal, Harry went to ask Professor McGonagall if they had found the vampire, though she said no, and that it was probably one that had crept in from the forest, seen Gareth, bitten him and fled. Harry didn't tell her about the figure in the cloak he had seen a few weeks ago. He couldn't bring himself to shatter the safety inside the castle for another year, though he didn't think this was a one-off attack at all. Nothing strange that happened at Hogwarts ever went by without an explanation. Explanations were a thing that Harry quite wanted. He hardly knew anything about vampires. Anything living in the wizarding world could be classified as beast, being, or spirit. Werewolves were beasts, Veela were generally seen as beasts, mermaids and centaurs were beasts, though vampires were beings the world over. Consequently, Harry had never learnt about vampires in defense against the dark arts or care of magical creatures. The subject had been brushed upon in his first year, when Professor Quirrell stammered his way through an explanation about the Black Forest, though that was it. Harry's only other sources of information were the countless Muggle films that Dudley received for Christmas and birthdays. He'd gone through a period of liking horror films, and watched a lot of vampire movies, which portrayed the usual drinking blood, turning people into other vampires, and so forth. If the Muggle perception was accurate, Gareth Jones would now be a vampire. Then again, Muggles thought that gnomes carried fishing rods and lived in toadstools. That was Muggles for you. After dinner, Ron and Hermione went off to Gryffindor Tower to play chess. Harry glanced at his watch, and saw that it was nearly 6:30. In half an hour, he was due in Snape's office, probably for a DMT lesson or something like that. He decided to go to the library for half an hour, and as the library was fairly close to the dungeons, he was sure he wouldn't be late. It was fairly empty as he walked in, except for a few first years in the corner debating in whispers and giggles, and curled in an armchair next to the fire was Madame Ivy. Harry wondered for a moment why she didn't read in her own rooms, before realizing she probably wasn't welcome around the dark arts corridor. Lupin would have staked his territory firmly. As Harry passed her, he glanced at the huge stack of books on the coffee table in front of her, registering a few titles that were mostly about famous wizards through history. Madame Ivy didn't notice him. Harry quietly slid into the restricted section. He was sure to get better information about vampires in there. Madame Pants was after him in a heartbeat. "And who has given you permission to come into this section?" she demanded, bearing down on him like a vulture with a half-dead rabbit. He took a slip of paper out of his pocket, the one that Professor Snape had given every Newt Potions student. "Snape," said Harry, coolly. Madame Pants frowned at him. Her eyes narrowed, as though reluctant to accept his excuse, though she had to let him pass. She turned, and stalked away down the aisles of books, leaving Harry on his own. Idly, he started to look through the various shelves. Most of the books in the restricted section were very sinister to look at, covered in suspicious red stains, many of them with deep slashes across the spines, a few burnt here and there. Harry cast his eyes around, looking for anything about vampires, though another word caught his eye. He paused and studied the shelf before him closer. It was a moment before he realized what he had recognized, and when he did, he extended a hand and slid one of the leather-bound black books from the bookcase. He turned it over. Varin Malefic's pale, swarthy face smirked out at him, and then he took the feathered cap from his head, bowing. Harry studied the title of the book, A Summary of Black-Blooded Beings. Wondering if it could help him at all, Harry sat down at a nearby table and flipped the book open, scanning the contents page. Luckily enough, there at the bottom he found what he was looking for. Vampires, on page 156. He flicked through the book, noting the faint smell of smoke that it gave off, until page 156 flopped open before him. He grimaced a little at the picture which greeted him, a vampire taking blood from what Varin Malefica had described as a donor, but Harry thought of more as a victim. He turned the page, and scanned through a list of helpful summary points. Vampires. Vampire gene passed on through blood, not biting another. Blood night is time of first taking blood. Enhanced physical strength. Enhanced senses. Can lead to problems with light and temperature. Must drink blood to survive. Similar lifespan to wizards, 200 to 220 years. Harry noted all this down in his memory. It all seemed to make decent sense, and he could see things that had been adapted into Muggle folklore. Obviously, the Muggles would have noticed a very strong person that didn't like light and lived longer than most people remembered. Idly, Harry flicked over the page, and found another of Varin Malefic's charming little drawings. This time, it was a child vampire, a boy with messy brown hair, taking blood from what was probably his father. Harry had to take a second look at the picture. The father didn't seem to be in any pain, and the boy certainly didn't look malicious at all. He scanned through the text, his eyes naturally picking out phrases that were important or interesting. Drinking blood requires a willing donor. Contrary to Muggle fiction, human blood is most beneficial to the vampire. Though animal can be used instead to satisfy cravings, families of vampires often share blood with one another, and the condition is certainly not an affliction. Harry read on for a little while, letting his eyes wander vaguely across the page and not really taking any of it in. Only when Madame Pants came stalking over to ask what he was doing in the restricted section so long did he decide to go. He was a few minutes early, but it was better than being late. He put the book back on the shelf, and left the library, passing Madame Ivy on his way out. She didn't notice him. He pulled his cloak around himself as he entered the dungeons and made his way around the cold, dark corridors. He sincerely hoped that somebody had actually checked the dungeons for any hints of a vampire. He knew that if he was a vampire, sensitive to light and heat and looking for somewhere to hide, it would be the perfect place. Though luckily, he made his way to Snape's chambers without seeing any cloaked figures or bodies pooled in blood. He lifted his hand, and only managed to knock once on the door before it swung open and he was hauled in. "How exactly do you know when I'm outside?" Harry asked, as Snape shut the door after him quickly. "I know from the moment you step into the dungeons and breach my wards," said Snape, calmly. "Sit down then, Potter, make yourself at home." Harry sat in his usual armchair, took off his cloak, and handed it to Snape. The potions master hung it carefully on the wall by the door, as Harry asked, "So how come you wanted to see me? I don't have DMT on a Sunday now, do I?" "No, you don't," said Snape. He moved out of sight behind Harry's chair, and apparently started making drinks. He didn't answer the first question. A few moments later, he reappeared, and handed Harry a cup of tea. Harry took it with a smile, which was not returned. Snape looked oddly edgy as he sat down in front of Harry in another armchair, and he didn't sink into it as usual, proclaiming his territory. He sat on it as though he was waiting for something that would be arriving very soon. Harry had spent enough time around Snape out of lessons to know what that odd posture meant. Snape was about to do or say something important, and didn't know how to go about it. The potions master stood up just a few seconds after he had sat down, and walked around to the back of his chair, toying with his chin. Harry was starting to get rather nervous himself now, watching Snape behave so oddly. "The attack, Potter, on the Gryffindor, last night." Harry looked up from his tea, watching Snape pace agitatedly across the room. "You mean Gareth? What about him?" Snape looked even more agitated. A lock of sleek black hair fell in front of his eyes as he turned on his heel to retrace his path. He frowned, pushed it back irritably, and continued. "It was you who found him first." Harry nodded, wordlessly. Snape retraced his steps across the room yet again. He seemed to need something to do with his hands, as they kept alternating between scooping his hair off his face and knotting behind his back. "In the entrance hall." "Well, yes, just at the bottom of the marble staircase." Snape's hand seemed to feather slightly as it raked his hair out of his eyes again. Close. Very close. Though I don't see. I can't." He sighed. Pausing in his anxious pacing, he turned to face Harry, curling his fingers fretfully around the back of the armchair. "Potter, there is something you must know. Something that I need you to know. For my own good, for your own good, for the well-being of the rest of the school." Harry watched his hand restlessly push another lock of hair behind his ear. It was only then that Harry realized something that in normal circumstances would have advertised to him immediately. Snape's hair was not greasy and limp as usual, but sleek and almost shiny. In fact, Snape just looked different in general. His skin, though still waxy white, did not look greasy and sallow anymore. A few wrinkles about his eyes had seemingly vanished, and suddenly, Snape had cheekbones too. What was going on? "My family, Potter, something less than admirable has been passed down through the male family line, and it has never been a problem before, though." Harry's mind floated dimly back to Grimmauld Place, and gazing down at Snape's family tree. The male line. Tracing Snape back through fathers, each man marked with a black B and a date. Harry was very quiet. He looked up at Snape, and subconsciously, his muscles were already tensing. "B doesn't stand for birth date on your family tree, does it?" Harry said, his voice little more than a whisper. Snape shook his head wordlessly. There was silence for a moment, Then Harry asked, quietly, even though he already knew what the answer must be. Then what does? Blood Knight, Snape murmured. Harry's armchair hit the floor. He got up so quickly, and the cup of tea shattered as it fell. Before Snape could stop him, Harry bolted for the door. He had to get out. Desperately, he grabbed at the handle and tugged frantically, pleading with it to open, but then cold fingers twisted around his wrist. With unnatural strength that Harry now understood, he was turned around and both his wrists were pinned against the door. Harry tensed and shrunk back. Don't, he cried. His shoulders hunched up, trying to protect his neck. Please. Snape made a quiet noise, and said, seriously, I can't. Harry, listen to me. I need you to calm down. Let me go. Harry pleaded, desperately, trying to pull away, struggling against Snape's iron grip. The B bond. You can't. It won't let you. Leave me alone. Harry, said Snape, his grip tightening on Harry's wrists. I'm not going to bite you. I wouldn't be able to. And nor would I want to. Because you know I'll tell them, said Harry, frantically. I'll go right to Dumbledore, and I'll tell him what attacked Gareth. It was you. That's why you were there so quickly when me and Madam Ivy found him. I did not attack that boy, Snape said, dangerously serious. I have never taken blood from a human, never. Please listen to me, Harry. There is not a single person alive in this world that knows about my condition. Then why are you telling me? Said Harry, looking up at him, confused and afraid. Snape studied him for a moment, before letting go of Harry's wrists. Take a seat, he said, rather gently, leading Harry over to the armchair again and lifting it back up off the floor. This could take a while to explain. Harry sunk into the armchair numbly. Snape managed to fix the teacup and clean up the spillage with a wave of his wand, then dragged his own chair closer and sat in front of Harry. Harry looked back at him, unsure of what to think anymore. Before I say another word, I need you to believe and trust me when I tell you that I did not attack that boy. I have never taken human blood before, and I assure you that if I want to, I'm not going to stalk Hogwarts students. Harry looked down at his hands, and then back up at his guardian. He saw truth in Snape's eyes, and Harry could say that now he'd grown up and was wiser about the world, he trusted his instincts. His instincts said that Snape would never give up his dignity and attack a student, no matter how hungry he was. He didn't need to even tell Snape he believed him. The professor just knew. They sat quietly for a moment, before Harry asked, so, what do you need help with? There's a responsibility I want you to undertake, said Snape. He looked a great deal more like his usual calm, logical self now that Harry believed him. For 17 years, I've been making sure you do nothing dangerous. I'm calling in the favor. He reached into his pocket, and extracted 2 thin silver chains, each with a dog tag. Harry sat calmly as Snape moved forward into his chair, and after a moment of working at the clasp, removed Harry's hated collar. Snape had put it on the night before they came back to Hogwarts, and Harry hadn't realized just how much he hated it until it was off, and Snape had put it away in his pocket. I decided that collars are perhaps a little primitive and impractical, said Snape, idly, as he looped the chain around Harry's neck. You mean, you don't want to wear one but know I'll get sulky if I still have to, said Harry, with a smile. Snape's lips curled into a smile for a moment, before he managed to fight it away. Of course not, Potter, don't be so ridiculous. Though if you still want your collar, just say the word and I'll put it back on, especially tight. No, that's okay. So how come you've got one too now? Snape handed the other chain to Harry. Harry put it around his neck as he answered. The main reason my condition hasn't been a problem for these years is because there's nothing around to remind me of it. Though after that attack, it's going to be on my mind for at least a few weeks. The chain is just a precaution, in case I do something dangerous that I shouldn't. You'll know if I do, and you can use the same method of shocks as I still have to use on you sometimes. Though please remember, he said, seeing the look on Harry's face, that if you decided to shock me awake in the middle of the night I will not be pleased. I'll remember that, said Harry. He looked down at his new chain, and studied the dog tag for a moment, tracing his fingers over the metal. Professor. Yes, Potter. Can I Ask some questions. You may. Whether I answer them or not remains to be seen. How long have you been a vampire? Asked Harry, looking up at him curiously. Forever, said Snape. I was born this way. You saw for yourself on my family tree. The blood has been passed down through the male line of my family, though it will die with me, the last Snape. And you had your blood night when you were 15. But didn't you drink blood before then? How come you didn't need it? Harry asked, puzzled. Snape smiled. If I didn't know better, I'd say you've been researching this, Potter. A vampire only starts relying on blood to survive after their blood night, though the later the first time is done, the more frequently the vampire will need blood in later life. If a baby is given blood at just a few hours old, they will only need to drink it every few months, though if the process is left to around the age of 20, a vampire could need feeding every day. How often? Twice a month. But you don't. Not a human, so what do? That does not matter, said Snape, calmly. Harry got the message that the question would not be answered, and so asked another. What else can you do? I mean, like, special powers. Can you turn into a bat? Snape smirked at that. Muggle rumor. Potter, started by one of my ancestors. He was an animagus, a bat, and made the mistake of transforming in front of a Muggle, who promptly told everybody else. He sat back in his chair. I have better senses than most people, and an extra sense that cats also have. A cross between taste and smell, on the roof of my mouth behind the fangs, and. But you don't have fangs, said Harry. I've seen your teeth before, and they're pretty normal. Snape curled back his upper lip, and Harry's mouth fell as the potions master's canines lengthened before his eyes, becoming sharper, inching over his lower lip. Snape shut his mouth and smirked again. As he talked, Harry could see that his teeth had returned to normal. They evolved to be retractable centuries ago. No doubt they were such an inconvenience before that somebody changed them, rather wisely. Other powers. Greatly increased physical strength, for one. Stealth, for another. And though it isn't exactly a power, sensitivity to light and heat. Harry nodded. He wasn't sure why he didn't feel scared of Snape. After all, he'd just discovered the man he was supposed to trust with his life was actually a vampire, and the idea of vampires scared most people senseless. Perhaps it was that Snape just looked different to the vampires Harry had seen face to face, the ones Voldemort had brought to the siege. Harry glanced at Snape, remembering something, and eyeing his hair, wondering if he dared to ask why he suddenly looked so much better than normal, said Snape. Harry jolted, realizing that he'd had his mind wide open, and Snape had been following his train of thought. He grinned apologetically, though Snape wasn't offended. I always do after feeding, he shrugged. After feeding, said Harry, looking at him swiftly. Ah, yes, well, Potter, I hate to inform you, but you weren't the first person to find Gareth Jones. I was. And you fed from. No, I panicked. Harry, who couldn't quite imagine Snape panicking but let it pass, gave him a prompting look to continue. I recognized it as a vampire attack the moment I saw him, said Snape, idly, as though they were discussing the weather. If there is one thing that scares a vampire, it is another vampire. We are naturally territorial, as werewolves are. If another werewolf arrived at Hogwarts, Remus Lupin would know about it immediately and one of them would most probably end up dead within weeks. Vampires are a little more tolerant though. Yet the idea of another vampire lurking around in the entrance hall conjured some unpleasant memories for me. I went back to my chambers, and tried to pretend I hadn't seen anything. I fed. Then when I heard the commotion in the entrance hall, I came to investigate. Harry was quiet, thinking of something. Seeing Professor Lupin in such an uncharacteristic moment of anger, at something as simple as a few hairs in his office. Snape noticed Harry's silence, and said, "Problem, Potter." "Professor Lupin doesn't like Madam Ivy," said Harry, glancing up at him. "Very few people are trustworthy of new staff who come to Hogwarts with a recommendation by Cornelius Fudge," said Snape. "Particularly Lupin. But Alrister hates Fudge," said Harry. "And he's all right with Madam Ivy. You don't think she's a werewolf, do you?" "She isn't," said Snape, shaking his head. "Nor is she a vampire, before you suggest it. Madam Ivy is human." "How do you know?" asked Harry. She smells as vile as all the others, said Snape, with a little smirk. Harry wasn't quite sure whether to be insulted or not. So you can tell what somebody is. Did you know about Draco? I did, said Snape, calmly. Why didn't you know what Lupin was? You only found out in their 5th year. Snape was quiet for a moment, before he said, calmly, at the age of 11, I realized from the first time I came across him that Remus Lupin was not human. Though I had never smelt anything apart from human and vampire. Naturally, I thought he was a vampire. I made the mistake of following him around to try and find out if he was indeed a vampire, though Potter took a dislike to me and fended me off. Sorry about that, said Harry, apologetically. Snape gave a soft huff of laughter. I gave up making you pay for your father's crimes last year. There is no need to apologize. When did you actually first meet my dad? Asked Harry, realizing he'd never asked this. And how come you hated each other? I mean, one of you must have done something to the other. Hatred never requires a reason, said Snape, wisely. The smallest thing, such as the way somebody looks or speaks, can prompt a lifelong loathing on both parts. Your father was suspicious and wary of me ever since our first train journey to Hogwarts. He already had a multitude of friends, right from the start, while I had nobody. What about Lucius Malfoy? Asked Harry. Malfoy had better things to do than entertain me, said Snape, with a small smile. Chasing females, for one. Like father like son. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and said, It's getting late, Potter. I shall escort you back to your dormitory now, if you don't mind. DMT lesson, tomorrow. What are we doing? Harry asked, as he stood up and pulled his cloak back on. Manipulation of the senses. Wow, that sounds fascinating. Did my ears deceive me, Potter, or was that your first successful use of sarcasm? Did my ears deceive me, sir, or was that a pretty rubbish attempt at humor? Snape smirked, clipped him around the ear, rather gently it had to be said, and led him out of the office. Voldemort's forces raid Muggle Museum in Yorkshire, Hermione announced, as Ron and Harry sat down at the breakfast table the following Wednesday. She brandished a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front was covered with a large picture of what had once been a museum exhibition, but was now just an empty room with boxes and smashed glass everywhere. It was just a little place, in the middle of a forest somewhere, but they had an extensive Egyptian section. It's all been completely raided and taken, in the middle of the night. The Muggle police don't know how the thieves could have got in, but it looks as though they just apparated in and out. The Muggles are in total confusion, because the donation box wasn't even touched. What sort of stuff did they have? Asked Harry, as he started to butter himself a piece of toast. Lots of little artifacts, said Hermione. Jewelry and beads mostly, but they had some big things too. They had a real Egyptian sarcophagus. That's gone. What does Voldemort want a sarcophagus for? Said Ron, incredulously, taking the paper from Hermione and studying it with a frown. What's he doing? Starting up his own museum. I have the feeling that he's up to something slightly more ambitious than that, Ron, said Hermione. Maybe he's going to try and use some of the ancient Egyptian magic. They had some really vicious curses. Oh, that reminds me. I think that we're going to be starting some actual work in miscellaneous magic today. I saw Professor Pebblebank carrying big boxes of scrolls down from her office earlier. She put them in a back room somewhere near the hall. Excellent, said Ron, adding liberal amounts of syrup to his pancakes. He flipped open the paper, scanning it. Doesn't look as though anybody was hurt. Well, it was at night, so there wouldn't be anybody there, would there? Hey, if all Voldemort can do is steal sarcophaguses, said Hermione. That's what I said, Ron said, pleasantly. If all he can do is steal those, then I'm not worrying about him today at least. Pass the pumpkin juice, Harry. Harry handed over the jug, but couldn't help but wonder exactly what Voldemort was up to. He knew that Voldemort wouldn't be raiding museums to strike terror into people's hearts, and it was hardly a major problem if a few Egyptian beads went missing. What was bothering Harry was why Voldemort was storming museum after museum. It was becoming more and more obvious to Harry that Voldemort was looking for something, and though Harry hadn't seen hide nor hair of Khepri since their meetings, he had the feeling that if it weren't for the dreamless sleep draft, Khepri would be pestering him nightly. The doors of the great hall opened, and Professors Lupin and Pebblebank came in. Professor Pebblebank had abandoned the traditional black robes of Hogwarts teachers long ago, and preferred to hang around in dungarees and baggy blue trousers. She looked more like somebody's elder sister than a teacher. She and Lupin were talking quite happily as they took seats at the other side of the table to Harry, Ron and Hermione. Hermione's ears almost visibly pricked up as Pebblebank started to discuss the lesson she was planning. "Oh, it should be good," she said, beaming, and adding several large spoonfuls of treacle to her pancakes. "Sevi wasn't too happy when I had to ask him to draw out some Chinese symbols for me on large pieces of paper, because obviously, I couldn't charm them on. Maybe if I could speak Chinese." "Severus speaks Chinese," said Lupin, mildly surprised at this. "No, but he knows the symbols," said Pebblebank. She was now adding sugar and chocolate sauce to the sticky pancake mixture on her plate. "You'd be amazed how many languages and stuff he knows. He should teach runes." "Oh, but our teacher didn't like him, did she?" "I believe she called him an insufferable little know-it-all," said Lupin. After he corrected her on her pronunciation for the 8th time that lesson. "Well, that's not a bad thing," said Hermione, apparently so shocked she just had to join in the conversation. "If she was teaching you incorrect information, why shouldn't he put her right?" Lupin smiled at Hermione. "Severus was not quite as polite as you are when pointing out mistakes, Hermione. Our teacher was rather sensitive when it came to her lessons, and Severus had quite a habit of making her out as a fool." "What was she called?" asked Hermione, interestedly. "Professor Druid," said Pebblebank, grinning and flashing her small teeth. "I think Sevi scared her sometimes." "Why did you need some Chinese symbols for today's lesson?" asked Ron. Harry noticed that was eating nearly as much sugar as Professor Pebblebank was, though Professor Pebblebank hadn't got a large blob of cream inching sneakily down her top. "We're doing some dragon magic today," she said, beaming, and taking the cream from him to squirt a smiley face on her pancakes. "I went down to see Hagrid earlier, and we've got some scales and shed skin from the security dragons to use. Though all the incantations and enchantments are supposed to be said in traditional Chinese, and I knew that Sevi can do all the symbols. I just hope he's given me the right ones and I'm not going to end up turning you all into pigs or something." Harry smiled. If Pebblebank had been a friend of his father, then it was precisely the sort of thing that Snape would do. He imagined Snape's face if he found out that Professor Pebblebank referred to him as Sevi, and snorted into his cereal. "What's up with you?" said Ron. "Nothing," said Harry, grinning. They were brewing their potions again today. Harry was tending to his Veritaserum as usual, sitting on one of the high stools and stirring it gently with a long wooden spoon to avoid getting any splashes of it on his robes. Every now and then, he had to add a pinch of something or a dab of something else. Hermione was sitting next to him at her cauldron, practically dancing round it in panic. "Oh no!" she was intoning, over and over again. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." "What is it?" said Harry. "It's fuchsia," she mo.ned. "And it's supposed to be rose, look at it. I don't know what I've done wrong, I added everything perfectly." Harry leant over to peer into her cauldron. He glanced at the recipe, and after a moment's thought, he said, "You've added too much seaweed, it always intensifies color and it might affect the potion, you'd better throw in some sand and it'll dull a bit." Hermione went dancing away towards the back of the class looking for sand, and Harry was just reaching for another pinch of salt into his Veritaserum when the door opened. Professor Pebblebank bounced in. "It's a bit dark in here, isn't it?" she announced, looking around. Snape looked up at her wearily from his desk. "It needs to be," he replied, coldly. "Most of the class are working with potions which require—" "Oh, right," she interrupted, clearly not bothered about potions at all. She crossed over to his desk, and only when she passed the glow of his cauldron did Harry notice that she had a small, very nervous-looking first year with her. "Malcolm got hit by a Viking war cry hex, I need some sort of potion to fix him." Snape raised an eyebrow, and said, very dryly indeed, "Do I look like a Viking, Pebblebank?" "Yes, but that's not the point, Sev. I need a potion." He glared at her for a moment, with an expression that suggested he'd just swallowed a lemo. before sweeping to his private supply cupboard and sorting through jars. Smith. Get over here. The first year shuffled forward. Snape found the correct jar, uncorked it, and handed it rather brusquely to the first year. The boy nervously glanced around the room, then drank the potion, wrinkling his nose. The moment it was all down his neck, Snape swiped the phial off him and took it away to the sink to be washed. As Professor Pebblebank left the room again, Snape called after her, "I am not a pediatrician, Pebblebank. The next injured first year you bring into my classroom will be told to grin and bear it." He sat down at his desk, furiously, then jumped up again, shouting as an afterthought, "And do not refer to me with that foolish little nickname." The rest of potions passed without much incident. Snape came round towards the end of the lesson and had a look at all of their work. Harry got another 10 points for the school, which was surprising enough, but when Snape reached Hermione's cauldron, something even more startling happened. Snape reached down with a ladle and scooped out some of her potion, holding it to the light. The few grains of sand swam lazily around the surface. "Did you add this sand, Granger?" he asked, quietly. Harry felt his stomach twist. He was sure that sand didn't do anything wrong to the potion, and if he'd ruined Hermione's project, he was going to take the blame for it rather than let her suffer. "I did," he said, quickly. "I thought it would dull the color a bit. I thought that Hermione had added a bit too much seaweed." Said Snape, raising an eyebrow. "Granger, be more careful with your measurements in future. If Potter were not here, your potion would have been an A, for such a foolish and simple mistake. I expect first years to be able to count strips of seaweed." The bell went. Harry quickly dragged his cauldron through a side door into the next chamber for storage, then went to tidy up his things. He didn't know what had shocked him more, that Hermione had done something wrong, or that he had done something right. Luckily, Hermione wasn't holding anything against him, and even thanked him before she hurried off towards charms. Harry went off to History of Magic, feeling rather pleased with himself. History of Magic was one of the few lessons that Harry had where he was not with any of his best friends. A lot of people had taken History of Magic. It was seen as one of the easy, throwaway subjects at Newt level, because no major jobs wanted a History of Magic qualification. Without Hermione's notes to copy, Harry hardly did any work in the lessons. The first half of today was no different. They all sat in a dull stupor at their desks, tapping their quills on the sides of their faces, watching minute after minute tick past. Harry only really woke up when sheets were suddenly handed round, detailing their Newt project. Ancient Egyptian Muggles were ruled over by a Wizengamot, which were seen by the Muggles as gods. Produce a guide to the most important and well-known members of the Egyptian Wizengamot, their achievements, and how Muggles perceived them. You have 2 months. Harry folded up the sheet of paper and tucked it into his bag. Within a few minutes, they were all snoozing again, as Professor Binns started to read from his notes about the Egyptian Wizengamot. Harry spent break out in the courtyard with all his friends. Because September was drawing slowly to an end, and winter was making its presence known once more, they would all have much rather stayed inside in the Great Hall, though because next lesson was Misk Magic, Professor Pebblebank was setting things up in there and they weren't allowed in. Hermione's mouth seemed to have locked on talk mode. She was asking Draco question after question, then answering them herself and referring to about 8 books per minute. Draco just sat and smiled bemusedly as she talked at him. "I mean, Chinese magic and Chinese dragon magic are completely different, aren't they? Chinese magic's the stuff they do at the moment, just charms and things like that but with enchantments in Chinese. Victor was telling me about some of the specialist Bulgarian magic, with no English equivalent. It's really..." "Victor," said Ron, who looked up from his game of gobstones with Harry so fast that he cricked his neck. "What about him? You're still writing to him?" "I don't." "Oh, Ron, don't worry," she said, soothingly. "He knows I'm unavailable, we just write to each other as pen pals. Honestly, there's nothing to worry about." Luckily, the bell rung at that moment and Ron couldn't ask any more suspicious questions. Ginny and Luna went away across the grounds to herbology, while Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Kinda and Draco all made their way back inside, down the corridor and into the Great Hall. Harry stepped in through the double doors, and for a moment was too dazzled by all the colors to do anything but stand and stare. It was like a cross between Christmas and the end-of-term feast, everything strung with red, green and gold streamers and banners decorated in Chinese symbols. A large circular platform had been set up in the middle of the hall, and Professor Pebblebank was standing on it. The rest of the year were all standing around the platform in a great crowd with their wands out, talking eagerly. "Hey, Harry, you lot, over here." Ernie Macmillan was standing over in a corner, with the rest of his Hufflepuff friends. Harry made his way over, followed by the rest of his own friends. Ernie grinned. "Hi everyone." "Hi," everybody said, except Ron and Draco, who momentarily cast each other dark frowns, before they realized they still hated each other and promptly looked away, scowling. Ernie's head boy badge was winking at them on his chest. "So, Harry, are we reforming the team this year?" asked Ernie, in a jolly sort of way. "Take the cup 2 years in a row. We haven't got Zabini buzzing around anymore either, so that's a load off our minds." "I am right here, you know," said Kinda, frowning. "Oh no, not you. The other Zabini, the one in Azkaban," said Ernie, apologetically. She smiled. You'd better be thinking that too, Ernie. So are you guys going to start the team up again?" "I don't see why not," said Ron. "I mean, we'll need a new beater, but everybody else is still here, right?" Harry was about to say that he was all in favor of it. He'd been secretly longing to start flying again, ever since they shut him away in Grimmauld Place for the summer, and now that the moment had come he thought nothing could stop him at all. The cup would be easy this year, and it would take all the stress and strain off him. But then he saw Kinda's expression through a gap in the crowd of people. She was smiling, but sadly, as she gazed around at them all. The fingers of her left hand curled tighter around her wheelchair for a moment, as though trying to comfort herself. Kinda couldn't fly. She probably never would again, after what her brother did to her. Harry felt a horrible twinge inside his stomach, imagining all the team and her friends playing Quidditch and zooming around on broomsticks, while she just had to sit in the stands and watch. He said. Everybody else turned to look at him sharply. For the second time in as many hours, Ron's neck gave a cricking sound. "What?" he said, staring at Harry. "I don't think I'm going to play," said Harry, quietly. There was an instant and universal gasp, then everybody jumped on him at once, asking why. Even Hermione was saying, "Oh, Harry, it won't interrupt your revision, you can still play." No, it's not that," said Harry. "It's just that, well, kinda." She looked up, and he met her eyes. "It's not fair on her if we're all playing and she's not, is it? I can think of loads of matches last year that we would have lost if it weren't for her, and now she's just expected to sit and watch us all having fun." There was quiet for a moment, and then Ernie turned to Kinda, and said, "You don't mind, do you?" "I do," said Harry. "I don't really want to play, if Kinda can't. It's really unfair. Sorry guys, but, well. I take Seeker," said Draco, so quickly that nobody even caught what he said properly. "If Potter's not playing anymore, I'm Seeker. And Captain." "I'm Captain," growled Ron, turning to Draco, and seeing the first few flickers of a fight, Harry leapt between them. Neville looked rather reluctant for a moment, then stepped in too. "Look," said Harry, "if you're going to fight, then I'll make Ernie the captain." "No." Ron and Draco both whined at once. "Then don't fight," said Harry. "Look, here's what I'll do. I'll coach you. Okay. I'll train you up and sort out all the captain stuff like practices and teaching you new moves, but I won't play in the games. I'll just stand on the sidelines yelling at you all. You just need a new chaser and a new beater. Then you can all start playing again, and no problems." "That's so sweet," said Hermione, smiling at Harry with rather dewy eyes. "Giving up your place on the team. You don't have to, you know," said Kinda, looking a little surprised. "Honestly, Harry, I know you love Quidditch. Come on, you can't give it up, just for my sake. I'll be fine watching." "It's okay," he said, smiling. "It's my new year too, I could do with the extra study time. I need top grades to start my Auror training." Ron stared at Harry. "Are you feeling all right?" First you give up Quidditch, then you start thinking about newts before Hermione. Maybe you should go to the hospital wing, Harry. Suddenly the sound of a whistle filled the hall, and they all turned around to see what it was. Professor Pebblebank was waving for quiet and beckoning them all other. Gather round, she called, brightly. Got a brilliant lesson planned for today, everyone. They all went over and stood around the platform in clumps, looking up at Professor Pebblebank eagerly. Hermione was practically trembling with excitement next to Harry. Right then, said Pebblebank, beaming around at them all. How many of you are there here today? Well, split yourself into 4 groups, however many we've got, and let's try to get things vaguely even. Mixture of girls and boys in each group, please, everyone. Ready? Oh, come on, Miss Parkinson, you don't have to marry him, just be in the same group as him. All okay. Excellent. We'll get started then. We're doing Chinese dragon magic today, as you all know. Anybody here ever seen or done some Chinese dragon magic? Draco's hand shot into the air. A few other people vaguely raised a finger or so, though the feedback wasn't overly high. Well, don't worry, we'll be taking things pretty slowly anyway, so you'll all pick it up, said Pebblebank, cheerily. You're in groups of 4, so one lot will be doing some potions, and we've got 3 separate enchantments for the remaining groups to have a go at it. And I know I said that Professor Snape would be helping me today, but he's unfortunately chickened out, so. There was an outbreak of laughter and clapping. Even Harry couldn't deny himself a grin. Professor Pebblebank hopped down off her platform, and strolled around the 4 groups, making sure they were all roughly even. She set Pansy Parkinson and her other Slytherins as the group making potions, then moved on to Harry and the rest of his friends. Right then, she said, brightly. We've got a luck and fortune charm, a wealth charm, or a love charm for you all to try out. Any preference which? There was a general murmur of wealth, and so she handed over a long scroll of parchment to Harry. All your instructions are on there, but if you've got any problems, feel free to stop me and ask what's going on, alright? Draco, you said you've done some of this before, so you can probably help everyone out if there are any major problems. I don't think we'll need it, said Ron, rather brusquely, as Professor Pebblebank walked away. Draco's face darkened in a frown. Very well. Why don't you show us all how a wealth charm is done then, Weasley? Ron glared at him, snatched the scroll off Harry, and put it down on the floor to unroll it. Everybody else knelt or sat down around it, wands at the ready, as Ron started to read. Right, he said, slowly. This doesn't look so hard after all, just like an English charm. You have to swirl your wand in a loop like on that diagram there, flick it at somebody, and just say the magic word. Which is, said Draco, raising one contemptuous eyebrow. Ron pointed at the Chinese symbol in the middle of their sheet. Duh, Malfoy. We just say that. And how do we say that? Asked Draco. Ron was quiet, then said, Look, Malfoy, if you want to keep all your teeth intact, then shut your mouth. Draco smiled. Fair enough. Have fun blowing yourself up, Weasley, because you're getting no help from me. Will both of you just stop arguing? Said Hermione, so suddenly that Ron and Draco were both shocked into silence. You're like primary school children. Neither of you are proving anything, just be quiet. And for your information, there's a phonetic translation of it underneath. There was quiet for a moment, and then Ron asked, quietly, what's a primary school? It's like Azkaban for Muggle children, said Neville. Hermione sighed. She reached up her sleeve, drew out her wand, and studied the phonetic translation of the Chinese symbol for a moment. She then swished her wand, pointed it at Ron, and announced a complex phrase Harry didn't quite catch. There was a noise like coins clinking together, and an odd golden glitter shone around Ron for a moment or so. It should start taking effect in a few minutes, according to the parchment, said Hermione, promptly. So we'll have to wait and see whether I've done it right. Do you ever do anything wrong? Said Ron, with a slight smile. Harry glanced around the hall, getting a little bored now. Professor Pebblebank was now at the potions group, carefully handing out chunks of dragon egg shell. Harry gave a sigh and rested his hands in his head, vaguely listening to Hermione teach Ron the proper incantation, and the constant tinkle of coins. He was just wondering whether he could wander off and see how the other groups were doing when he became aware of an odd noise. He turned around just in time to see a trail of green and red sparks glide past his nose, and when he stepped back, he saw that it was a little dragon made entirely of glittering sparkles. He blinked, wondering if he was seeing things properly, then a own head blocked his view of the dragon. Draco smirked. Nice, isn't it? He said, idly, as the dragon went looping over to him and did a few laps of his head. Did you make that? Asked Harry, surprised. Draco nodded. They both leant against the platform so they could talk without a paranoid Ron listening in. The dragon continued to flicker playfully around them, occasionally nipping off to do a lap of the platform. It's fairly easy, but it can go very wrong, said Draco, absent-mindedly. Takes practice. They watched the rest of the hall laughing and chasing each other around. Draco had a very world-weary expression in his eyes. Harry was just bored. After a few minutes of comfortable quiet, Harry spoke up with something he'd been wondering for a while. Can I ask a question? If I may ask one in return. Harry took this as a yes. The Veela charm you have, if you can use it to control anyone you like, why don't you? You could do anything at all, in the whole world, but you don't. Why? Draco thought about this for a moment, and then replied, in a rather wise tone, there are two reasons for that, really. Shame, mainly, at having the power. It reminds me of what I am. What purity my family lost. Then there's just the feeling of, well, cheating I suppose. I want to achieve things through my own doing and my own ambition, not just flicking on the puppy eyes whenever I want something. Think about it. In my pure arts exam, I could just breeze through it with a flutter of my eyelashes and get an O without trying at all. That's not what life's about for me. It's more about being able to achieve using all of your talents, and not just relying on one. Harry nodded. This all made sense to him, in a very Draco sort of way. They both watched the little firework dragon swim lazily around in a loop, then go gliding off after Neville, before the Slytherin broke the silence. May I ask my own question now? Go ahead. You're not afraid of me, Potter, even when I look you in the eye. The others don't trust me, but you do. Why? Harry shrugged. I just guess I know you won't try to control me. Just because you've got Veela blood doesn't mean that's the only thing about you, and blood isn't the most important thing. He thought of all his friends for a moment. Hermione, a Muggleborn, Hagrid, half-giant, Lupin, a werewolf, Draco, part Veela, Snape, a vampire, kinda, sister to a murderer, Alrister, cousin of a murderer. If I stuck to pure-blood human friends with a family of saints, I'd be a very lonely person, said Harry, wisely. You're an odd breed, Potter, said Draco, glancing at him, his eyes glittering slightly. I don't know whether you're still the most insufferable goody-goody I've ever met, or just being you. Both, probably, said Harry, grinning. Doesn't it get boring being such a hero sometimes? I'm not a hero. Well, oh, stop laughing. I don't try to be a hero anyway. Of course you are. Potter, come on, savior of the world, popular, teacher's pet, girlfriend, you've got the lot. Well, you've got Ginny, said Harry, pleasantly. Whatever reaction he'd been expecting from Draco, it certainly wasn't the one he got. Draco actually grimaced and looked away. He said. But, said Harry, frowning. Don't you? Draco's silvery eyes flickered up to Harry. For a moment, he looked puzzled, as though Harry's reaction was odd, before he smiled. Oh come on, Potter, you're not telling me you're that stupid. Harry's frown deepened. What are you talking about? Draco gave a little laugh. Potter, clearly I overestimated you. Come now, you don't believe it's all real, surely. Harry was silent. He felt oddly cold and clammy. You don't like her at all, do you? You're faking. You've just got her charmed. Why? Draco grinned, searching Harry's face with his sparkling eyes and speaking in a low, playful murmur. Can't you think of any reason why I might want to? Believe me, this isn't for her benefit. This is for nobody's benefit. Ron, Harry whispered. You're just doing it to get at Ron, aren't you? Well done, said Draco, quietly. But, you can't, said Harry. Oh, And why not? Muttered Draco. Weasley got to me in the worst way he could think of, my family. Isn't it only fair to return the favor, and attack his own family? But what about Ginny? Said Harry, angrily. What about her? You're going to break her heart doing this. She cares about you so much, and you're just faking. When are you going to tell her it was all a sham, huh? A month? A year? The day you think you've hurt Ron enough? How far are you going to take this? As far as I need to, said Draco, simply. I won't let you do this, said Harry. This isn't right, Draco. I'll tell her. Don't waste your breath, said Draco in a cold voice. Do you honestly think she'll believe you? Harry glared at Draco, unable to believe what the Slytherin was doing. He had been so sure that Draco had changed. He said, I won't let you do this. I'll find a way to make her see, if it's the last thing I do. Or I'll make you tell her. Can't you and Ron just drop it all? Draco raised his eyebrow. Oh, I see what's going on here. You're on Weasley's side, aren't you? Poor financially challenged Weasley and his inbred family. And when Weasley tells the entire school that somebody else has a different background to most, well, that's okay. But poor, tragic Weasley when that person dares to get revenge. It's not like that, Harry snarled. Ginny hasn't done anything to you. If you want to get at Ron, fine, I'll even help you. Because what Ron did wasn't right, and maybe you deserve revenge, but Ginny's innocent. She doesn't deserve to get hurt so badly. Potter. Dear, foolish Potter. Draco leant forward, looking at Harry over his steepled fingers. If you can think of even one thing that would make Weasley as angry as seeing me with his precious sister, you deserve a medal. But until then, I'm going to carry on with what I'm doing, and there's nothing you can do to change my mind or stop me. I'll tell Ron, Harry growled. He'll kill you, you know. If you think you've seen him angry when you're dating his sister, you've seen absolutely nothing. You just wait until he finds out you did it purely to get at him, and how you used his little sister as though she's a toy. He'll tear you limb from limb. Then tell me another way to get my justice, said Draco, angrily. Just suggest something to me, Potter, anything you like. Who knows? I might prefer it too, using Ginny as though she's a toy. Just try me. Harry shrugged, vaguely, angrily, still furious at Draco and what he was doing. Do anything you want, but to Ron. Not his family. If you want to get at him in the same way, tell everybody that he's got a crush on a teacher or something, just leave other people out of it. Draco was silent for a moment. Then the merest hint of a smile curled his thin lips, and he said, quietly, I'll do that, Potter, very well. I'll break up with Ginny. There was something that Harry just didn't like about the way Draco was smiling. And don't you dare start anything about Hermione, said Harry, warningly. Draco just smiled at him. Oh, no. Don't worry. I'm done with taunting Weasley about women. I think it's time to move on to something much better, don't you? He smiled again, that same eerily sweet little smirk, like the Christmas tree angel that never sold because it just looked wrong. Thank you for this little talk, Potter. Now, I think I'll go and show Professor Pebblebank my work with the dragon. And with that, he strolled away out of the crowd, heading towards Pebblebank, with his firework dragon following loyally behind him. Harry didn't like the feeling he had lodged in his chest at all. Harry wasn't surprised at all that night when, just after dinner, Ginny burst into the Gryffindor common room, crying that Draco had finished things with her. Hermione instantly jumped up and ran to comfort Ginny, and after one or two, I told you so, Ron went to sympathize too. It wasn't long before Ron and Ginny were both bitching about Malfoy, Ginny still sniffling into tissues, both of them sharing chocolate frogs as though they'd never had a fight. I'll kill Malfoy tomorrow, for being so mean to you, Ron assured Ginny, kindly, unwrapping another frog. Here, you can have the card as well. Harry said nothing. He knew Ron would probably grab his wand and go racing to Slytherin Tower if he ever found out why Draco had dated Ginny in the first place. He also couldn't stop thinking about Draco's sweet little smile, and his lingering words, I think it's time to move on to something much better, don't you? Whatever Draco was planning, Harry knew it would not be nice and Ron was not likely to ever forget it. Transfiguration and care of magical creatures had passed remarkably quickly for Harry. Normally, he really enjoyed magical creatures because it was one of the few lessons he had in Kinda's company, without the rest of his friends all around, though it had gone past in little more than a blur. Draco had been bittersweet to everybody at dinner, passing people things they wanted, chatting to absolutely everybody, and feeding Bucket with eerily polite little laughs. Harry had decided to try and address the subject with Draco again, right when they were all planning to go back to their common rooms. He'd cornered Draco just leaving the hall and dragged him away from everybody else. "Tell me what you're planning to do," he said, darkly. Draco smiled. "Why, I'm taking your suggestion, of course. Now, if you don't mind, Potter, I have something to do. Ginny, can I have a word?" Now Harry had the feeling that maybe leaving Draco to date Ginny hadn't been such a bad prospect after all. He sighed, and put down his quill, unable to concentrate. "Harry, are you okay?" asked Hermione, coming over to him and sitting down. "You look really distracted." Harry glanced at her. Hermione would give him a logical, level-headed answer to his problem, and he could always count on her to keep the secrets he wanted her to. Deciding that her advice would definitely be useful, he opened his mouth to tell her everything Draco had, but he hadn't even started when there was a scream from upstairs. He jumped, and turned around in his chair just as Neville came tumbling down the staircase to the dormitory, looking horror-struck. "She's up there again," he squawked. "Professor Trelawney, she's sitting on Seamus's bed." Seamus Finnegan, who was sitting across the room and working on a herbology essay, looked up in alarm. "What?" he said. "Professor Trelawney's sitting on your bed," said Neville, almost delirious, pointing his finger up the stairs. "I've seen her there before." "Professor Trelawney's dead, Nev," said Dean Thomas, slowly. "Her ghost," squeaked Neville. "She's there, I swear. Just go and have a look." Dean and Seamus stood up, but Harry got to his feet first. "I'll go," he said, glad of the excuse to stop trying to work. Neville trembled along after him as Harry climbed up the spiral staircase to the dormitory. "She was saying something this time," Neville tremored. "But, I don't understand what. She was saying something about a prophecy, and I think it was the one that smashed at the Department of Mysteries, but I didn't understand a word she was saying." Harry tried to ignore the cold feeling he got at the back of his neck, as he always got whenever anybody mentioned prophecies. "Well, nobody ever did when she was alive, so nothing's changed there," he said. He paused in front of the dormitory door, and pulled it open. The dormitory was completely empty. Sitting on the bedside cabinet next to the bed in the corner, the one that was once Harry's, was a little hawk with a red ribbon around his neck. As Harry came in, the hawk gave a shrill "fwee" of delight, and fluttered over to him. "Hello, Cupid," said Harry, smiling, and petting the hawk's feathery chest as the little bird landed on his shoulder. Cupid cooed in Harry's ear, and started to preen himself and show off his ribbon. "This is nice," said Harry, softly, playing with just the end. "Where's your owner? Not escaped, have you?" There was a soft whistle from outside. "Cupid." Alrister's voice could be heard calling. "Cupid, come on." Cupid sat up, gave a last affectionate nip to Harry's ear, then swooped away out of the window to rejoin Alrister. Harry smiled, and then turned to Neville. "It might have just been Cupid, casting shadows or something, Neville." "It was definitely Trelawney," said Neville, miserably. He sat down on the end of his bed and sighed. "Why won't anybody believe me? Just because they can't see her doesn't mean I'm going mad or something." Harry was about to make a light-hearted joke about maybe Neville should go with the majority vote, when he remembered something. His mind was cast back to that day at Grimmauld Place, when Khepri had first appeared, and nobody would believe him when he tried to explain the creature. Harry glanced at Neville, and sat next to him. "I believe you, Nev," he said, encouragingly. "If you've seen her, and you're sure that you have, then I can't see why you would lie." Neville looked up at him with wide eyes. "You believe me, really?" Harry nodded. "Of course I do, Neville." Neville's face split into a smile. "Thanks, Harry," he said. "Even if just you believe me, that's good enough, but..." He sighed. "Well, nobody else will. I don't know why she's only following me around though. and there's nobody who can prove it. How about one of the ghosts? Asked Harry. We could go and see Nearly Headless Nick, or. The timing couldn't have been much better. There was a white shimmer next to Harry, and a third boy appeared out of nowhere. Neville squeaked and fell off the bed in surprise, but Harry had been expecting the new arrival. He turned to Peter and smiled. Hi. Yo, said Peter, smirking and ruffling his hair. Yo, Nev. Neville stared at Peter for a moment, and then said, You're Peeves's alter ego, aren't you? Peter chuckled. Some call me that. I prefer to think that he's my alter ego though. So, got a little spiritual problem, have we? Yes, said Harry. Peter, you know who Professor Trelawney is, right? The dragonfly with bangles. Yeah, her. You haven't seen her, have you? Recently, or in a lifetime? Recently. Nope. Not anywhere. Nope. But, you can see the whole castle, can't you? Absolutely everything, said Harry. He desperately wanted to at least get some proof that Neville was right, even just a little glimmer. Well, in theory, said Peter. I can't see into the astronomy tower or the dungeons, because the wards are too strong there, and Dumbledore's office is out of range too. But even everywhere else, he sighed. It's complex, Harry. Imagine you're a single security guard, and you've got an entire castle to monitor bit by bit, and only one video screen to view cameras through. It's a hard job. Though I'll keep a lookout for Trelawney, if you want. She only turns up in here, said Neville. In this dormitory. I've never seen her anywhere else. Gryffindor 7th year boys dormitory, said Peter. Gotcha. What do you want me to do if I find her? Tell her to stop picking on me, said Neville, glumly. Neville, can I just have a word with Peter for a minute? Asked Harry. Alone. Neville nodded, and with a last, thanks, to both Peter and Harry, he headed away down the staircase, closing the door behind him. Harry turned to Peter and smiled. So how was summer? Boring, said Peter, idly. He reached into the pocket of his school robes and took out a packet of wizarding cigarettes. You don't mind, do you? Jinx is being a nightmare. She won't let me smoke for love or money. Go on, said Harry. It's okay. He watched Peter light the cigarette, then put away his lighter and lift the cigarette to his lips. Peter closed his eyes in a grimace. I hate this. Next time, I'm definitely not going to die in a fire. Well, I suppose it could be worse. The Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, she drowned. She has to drink about 50 glasses of water a day. If you popped a hole in her with a pin, she'd be a fountain. Did you find that thing? Asked Harry, getting straight to the point. You know, the thing in the cloak. Peter shook his head. I followed it down a few corridors, into the entrance hall, then it just disappeared down into the dungeons. I only managed to breach Snape's first ward before he appeared and threw me out. Why didn't you tell him you were doing something for me? Said Harry. Snape doesn't believe me, said Peter, gravely. He's not really that fond of me. Did you guess? Why? Asked Harry. Peter smiled around his cigarette, and blew out a plume of smoke. The thing is, he tolerated me at first. When you were just a baby, and we were both made your guardians. Snape was quite different then to how he is now. It was just after he'd been taken from the Death Eaters and offered a job at Hogwarts, Dumbledore brought him back to our side. He probably thought he could have a whole new life, start things over again. He was 23 then, I think. His first year teaching at Hogwarts wasn't too bad really, a lot of students liked his sense of humor. He was really dry, really sarcastic. Then more than a decade of teaching the same job, going absolutely nowhere in life, being patronized and imprisoned by Dumbledore. I think it got to him, Harry. He gave up being nice. Because we had to work together so closely, he started taking out his stress and anger on me. I don't mind though, I guess the guy's got a right to. He's had a hard life, Harry. Harry felt rather guilty, though he couldn't think why. He glanced at Peter, and his guardian smiled, before carrying on. But it's not all doom and gloom anymore, Harry, quite the contrary. You see, you might not have noticed, but since you've been warming to him, I think we're getting a little bit of Severus back rather than Snape. What do you mean? Said Harry, a little surprised. Peter's smile widened. I don't know if you've noticed, but Snape's suddenly developed a sense of humor, hasn't he? Harry raised an eyebrow, thinking about this. Yeah, he has, and that's just because I'm talking to him. It's because he's got a reason, said Peter, smiling still. It's psychologically proved that some people can't live and exist without a reason to do so. And since you've known about the bond, Snape's had a reason to look after you and guide you. If he's got a reason, he can see the point in waking up every morning. Get me? Harry nodded at this, and smiled a little. Just because of me? Yeah, you should ask him to let you off your potions assignment, said Peter, smiling widely. Listen, Harry, I've got to get going. I want to be in poltergeist form before dark, so I can catch any couples making out in the astronomy tower. Shame Ginny and Draco won't be there, they're always fun to spook. Anyway, see you later, Harry, and remember to call if you need anything. With a last grin, Peter disappeared from view. Harry saw the curtains of Ron's old bed ruffle slightly as something sped past them and sunk through the wall, then was gone. Pure arts today, Ron said, brightly, whacking the end of the ketchup bottle and splattering sauce all over the sausages. It was Friday morning. Thursday had passed with little significance, except Harry's fuzzy fungus arriving through the post. It still hadn't grown. Neville said he'd talked to Professor Sprout about it, and Draco was quick to suggest it was in fact a mutant that would kill them all, though nobody listened to a word of this. Harry couldn't quite take Draco seriously, not after he'd heard the Slytherin say, I think I have something special with Ginny, then promptly ditch her. You're in a good mood, Harry noted, idly. Yep, said Ron. Another whack, another splatter. Pure arts today. Harry gave Ron an odd look. Normally, Ron pretended to dislike pure arts because of Hermione's fondness of Allister. What? Said Ron, raising his eyebrows. Is something wrong with pure arts? You mean, apart from the maniac chasing us around the classroom with a stick? Came a cold voice from behind Ron, as with a black wave of robes, Draco slid into a chair at the table. Ron rolled his eyes, stood up, and left immediately. Draco smiled, picked up the abandoned ketchup bottle, and tapped it lightly on the end, coating his sausages. Pure arts today, he said, brightly. Harry frowned, with a suspicious feeling of doubt that he couldn't quite explain. And therefore, he said slowly. Draco said nothing, but the smile on his face told Harry all he needed to know. Draco was planning whatever it was for pure arts. As the Slytherin started to slice up his sausages and eat, still with that knowing little smile, Harry got up from the table. Going somewhere? Asked Draco idly. Need to see Professor Snape, Harry lied. Potions essay problems. He hurried away across the hall, and slipped out of the doors into the main corridor. It was still fairly early, and hardly any of the teachers had come down to breakfast yet. They always spent a long time preparing their first lessons in a morning. Harry decided to try and catch Allister before he left his office, though he hadn't even started up the marble staircase before the pure arts master appeared at the mouth of the corridor. Morning, Harry, said Allister, with a warm smile. Professor, said Harry quickly. I need to talk to you. Oh, said Allister, his expression fading into concern. Cupid tweeted merrily on his shoulder. About anything in particular? Harry nodded. He wasn't quite sure how to word his problem. I kind of wanted to warn you. You know that Ron and Draco don't really like each other, but they've been fighting for a while and I've got the feeling that Draco's going to do something to Ron during pure arts. I don't know what it is, but I just thought I should mention it. Allister nodded understandingly. Don't worry, Harry, he said, reassuringly, with a paternal smile. I'll keep an eye on them both, if you come and have a word with me if you think either of them are up to something. Good man for telling me. I've got you third thing, haven't I? Second, said Harry. Ah, yes, said Allister. I need to keep track of time more. The timetable here is horrific. I'm teaching 31 periods in a 25-period week, it's madness. How on earth do you manage that? Said Harry, staring at him. Allister smiled, and tapped his nose. Hogwarts staff secret, Harry, though between me and you, I manage to find the extra time here and there, even if I have to make myself some. He winked. Harry smiled, guessing what Allister was talking about, time turners. Alrister padded away into the great hall, and Cupid cooed his goodbyes to Harry, before they were gone. Harry was wondering about time turners as he strolled back down the marble staircase towards the dungeons, thinking of trying to persuade Snape to let him in early and nurse his Veritaserum. It was a moment before he realized he was actually seriously considering doing potions in his free time. He smiled. Hermione would be proud. Draco was oddly cheerful all throughout potions. He was working at the cauldron next to Harry and adding bits of twigs and mushrooms to his cauldron with the air of somebody expecting a big treat soon. He was humming something as he worked, and his smile didn't even falter when Snape shouted at him for using a whole rat's spleen in his potion and wasting most of it. He just smiled at Snape, picked up the remains and danced off to the bin with them. Snape looked quite startled as Draco's little happy mood. "What have you done to Malfoy?" he muttered to Harry, pretending to read through the recipe of Harry's potion. "Cheering charms," said Harry, with a mild smile. "I figured the dungeons could do with a little owned skipping around the place." Snape eyed Draco as he came back, flashed them both a beaming smile and did a neat twirl around his cauldron, scattering more grass across the surface, then pattering off to talk to some of the Ravenclaws. Snape sighed. Harry smiled weakly and cut another lump off his mangled roots, before tossing it into his cauldron with a soft splash. "Problems, Potter," said Snape, idly. "Feuding friends," said Harry. He flicked another slice into his potion. "Can I just check something? Did Lucius Malfoy hold grudges at school?" "Lucius Malfoy could hold a grudge for centuries," said Snape, mildly. "Until he had his revenge, of course." "Who is Draco feuding with?" "3 guesses. Weasley." "Well done. Just let them fight it out," Snape advised. "Or lock them in a room on their own to fight it out. My old head of house did just that. They managed to reattach Black's nose in the end." Harry was sure to seat himself neatly between Draco and Ron at the start of Pure Arts. If there was going to be any heavy-duty fighting, Harry didn't exactly want to be in the middle of it, but neither did he want either of his friends dead or worse. Ron was blissfully unaware of the sweet smile on Draco's face as they got out their things. Draco and Harry were now 2 of the very few people still sitting at regular desks, and not red ones, as Alrister had yet to kill either of them. The Arlet wood of Ron's desk clashed horribly with his hair, so he was almost painful to look at, but Draco kept dropping him glances anyway and smiling. Ron had arranged all his things neatly on the desk and was working on his script for their final exam, even before the door opened, and Alrister strolled in. "Morning everyone," he said, cheerfully. "No stick today, seeing as though so many of you are already dead. I do aim to get those last few stragglers by the end of the week though, even if it means stalking you outside of the classroom." Harry smiled weakly, hoping he didn't go through with this promise. There was already a vampire, that cloaked figure, and Khepri sweeping around school. The last thing Harry needed was Alrister hiding behind suits of armor, leaping out and beating him with a large stick. Harry turned to Ron to tell him this, but saw that Ron was sitting up in his chair, watching Alrister intently, as though waiting for instructions. He frowned. He'd never seen Ron act like that in a class, even when they were learning how to blow things up. Harry glanced quickly at Draco, who gave him another bittersweet smile. "You've already done something, haven't you?" Harry muttered, angrily. As the Own's lips curled upwards again, Harry firmly decided that the next time Draco answered a perfectly good question with that infuriatingly sweet smile, he would break his jaw. "Tell me," Harry hissed. "And spoil all the fun," said Draco, his eyes sparkling. Alrister clapped his hands for attention, and brought an end to the discussion. "Now then," he said pleasantly. "Glad you're all here, because I need to split you into groups. I'm planning to have a look at your exam pieces now, just to see how you're doing. I'll do as many of you as I can today, then the rest of you tomorrow or whenever I next have you. Damn timetable, somebody remind me to start a campaign about this. Right. Back row, stand up and queue outside my office, I'll be in there waiting for you. The rest of you can work on your pieces, but no setting fire to anything or conjuring animals. It's only funny until somebody gets eaten and I get the blame." The back row all stood up, and filed out of the classroom, looking nervous, while the rest of the class started practicing again. About 3/4 of the lesson had gone by when Allister poked his head through the door, and called, "Front row now, please." Draco got up and strolled out of the classroom with his chin held high, perfectly arrogant as always. To Harry's surprise, Ron bounded after him, gabbling something about wanting to go first. Harry met Allister's eyes, and Allister nodded, then took the side door through into his office, shutting it after him. Harry left the room and joined the queue, just after Draco. Draco had his sleeve over his mouth, and was quivering slightly, in silent laughter. Harry frowned and glanced around to see what was so funny. Ron, at the front of the line, was peering through the gap between Allister's door and the wall, hopping nervously from one foot to the other. Harry skipped up the queue to slide in behind him. Ron jumped and turned round, grinning when he saw who it was. "I hope I do well on this," he said, now nodding his fingers. "He's had a haircut, did you notice?" Harry frowned suspiciously. "No. And I don't think he has, Ron." "Oh." Ron shrugged. "He just looks different somehow. Listen, do you think I should try some love magic? He said it's kinda flashy and I do want to impress him." I mean the examiner." "Hey." Ron grinned and hopped again. Harry's eyes narrowed. Gradually, the pieces of the puzzle were sliding together. He glanced at Draco, and the Slytherin was still trembling with anticipation, watching Ron and biting his lip. "First candidate, please." Allister's voice called from inside. Ron jumped, and shaking like a jelly, he opened up the door of the office and slid inside. The door closed behind him. Draco was actually giggling now. "What is it?" said Harry, angrily, turning to glare at him. Draco giggled harder than ever, like a schoolboy that had put itching powder in somebody's shoes. "This is going to be so funny. I was worried at first. I thought he'd seen me slip it into his pumpkin juice." "Slip what into his pumpkin juice?" demanded Harry. Draco grinned. He seemed nearly ecstatic with mischievous joy. "Oh, Potter, you just wait. You just wait." The door suddenly flew open. Harry jumped backwards, wondering if Ron had blown up the office by accident, but a split second later, Allister had come shooting out and slammed the door behind him. He looked oddly shocked, and a lock of his sleek brown hair had worked out of its ponytail in a tuft. Harry was alarmed to see that the laces of his tunic had been tugged, as though somebody had grabbed him. Allister blinked a few times, then reached up, straightening out his clothes. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I think I've located the problem. Kindly go down to Professor Snape and ask for an anti-love potion, if you would." Harry's jaw fell. He turned around to Malfoy, who broke down into near tears of laughter, thumping his fist on the wall. Ron could be heard in the office, pushing on the door and calling, "Or we can wait until I've graduated, whatever's easier." Harry approached the door of the potions laboratory, feeling as though his legs had turned into long ropes. He knocked, and after a moment's pause, the door opened. "Yes, Potter," said Snape, raising an eyebrow. "Pebblebank hasn't sent you, has she? Tell her that I don't care whether the entire school has sprouted antlers, It's Professor Allister, sir," said Harry, dazedly. "He wants an anti-love potion." Snape managed to twist his shocked expression into a frown. "Oh, who for?" "For Ron," said Harry in a very mild sort of voice. "And who has Weasley fallen in love with?" asked Snape, frowning. Once Snape had stopped snickering long enough to actually give Harry the potion, he thanked Harry for something he could mention at the next staff meeting, and sent him on his way. Harry tottered back to the Pure Arts classroom. Allister was still braced against the door, and Ron was still knocking to come out. Draco was still cackling. "Good man, Harry," said Allister. "Now, I'll ask you to, administer it. Better if I don't take any more chances." He stepped away from the door quickly, then ran to hide behind one of the Hufflepuff girls, who looked quite alarmed. Harry stepped into the office, and instantly, Ron pounced on him. Harry yelped and shouted, "Get off, you prat!" "Where's Romeo?" asked Ron, sounding worried. Harry grimaced. "Sorry about this. You'll thank me later." He leapt at Ron, and practically tackled him to the desk, forcing the bottle of anti-love potion down his throat. Ron choked and spluttered, struggling to get out of Harry's hold, but soon enough, the potion seemed to be taking effect. The rosy blush in his cheeks was fading away, and after a few more moments of thrashing and kicking, Ron managed to throw Harry off. "What are you doing?" he demanded, angrily, wiping his mouth and flecking anti-love potion all over the floor. "Trying to poison me." "Malfoy gave you a love potion," said Harry. Silence fell. Ron stared at him in horror. "And who did I?" "Alrister," said Harry. The bell went the moment the word had left his mouth. It was hard to tell what Ron was thinking or feeling. His expression was very neutral and bland, as though too shocked and alarmed to register any emotions, as they got their things, and left the classroom. Ron didn't even dare to look at Alrister as they passed him, while he was shouting at Draco, dishing him a week's worth of detention, and then reporting him to see the headmaster and his head of house. Rumor and gossip, as it always did at Hogwarts, was practically racing Harry and Ron down the corridors as they headed towards the Great Hall for lunch. Ron was still eerily quiet. Even as they stepped in through the double doors of the hall, people were muttering as somebody from their pure arts class darted from table to table, spreading the word. A lot of people were laughing and turning to gape at Ron. A group of first years nearby actually seemed to be taking notes. Ron and Harry sat down at one of the tables. Ron had a hollow sort of horror on his face. Harry handed him a plate of pizza, which Ron didn't even glance at, as he was too busy staring into the pumpkin juice jug. "You okay?" said Harry, tentatively. "I'll kill him," Ron murmured. He twitched. "Show him once and for all that nobody makes a fool out of me." "Look, Ron," Harry said. "This has gone on long enough. Just let it drop. He's had his revenge now, and you can both just leave it and get on. How long is this going to go on for if you don't? Weeks? Years? I don't want to spend my life sitting between you and sharing my attention, neither does anybody else." The doors of the Great Hall opened. Draco swept in, looking immensely pleased with himself. Ron got up, quietly, and just said, "Sorry about this, Harry. But some things need to be sorted out." He pushed in his chair, and headed towards Draco. Harry instinctively knew what was going to happen split seconds before it did. He leapt up, and shouted, "Ron, no," but it was too late, as Ron leapt at Draco with such force that both of them went flying into one of the tables, knocking food and cutlery all over. Several people screamed and backed away. Ron had Draco by the throat and was trying to strangle him, but Draco was putting up a terrific fight, and next second there was a crash as the table gave way under their combined weight. More and more dishes and metal plates rained down, and then out of the mass of cutlery, Ron went flying backwards and hit the floor. Draco was onto him in a heartbeat, fists flying and both of them tearing at each other's throats like wild dogs. Some of the onlookers were cheering Ron or Draco on, others were backing away, while most just stood and watched, horror-struck, as the two boys fought viciously. Professor McGonagall ran forward from across the hall, looking extremely angry, and brandishing her wand. "Stop this immediately," she cried, though neither Ron nor Draco took the slightest bit of notice. Draco had now pinned Ron to the floor and grabbed one of the goblets, using it in place of his fists, though it wasn't long before Ron was fighting back and going for his wand. Draco drew his own with a swish like a sword, but Ron managed to seize the split-seconds opportunity. "Scoritus!" he roared, and Draco gave a cry of pain as a huge, red shiny burn suddenly bloomed across the side of his face. He staggered backwards, blinded by agony, and crashed into another table, bringing more food cascading onto the floor. Harry had finally got over the shock of what Ron had done, and had now drawn out his wand, trying to think of something that he could possibly do to stop them fighting. His first thought was to stun them, but with the crowd swarming around now, he was far more likely to hit an onlooker than Ron or Draco. Ron had raised his wand for another curse, but Draco was faster this time. He seized a bowl of soup off one of the students and flung it at Ron, showering him from head to foot in the scaldingly hot broth, then battering him over the head with the bowl. Ron grabbed it off him, threw it aside, and Draco was knocked backwards to the floor again. Harry had no idea who was winning. At this rate, they'd just kill each other at exactly the same time. Over all the shouts of the crowd and the clattering of metal as it hit the floor, Harry could hear Ron and Draco yelling at each other, hatred pouring from every single word. Then Ron curled his fingers around Draco's neck, and slammed him into the wall. There was a nasty crack and Draco gave a cry of pain, before silence fell. Draco closed his eyes, panting hard, and Ron just glared at him. Both were covered in cuts and bruises, and the burn was slowly spreading across Draco's face. After a moment, Ron shook Draco, and snarled, "Don't you ever try to mess with me again." Draco told Ron to do something that made Professor McGonagall splutter, and instantly take away 10 points. "Who gave you the right to humiliate me?" Ron shouted, angrily, shaking Draco again and making him seethe with pain. "I could ask the same thing," Draco snarled. He took a deep breath, coughed, and a little trickle of blood made its way down his chin. "You might have started this, Weasley, but I'm not going to let you finish it. You're just a stuck-up arrogant half-breed," whispered Ron, though everybody in the hall caught every word. "I hate you. I always hated you. I always will hate you. But I'm only ever going to have a go at you when you mess with me. Clear?" "Fine," spat Draco. "Fine," Ron growled. He let go of the front of Draco's robes, staring at him with a mingle of hatred and disgust, before he put an arm around the Slytherin's shoulders, and held him up. "Let's get you to the hospital wing before you die, you stupid idiot," he said, vaguely, before they both limped out of the hall. There was stunned silence for a moment, where everybody just stared at each other. Then there was a little cough, and McGonagall said, weakly, 20 points from the school total. And that was that. 2 days later, when Ron and Draco both came out of the hospital wing with their black eyes and bloodied noses all fixed up, they seemed perfectly happy. They sat next to each other at the dinner table, and Draco listened with almost enthusiasm as Ron told him about some of the Quidditch games he'd been to with his brothers. Harry even found that Ron seemed nicer in general. He didn't snap at anybody anymore, and could have a conversation without complaining about something. Hermione explained the reason for this to Harry one evening, when Ron was out at the library with Ginny. "He was worried that he was losing you to Draco," she said, kindly. "He's used to you taking his side in everything, and when you weren't doing that, he just got a little panicky. He really does care about your opinion, Harry. Start spending a little more time with him than Draco, if you can. Draco won't mind." Harry did this, and Ron seemed happier than he was throughout the whole year so far. Without the constant fighting and arguing, Harry didn't have to worry about where he sat at dinner or watch his words around Ron, and with his social life a great deal calmer, the days started to zip past, until one evening when Harry found himself walking down to the dungeons, holding a box under his arm. As usual, the door opened before Harry had even knocked. Snape stood there, frowning down at him. "It's Tuesday, Potter." "I know," said Harry, brightly. "September the 30th. Snape gave him a suspicious look. "We don't have a lesson on a Tuesday. Buy yourself a calendar, Potter, and don't interrupt me when." Harry smiled, and produced from behind his back a small box, wrapped in silver paper. "Happy birthday. How did you find out?" said Snape, clearly startled. "I checked the school records," said Harry with a smile. Technically, he'd asked Hermione to check the school records. As head girl, she had access to all the information of Hogwarts, and it was easy for her to find out. He held the box out to Snape. "Happy birthday, again." Snape gave him a half-exasperated, half-grateful look, and took the box, studying it as though he'd never seen one before. "You foolish little brat," he said, though it was in as fond a tone as Snape could manage. "Well, Potter, come in." He held open the door, and Harry stepped in, taking off his cloak. It was fairly late at night. It had been hard to wait for this long, as Harry had been keeping the present hidden for several long days now, and he was interested to see Snape's reaction. He'd been careful to only come fairly late though, so that any straggling students couldn't catch Harry giving presents to the potions master he was supposed to hate. Snape took Harry's cloak, and hung it on the wall. They both sat in armchairs by the fire, which was lit for once, and Snape put a heavy book he'd been reading aside on the coffee table, turning to his present. "If this tries to bite me, Potter, you're in a lot of trouble," he said, idly, undoing the ribbon carefully. "No, I removed the teeth before I wrapped it up," said Harry. Snape looked at him quickly, and Harry smiled to show he was teasing. Snape gave him a reprimanding smirk, and undid the paper carefully, then the box inside. He sighed, smiled, and reached in to take out Harry's carefully chosen present. How thoughtful, he said. He turned it over to study the label. Why, Potter, I didn't know you had knowledge of good wines. Harry smiled. I'm just surprise after surprise, huh? Really? He didn't. Hermione had written to her parents to ask what the best wines were, then she even tracked a bottle down and ordered it, though Harry wasn't going to waste such a rare opportunity as praise from Snape. Snape crossed to the cabinet in the corner, and took out 2 glasses. He carefully handed one to Harry, and poured him a small amount from the wine bottle. I would give you more, though being the first person to go to Azkaban for giving alcohol to a minor would be rather undignified. Harry chuckled. Snape sat down, poured himself a glass of wine and tested it, thoughtfully. Harry took a sip. He'd never really had wine or alcohol before, though it wasn't half bad, he decided. Hermione's father had good taste in wines. Interesting start to the week, asked Snape, lazily, studying Harry over the top of his glass. I noticed you looked rather bored during potions on Monday. Harry smiled apologetically. I've got history of magic before potions. Ah, I quite understand. We've started our new project, and Professor Binns's idea of a fun piece of work is 4 pages of writing about the Egyptian Wizengamot, and how Muggles thought they were gods. Harry took another sip of wine. My potions project is going well though. Right. Snape gave him a wry smile. It could be worse, Potter. Harry grinned. You'd have rather strangled yourself than say that 3 years ago. Indeed I would, said Snape, mildly, swilling the wine around his glass then taking another sip. How times change. They sat in front of the fire for what must have been an hour, talking about anything that came up. Snape refused to give Harry any more wine, in case he staggered back to Gryffindor Tower blind drunk and said something both of them would regret, though Snape himself had a few more glasses. He seemed to lose his intelligent way of speaking after an hour had gone by, and Harry counted various grammar mistakes that Snape didn't seem to notice. Eventually, when the fire in the grate was dying and the clock on the mantelpiece read 9 o'clock, Harry said goodnight to Snape and left his quarters. He hadn't noticed how dark it was getting. Pulling his cloak around himself, he drew his wand and murmured, Lumos, just to light his way out of the dungeons. He had no idea how Snape could cope in the constant darkness, or how vampires could actually prefer it. Of course, vampires were naturally predators, while humans were probably prey. This thought didn't really comfort Harry. He made his way out of the dungeons, into the entrance hall and up the marble staircase. He was just picking his way through one of the portrait holes when something moved to his left, and he tensed up, instinctively grasping his wand. The lighted tip fell upon 3 cats gamboling up the corridor towards him. One was the ginger-furred and bottle-tailed Crookshanks, and the other Harry dimly recognized as Professor McGonagall, though he didn't recognize the third, a long-haired tabby. They pattered past him, playing all the way down the corridor and out of sight. Harry carried on, and soon enough, he found himself climbing into Gryffindor Tower. Ron was still awake, though barely. He was sitting stretched out on one of the sofas, scribbling away on a long piece of parchment, his eyelids practically shut. Neville sat next to him. The pot plant containing Harry's fuzzy fungus was sitting on the table before him, along with a thick book. Hiya, Harry, said Neville, cheerfully. I'm just working on your fuzzy. Harry peered over his shoulder. The seed had swelled to an enormous size, and looked as though it was now made out of the same stuff as mushrooms. Lovely, he said, wryly. Professor Sprout says we've got to give it lemo juice, and it should open up, said Neville. They don't like the dark, and I guess it was sort of dark at your house, so it didn't want to open. I've got a book up in my dormitory about them, but. He looked troubled. Would you come with me to get it? I don't like going up there on my own anymore, in case she appears. Sure, I'll come, said Harry. He stood up, and Neville put down the pot, then followed him up the stairs. Thanks for this, Harry, said Neville. I really appreciate it. Seamus and Dean think I'm being a bit of an idiot. I don't like it in the dormitories either, said Harry, reassuringly, as he grabbed the handle. He pulled it open. Neville screamed as something white and shimmering suddenly loomed out of the room at them with a keening cry. Harry was so surprised that he staggered backwards and nearly ended up going head over heels down the staircase, but Neville grabbed him just in time. Professor Trelawney's ghost hovered before them, clutching at her throat and her heart, staring with wide, mad eyes. "My dears," she cried. "My dear children." Neville screamed again and struggled, desperately trying to run away, but Harry grabbed him and held him back. Professor Trelawney gave a shuddering, ghostly moan, and rattled her many bangles, making a sound like chains. "You are both joined by the prophecy," she keened, her spindly fingers curling around her throat and her arms, as though she was wilting. "Both of you together, though you must find out more. I have returned from beyond the grave, to tell you to seek more information, and to warn you. There are people you trust that must not be trusted. People who have the faces of friends, yet the hearts of foes, and you must learn who these people are. I fear it could threaten your very existences." "Who?" said Harry, staring at her with wide eyes. "Who is it?" She gave one last keening scream, and then flew upwards and out of sight, leaving just a jangle of her bracelets and the echo of her parting shriek. Silence fell. Neville was breathing as though he'd just been kicked in the side, and trembling fitfully. Harry couldn't think of what to say. After a moment, Neville broke the eerie quiet, with a tremoring, What does she mean, about a prophecy?" Harry grabbed Neville by the shoulder, and started marching him down the stairs. "Come on, we're going to see Dumbledore. I don't like the sound of what she said at all. Ah, good evening, boys." Dumbledore smiled at them from his winged purple armchair as Harry and Neville both fell into the room, Neville still clinging to Harry's arm. "Professor," Harry gasped, "we need to talk to you." "Oh, what about?" asked Dumbledore, as he offered them a plate of mint humbugs. They politely refused. "We've just seen Professor Trelawney's ghost in Gryffindor Tower, sir," said Harry. He managed to prise Neville off his arm and sit him on one of the stools before Dumbledore's desk. "She was in the dormitory. She was talking about the prophecy, sir, and how we've got to find out more. She said something about people around us that we trust, that should not be trusted, and—" Harry, please calm down," said Dumbledore, kindly. "I presume that you mean the prophecy of your birth made by Professor Trelawney some years ago." Harry nodded. He sat down, and at the second offer of a mint, he took one and unwrapped it. "She said we were joined by the prophecy," said Neville, staring at Dumbledore with wide eyes. "Does she mean the prophecy that smashed, sir, at the Department of Mysteries? I don't understand what she was talking about. I've seen her before, twice, always in the dormitory." "Ah, I thought this would happen," said Dumbledore, wisely. "Professor Trelawney was not the sort of person to let her soul rest, without coming to make my students paranoid one last time. I believe you mentioned something about trusting people, Harry." Harry quickly bit his mint into two, so he could talk. "She told us there are people we trust that should not be trusted. She said it could threaten our very existences. She also told us to go seeking information. I guess she means about the prophecy." "What prophecy?" Neville squeaked. "If it's that one at the Department of Mysteries, it's smashed, nobody knows what was in it." "Do they?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "I see no harm in telling you the story, Neville, especially as our old divination teacher is now haunting you." "Very well." And he went into the story that Harry had heard more than 2 years ago now, about the prophecy made by Professor Trelawney, how a baby born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied Lord Voldemort would be marked by the Dark Lord, and one must die at the hand of the other. Neville sat completely still, listening to all this with a mix of horror and surprise on his face. Once Dumbledore's story ran to an end, Neville said, in little more than a whisper, "I was born at the end of July, and my mum and dad, well, I don't know how many times they defied, but—" "It is not you, Neville," said Dumbledore, reassuringly. "The second part of the prophecy tells how Lord Voldemort marked the child as his equal, and gave him the powers to defeat him." Dumbledore reached out, and gently eased back Harry's messy fringe, to expose the scar. "Harry was the baby that Voldemort decided to mark, and there is no doubt that the prophecy concerns him." Harry was thinking about something he'd never really taken much notice of before. It had always seemed an unimportant part of the prophecy, about parents who had defied Lord Voldemort 3 times, though when Harry thought about it, he had no idea how his parents did defy Voldemort once, let alone 3 times. Sir. Yes, Harry. The bit in the prophecy, about parents who have thrice defied Lord Voldemort. That's the only bit I don't understand. He looked up, and saw Dumbledore watching him with his twinkling blue eyes. How did our parents say no to Voldemort 3 times? I thought you would ask me that, said Dumbledore. He stood up, and looked thoughtful for a moment, as he gazed out over the school grounds. I have wondered it myself, many nights, and I believe I have worked out all 3 times, Harry. Both your parents and Neville's were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and this was obviously a denial to Voldemort when they joined. The second time came merely moments before their tragic fates. Harry, your parents refused to give you up and let Voldemort take you. Neville, there were very few pieces of information that your parents did not reveal to the Death Eaters. One was the existence of the Order of the Phoenix, as they could not, under the Fidelius charm. Though another fact that both their minds refused to give up was where you were at that time, with your aunt. Your parents sent you to live with her when they became suspicious of a possible Death Eater attack, and they refused to tell Bellatrix Lestrange and her fellows where you were hidden. Though for both of you, there is a third time in which both your parents refused to give in to Lord Voldemort's demands, which I believe is the information Professor Trelawney may be referring to. What happened? Asked both Neville and Harry, watching Dumbledore intently. As I was not there, I cannot give you a completely reliable picture, said Dumbledore. Though there are 3 people who were all there at the time, and are still alive today. Perhaps they will be able to give you a better idea than I could. He crossed over to the fireplace, still looking thoughtful, and taking a small pot from the mantelpiece. He took out a pinch of flow powder, and cast it into the flames. Severus, Penny, Remus, he called. I wish to have a word, please come to my office. Next second, A.B. owned head had come out of the fire, followed by a glittery blue torso and baggy denim jeans, as Professor Pebblebank crawled out, coughing. Bit late for a staff meeting, isn't it, Albus? She said, brushing soot off her clothes. He smiled. It is, Penny, though this isn't about teaching. She straightened up, and smiled to both Harry and Neville, standing by the side of the fire as another person stepped out. Lupin climbed out of the fireplace, brushing himself down just as Pebblebank did. Something wrong, Headmaster? He asked, glancing from Harry to Neville to Professor Pebblebank. Not quite, said Dumbledore. There's something I wish you to do for me. Ah, Severus, how nice of you to join us. I do hope I wasn't interrupting anything. Snape looked a great deal less drunk than when Harry had left him, though he did look a little ruffled. Apologies for the delay, Headmaster, he said, quietly, straightening out his collar. I needed to take a sobering draught. I quite understand, Severus, said Dumbledore. And I do hate to call you out of your birthday celebrations, though there is a favor I wish to ask. May I just check whether you all remember the final Hogsmeade visit of your 6th year? Lupin nodded straight away, with a rather grave expression, and after a moment's thought, so did Pebblebank. Snape, however, rolled his eyes. Dumbledore, if you dare. Now, Severus, Dumbledore chided, gently, as one would with a naughty child. There is a good reason for this. Harry and Neville have been asking about the first time their parents defied Voldemort, and as I wasn't there and do not have the memories, though I believe the 3 of you can create the whole picture between you. Are you willing to tell Harry and Neville? Sure, said Pebblebank, smiling slightly. Of course, said Lupin, nodding. No, said Snape, flatly. I will not relive it, Dumbledore. You can't force me to. True, Dumbledore admitted. Though I would like you to willingly agree to show Harry and Neville an important part of their family history. Both boys deserve to know, Severus, and without your memories we can't give them all the answers. I promise you that nobody will judge you any differently once they have seen. I believe that Remus and Penny already know, and I'm sure that Harry and Neville will both respect your secrecy. Snape's frown darkened, as though he didn't think so somehow, but Harry managed to catch his eye and give him a hopeful expression. Snape glared at him, then gave a very dramatic sigh. Oh, very well, he growled. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly. Ah, wonderful. Thank you, Severus. If the three of you could please come here. He bent down under his desk and took out his familiar stone pensive, engraved with odd runes and symbols, full of water that moved like air. And kindly add in your memories of that day. Lupin, Pebblebank and Snape stood by Dumbledore's desk, drawing out their wands, and adding strings of thought into the pensive bit by bit. Snape still looked immensely reluctant, but he didn't complain as he added his memories. A plume of silky air twirled off the surface of the pensive with each thought added, until all three of them were done. Thank you, said Dumbledore. Now I would like the three of you to take Neville and Harry back to that day, so they can see what happened for themselves. Please do not let any personal feelings stop them learning the truth. Severus. Snape frowned. I never said that I would, Headmaster, he said, coldly. He stepped forward, and didn't wait for any goodbyes, simply reached out and plunged his hand into the pensive. There was a flash of light and he vanished, taken back into the past. Neville went next, after encouragement from Professor Lupin that he wouldn't be alone with Snape for long, then Lupin himself, Pebblebank, and finally Harry. Before he went into the pensive, Dumbledore gave him a slight smile. Make sure Professor Snape knows that you do not judge him, Harry, said Dumbledore, kindly. He's sensitive about his past. Harry nodded, and then dipped his hand into the pensive. He felt a tug somewhere within his torso, as he found himself swallowed up, flying forwards into the pensive and whirling through time and space. He was just beginning to feel nauseous when his feet hit solid ground and he tripped. Snape grabbed him before he fell and straightened him out, as Harry gazed around at the Hogsmeade that had existed nearly 25 years ago. The buildings were very much the same as they were in modern times, though there were subtle differences Harry was fascinated by. The main street of Hogsmeade didn't have shops on both sides, but the right was made up of rather old and dingy-looking houses, decorated with seashells and ivy. The shops were different too, he noticed, a little like the ones in Diagon Alley. There was an apothecary directly across the road, and next to that was Honeyduke's, just as Harry knew it. Apart from the different suites in the window, it hadn't changed at all. And sitting in front of Honeyduke's was Dad. Harry gasped. James Potter was seated on the low wall in front of the sweet shop, along with his three best friends, Sirius, Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. They all had white paper bags and were eating fudge, jelly beans, chunks of nougat and other delicious-looking things, laughing and joking. James and Sirius had a licorice bootlace stretched between them, both growling and fighting over it like dogs with a string of sausages. Harry found himself grinning. He had a powerful urge to go over and join in, though of course, he didn't exist in this world. Not even born yet. Animals, he heard Snape mutter, watching James and Sirius fighting over the bootlace. Hey, look, there's my dad, said Neville, pointing up the street. Harry turned to look, and saw a boy with a round face strolling towards the sweet shop, playing with a wizarding yo-yo that flashed all the colors of the rainbow every time he bounced it. As he came closer to James and his friends, they called out to him, waving. Frank, said James. Over here. Frank Longbottom grinned, and came over, sitting between Lupin and Peter. They started to chat about Quidditch. Harry and Neville were both subconsciously inching closer across the street, ignoring that people were walking right through them, until they were standing directly in front of James, Frank and all the others. Harry found himself gazing longingly at the scene. He hadn't realized how much he missed Sirius. Lupin appeared at Harry's shoulder, smiling in a thoughtful sort of way. I remember it well, he murmured, watching his 16-year-old self offer Frank a chocolate galleon from a bag. He chuckled softly, then sighed. How I miss James and Sirius. Peter to an extent, I suppose. Come on, let's have a look inside, said Penny, brightly. I want to see myself. She bounced up into Honeyduke's, slipping through the door as though it certainly didn't exist. Harry had a last glance at his father, then followed her, with Neville shortly behind. Inside, the shop wasn't as full as Harry normally saw it. In modern times, Honeyduke's was always the most popular place and it was always packed full of people, though there was only one group of students in the shop at the moment, about 5 or 6 girls, all huddled near the chocolate counter and mulling over the choices. Harry's eyes were instantly drawn to the tallest girl, who stood in the middle, with long red hair down her back and bright green eyes. "Mum," he said, quietly, though to his surprise, he wasn't the only one who whispered it. He glanced at Neville, who was watching a girl with curly dark owned hair longingly. "Is that your mum?" asked Harry. Neville nodded, smiling, though there was sadness in his eyes. "Which is your mum?" Harry pointed to Lily, who was now debating with Alice over whether to buy cherry and chocolate fudge, or get a selection of truffles. Neville smiled. "You've got her eyes," he said. "Thanks," said Harry, smiling proudly. "That's me," Professor Pebblebank said, pointing at the girl next to Lily. She was watching one of the male shop assistants out of the corner of her eye, smiling. "Look at how long my hair was." Pebblebank sighed, gazing at the shoulder-length bob her 16-year-old self was sporting. She toyed sadly with a lock of her own cropped hair. "I don't know why I cut it." "Are we going to spend all day doing this?" said Snape, coldly, watching them all with a frown from near the blood-flavored lollipops. "Why not?" said Pebblebank, grinning, and bustling off to have another look at the shop assistant. "Damn, I'd forgotten how cute he was." "Who is it?" asked Harry. Pebblebank sighed. "Arsenius Cohen. He was a Slytherin, and he was just the hottest thing on legs when I was at school. Shame he turned out to be a Death Eater, really." "Do you know he tortured Muggle children?" said Snape, coldly, watching her with a contemptuous frown. Pebblebank nodded grimly. "Yes, but he was cute. Don't be so jealous, Sev." "Where were you when this was going on?" asked Harry, looking up at Snape. Snape beckoned him, and then swept out of the shop, back into the road. Harry followed obediently, leaving everybody else back in Honeydukes, and glancing fondly at his father outside for a moment before hurrying after Snape. The potions master was heading for one of the darkest and dreariest houses, with a window box full of dead flowers. The curtains were drawn inside. "What were you doing in here?" asked Harry, following him up the path and looking up at the house with a strong feeling of foreboding. "Things I wish I never had," said Snape, simply. He stepped through the closed door and disappeared inside. Harry hurried after him. He found himself in a dark hallway with peeling wallpaper that had been bleached of any color long ago. Cobwebs hung in every corner, and the carpet underfoot was worn, dusty and old. Harry was at first sure that it was empty, until he saw a flicker of light from under one of the nearby doors and his ears picked up the sound of low voices. Snape stepped through the wall in the direction of the voices, and Harry followed, emerging in a dimly lit sitting room. A single candle stood on a table in the middle of the room, and around it sat about 6 boys, all between the ages of 15 and 20, all draped in long black robes and holding white masks. Harry felt a thrill as he realized this must be a Death Eater meeting. The adult Snape wandered around the group of boys, eyeing them critically. He paused behind one boy that caught Harry's eye. He'd seen this boy before, in the Pensieve. The 16-year-old Severus Snape wasn't the sort of person you'd approach on the street. He was sitting hunched up, frowning darkly into his lap, chewing on one finger idly. "A whole month," sighed Snape, glancing at his younger self. "What?" said Harry. "It had been a month since I fed," Snape murmured. "I think that's what motivated me to do what I did this day. Pure hunger." "To do what?" asked Harry, walking around to stand next to Snape. Snape shook his head silently. Harry's attention was caught as one of the boys stood up, and he glanced across at who it was. At first, he was sure that there was something going wrong, as he found himself face to face with Draco Malfoy. He opened his mouth, though Snape explained. "Lucius," he murmured. "I'm reminded of him every time I look at Draco now." "I can see why," said Harry, staring at Lucius. There wasn't a single bit of difference between him and Draco. Lucius started to speak, in a voice Harry would have sworn was Draco's. "It's time," he murmured. "Let's go. Remember your plan. Get the werewolf, only take on the others if they put up a fight." The boys all stood up, pulling their masks on, and drawing hoods over their heads. The 16-year-old Snape fumbled with the catch of his mask for a moment, before Lucius Malfoy turned him around and did it up for him. "Still hungry?" Harry heard him ask Snape, Quietly. Snape nodded ever so slightly. Lucius made a very non-committal noise, then said, smirking, well, I could put a few first years in detention if you like, Severus, I'm sure they wouldn't mind losing a few pints to you. Not funny, said Snape, sharply. I think it's hilarious, whispered Lucius. He gave a low, dangerous laugh, then made his way out of the room, followed by the rest of the other boys. The adult Snape gripped Harry's arm, and pulled him forwards through the front wall, back out into the road. Harry had the feeling something bad was about to happen. Across the road, he could see Neville, Professor Pebblebank and Professor Lupin leaving Honeydukes, watching James and his group of friends. What's going to happen? Harry asked Snape nervously, glancing at the front door of the house as it opened. Snape was silent, looking at the ground, refusing to answer. Harry knew that if Snape was even unwilling to talk about it, whatever was about to happen would not be pleasant. The 6 Death Eaters stepped out into the street, sweeping into the road. All around, shoppers and passers-by gasped or screamed and started backing away, some even running. James and all his friends had jumped to their feet the moment the Death Eaters appeared, and the screams brought people running out of the nearby shops to see what was the matter. Lucius Malfoy stood at the front of the Death Eaters, his wand in his hand, pointing it at James and his friends. Give us the werewolf, he said, dangerously. Give us Lupin and nobody gets hurt. James and Sirius moved forwards instantly, blocking the Death Eaters' path to Lupin, drawing their wands. Frank jumped up from the wall and ran to join them, standing in the way, and Harry could see his mother just outside Honeydukes, watching with her hands over her mouth. Give us Lupin, Malfoy shouted again, brandishing his wand. Why would you want Remus? Yelled James, angrily, his fist tightening on his wand. Don't argue with us, Potter, snarled Malfoy. Just give us Lupin and nobody gets hurt. What are you going to do? Shouted James. Fight us. If we must, said Malfoy, lazily. Though we won't have to, if you just give him to us now. The Dark Lord is waiting, Potter. If you want him, shouted James, then come and get him. Malfoy's masked face turned to Severus on his left, and another boy on his right. He nodded. The Death Eaters moved forwards, wands rising, and as one all of Lupin's friends swarmed around him, blocking the Death Eaters away, drawing their wands as one. This is your last chance, Malfoy growled. Give us Lupin. Never, screamed James, and with a bang like a gunshot, the cursing began. Jets of lights flew backwards and forwards as the Death Eaters attacked as one, with both their fists and their wands. James had taken on Malfoy without a moment of hesitation and the two were dueling fiercely, though James stood his ground, refusing to give up Lupin. Lily and all her friends were running forward now, drawing their wands too, and running in front of the Death Eaters to help fight. Evans, no, shouted James, trying to push her back, get her out of the way. Get off me, she yelled. When James wouldn't stop trying to shield her too, she reached up, and slapped him around the face. Stop being such a chauvinist pig, she shouted. Get out of the way, girl, Malfoy snarled, turning on her, raising his wand. No, stupefy, screamed Lily, pointing her wand right in his face. The spell hit Malfoy right in the nose, and there was no dodging a spell like that. Malfoy simply keeled over and hit the floor, though instantly, one of the other Death Eaters reached down and grabbed him. There was a flash of light and both of them vanished. Neville's parents, Frank and Alice, were hurrying Lupin backwards into the apothecary, fending off curses with their wands, and as a Death Eater ran after them to grab at their robes, Alice kicked him in the face and sent him flying. Frank gave her a rather fond expression, then they slammed the door of the apothecary and barricaded it shut. The Death Eaters were definitely losing by now. Only 3 remained, and they seemed to have realized this, as one turned tail and fled up the street to get out of the fighting. James yelled, "Get the others!" to Sirius, and then went racing down the street after the Death Eater that was running. With a flying leap that had no doubt been perfected by years of Quidditch, James tackled the boy around the knees and brought him crashing to the floor. The Death Eater gave a pained cry and struggled to get out, to keep running. James swiped at him desperately, though only managed to catch the edge of his mask, tearing it off his face. James's jaw fell as Severus Snape started up at him, Snape looking just as horrified. Harry felt a strong rush of knowing that this was the moment which probably started a lifelong bitter hatred between the two boys, and then Severus had struggled free, turned, and run up the street, stumbling over his robes to escape. "I'll get you!" James roared after him. "I'll get you, if it's the last thing I do." There was a flash of light, and the 16-year-old Snape dissipated. Harry turned back to the main fight, and saw the two remaining Death Eaters being tied up by Sirius. Everybody was cheering and clapping, praising the children for fighting off the Death Eaters so well. Sirius had a cut across one cheek, but he was grinning all the same as he did up the last ties of the ropes. Nobody seemed to have noticed James and Snape. Nobody except James. James spun around from where he had been watching the spot that Snape vanished. Lily stood there, looking up at him with a pained expression. "Sorry I slapped you," she said, blushing a little. "I didn't mean to. You were just being such a macho jerk." "It's okay," said James, who had turned Scarlet now, ruffling his hair through instinct. "I mean, maybe I was. I guess I was just worried about you. And Remus. Death Eaters, you know." "Yeah," she said, smiling. She glanced up at him, and said, "You were really brave to defend him, you know." James was slowly turning redder and redder, playing with his hair as though it was on fire. Thanks. Well, you were too. That was some killer curse on Malfoy." She grinned. "Thanks." At Lily's smile, James twitched so badly his glasses slipped down his nose and he went cross-eyed. Lily laughed and pushed them back up for him. "Listen, do you want to go and get a coffee or something?" she said, idly, playing with some of her hair. James looked as though all his dreams had suddenly come true. "Yeah," he said, enthusiastically, before deciding he clearly looked too eager. He leant back, ruffling his hair again, trying to look cool. "Yeah, sure, I'll take you for coffee." Harry grinned, looking between them with joy and adoration. He quite wanted to stay and see how their coffee went, or to learn more about Frank and Alice Longbottom, but a hand was closing on his arm. He turned around, and saw Dumbledore there, smiling kindly at him. "Come on, Harry. Time to go. You've seen everything you need to." Harry took one last, longing look at both his parents as they turned and walked away up the high street, before he felt a tug in his torso, and he was being whipped out of the memory, Back to the Future. Harry's feet met solid ground again, and as he usually did when using any sort of magical transport, his knees buckled. And as always, Snape grabbed him by the back of the neck just before he fell and straightened him out. "Did you see my mum kick that guy in the face?" Neville was saying excitedly. "She really showed him. And your mum with Malfoy's dad, Harry, that was so cool." Harry smiled. "Yeah, it was." He glanced up at Professor Lupin. "Professor, why did the Death Eaters try to get at you?" "We believe Voldemort was doing some sort of experiment with different magical races," said Lupin. "Obviously, he wanted a werewolf. Somebody must have found out about my lycanthropy, and told him." "Werewolves are surprisingly rare, compared to other different magical beings." Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk and having a game of one-player wizard's chess, chuckled and looked around at them all. "I hope that was informative." Harry and Neville both nodded. Professor Pebblebank smiled fondly, and Lupin did too. Harry glanced at Snape, wondering what he felt about all this. He was surprised when he saw Snape's expression. It wasn't hurt or pain, or even remorse, and Harry was alarmed when he realized it was bordering on shame. "I didn't know you knew my mum, Professor," Neville said to Pebblebank, his round face shining with happiness at having seen his parents. "Were you friends?" "Oh yeah," said Pebblebank, grinning. "Chalk and cheese though. She spent a lot of time in the greenhouses, helping Professor Sprout, while I was running around on the Quidditch pitch. My mum was good at herbology," said Neville, happily. "Wow, that's where I must have got it." Dumbledore laughed softly, his blue eyes shining with amusement. "I'm glad this has helped shed a little light on the whole situation, and a few smiles too. Severus, are you feeling all right?" Snape glared at Dumbledore hatefully for a moment, his face oddly twisted. There was clearly a great deal of self-restraint going on in Snape's mind, though next second, a small part had given way and his hands balled into fists. No, he spat at Dumbledore. Feeling all right. After you force me into acting out something I deeply regret, for your entertainment. What happened to my second chance, Dumbledore? I'm not the villain here, and I won't let you portray me that way. He turned on his heel, and stormed from the office, slamming the door behind him. Harry didn't hang around long enough to appreciate the silence, and went rushing after Snape, walking down 2 steps at a time. Professor, he called, as he skidded out of the moving staircase, looking up and down the corridor. Professor. Not now, Potter, Snape's voice spat, and Harry turned just in time to see him sweep angrily around the corner and out of sight. Harry felt an odd sort of disappointment that he couldn't explain, and firmly decided it was not a nice feeling. He looked at the darkness behind him, and shivered a little, pulling his school robes around him for warmth, and hurrying quickly to Gryffindor Tower. As he stepped into the common room, he realized that all the lights were out, except for the dying glow of the ashes in the fire. Ron, Hermione and Ginny were all snuggled down in their usual nest, fast asleep. Harry crept across the room silently, not wanting to wake them, and after getting changed in the bathrooms, he grabbed a blanket and curled up on the sofa. He took a few sips of his dreamless sleep draught, and then laid down, trying to quell the thoughts in his mind. It had been wonderful to see his parents, standing together and fighting against Voldemort, but he couldn't help but feel guilty about Snape. He understood what Snape had meant when he shouted at Dumbledore, and he also knew how important it must have been to him, as Snape never shouted at Dumbledore. The headmaster might have given Snape a second chance at getting his loyalties right, but Dumbledore continued to treat him like a teenager. And really, Snape had been the victim for all those years. Troubled and restless, Harry eventually dropped into a light sleep that was more like the deepest thought. After falling asleep and waking again continually, he glanced at the clock, and saw that it was only 1:30 in the morning. He sighed into the cushion, and felt around underneath the sofa for his glasses. His fingers searched blindly, finding nothing, and after a few moments he wondered whether Ron had moved them as a joke, when they suddenly appeared in front of him, held out by somebody behind him. He jumped and turned to stare over his shoulder. Khepri beamed at him. Looking for these? Oh no. Not you. Harry groaned. We both know you're pleased to see me really, said Khepri, slyly, twirling Harry's glasses around between his paws. Just because you won't accept it isn't my fault now, is it? What do you want this time? Harry said, with a pained and sleepy expression. He snatched his glasses off Khepri and put them on, burying his face back into the cushion, wishing he'd stayed asleep. Khepri snickered. Oh, the usual. Harry, check up on you, see how far you've got. And it's not very far at all, is it? You haven't figured anything out yet. I'm so disappointed, Harry. Look, said Harry, flatly. Just tell me what it is that Voldemort's looking for, and spare me the trouble. Something Egyptian, right? If he's raiding all those museums, and you're probably Egyptian. So just tell me what it is he wants, and where it is. Oh, I don't want to make it that easy, whispered Khepri. I hate things easy and calm. What fun is a puzzle that you can solve easily? Just tell me, Harry said, wearily. I've already got enough to cope with. Khepri smiled slyly, and strolled around to sofa to sit on Harry's feet, making himself perfectly comfortable and playing with the tuft of his lion tail. I'm not here to teach you, I'm here to warn you. He's getting closer and closer every day, and when he finds it, he'll have control over a power so terrible that even your precious vampire guardian won't be able to save you. Oh, that reminds me. He turned to Harry, and grinned. His teeth were so eerie this close. Things are getting rather boring around Hogwarts, don't you think? Harry tensed. And why would you care? So what if they are? As I said, murmured Khepri. I don't like things so safe. Thousands of years sealed inside a pyramid give you a taste for more interesting things, but wait. He licked his lips, and his eyes drifted to a point in midair, as though seeing something Harry could not. A smile spread over his lips. MMHMM. Now this could be interesting. And suddenly, Harry felt something terrible rush inside his chest. He tensed up. The feeling was so painful and horrible that Harry couldn't care less about Khepri. The Egyptian boy was grinning at him. Oh, of course, he whispered. He gave you that chain to put on him, didn't he? So you'll know whenever he's doing anything dangerous. Firmly ignoring Khepri now, Harry got off the sofa. Ron gave a sleepy sort of grunt in the back of his throat, but didn't wake up. Harry crossed the room, nudged on his slippers, draped his robes around his shoulders and drew his wand from up his sleeve. Khepri padded after him quietly as Harry climbed out of the portrait hole. So touching, Khepri murmured, fondly. Risking your life and place at school to make sure he's all right. Yeah, well, I owe him the favor, said Harry, gruffly. Look, just go away, I don't have time for you. What if it's him though? Said Khepri, slyly. Attacking students. He's the only vampire in the school, you know, and do you seriously think he was telling the truth about not taking human blood? He could lie so easily. What was your first DMT lesson with him, How to lie convincingly. Harry ignored him. He didn't have time to waste explaining things to Khepri that he hadn't even managed to convince himself of yet. He carried on walking silently through the dark corridors, with Khepri strolling along at his side, eyeing the portraits and smiling at a few. You stole that from us, you know. Painting the important to keep them alive after death. I don't care, said Harry, waspishly. He was descending the steps to the dungeons now, and his wand was out, ready. Just in case. Lumos, he murmured, and the little light beam glowed from the tip of his wand. He made his way silently down the long pitch-black corridor, every step echoing endlessly away into the darkness beyond. The back of Harry's neck was prickling uncomfortably. As he turned the corner to gaze down the next passage, the light from his wand slowly revealed the whole grisly scene. Harry grimaced and averted his eyes. It was a second victim, a girl this time. It was Pansy Parkinson, Harry realized. Lying at the foot of a large portrait of Salazar Slytherin, still in her pajamas, half conscious, her neck daubed in blood from a vicious bite mark. Harry tried not to look at the wounds, and hurried over to kneel down beside her and check her pulse. He noticed that the portrait hole was slightly ajar, and blood was smearing all around the edge of the frame. Pansy had apparently been dragged out of Slytherin Tower, then dumped roughly outside by her attacker. Harry tried hard not to dwell on the knowledge that only a Slytherin could possibly know the password to their dormitories. Standing back and covering his mouth with his sleeve to block out the vile smell of blood, he levitated Pansy into the air and started moving her back along the dungeon corridors. Khepri had vanished. Harry didn't have time to think too hard about this. From the entrance hall, he made his way quickly to the hospital wing, with Pansy still floating along eerily at his side. As he carefully eased open the doors of the hospital wing and flicked his wand to levitate Pansy inside, the door of the back room opened, and Madame Pomfrey came bustling out, pulling on a nightgown. Oh, Potter, it's you. What are you doing out at this time? You should be in. And she stopped, mid-step, staring at Pansy's floating corpse in horror. She made an odd noise like a grape being squashed underfoot, and only managed to regain the power of speech after a moment or so of staring. Potter, where did you? I was in the dungeons, said Harry. She was lying outside the Slytherin common room, just like this. He looked up at Madame Pomfrey, and was startled to see a flash of suspicion in her eyes. What were you doing in the dungeons? She asked, frowning. I was with Professor Snape, said Harry. We have an after-school lesson. At 1:00 in the morning. She said, looking even more suspicious. Harry didn't quite know what to say. He just stared at her, praying and hoping that if she decided to go to Snape, he would have the decency to back up Harry's story. After a few more moments of her doubtful glare, she merely clucked her tongue disapprovingly, and then took out her wand, taking control of Pansy and guiding her to one of the beds. Well, Potter, you'd better get back to bed, she said, vaguely, as she started to study the bite marks all over Pansy's neck. And stay in your house common room. In fact, I think you'd better take Flow powder. Don't want you wandering around the corridors. There's a jar next to the fire in my office, go on. Not wanting to give her any more reason to be suspicious of him, Harry hurried through into her office. He found the jar fairly quickly, cast a pinch into the grate and stepped through. Gryffindor Tower, he said, and then he was whipped out of sight, flying through the flow network until he was stepping out of the fireplace, into the Gryffindor common room. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Neville were all still asleep, though Harry knew he wouldn't be able to join them. Not now. He toed off his slippers and hung up his dressing gown, then huddled up on the sofa under a blanket, thinking hard. So now he knew that the vampire attacks couldn't possibly be a one-off thing, and it was obvious to Harry that somewhere in the school, that cloaked figure was still lurking. Somebody in the school was a vampire, and was hunting down victims at night. Though Harry only knew of one vampire in the school, Snape. He felt a hot sense of guilt as he wondered in his mind whether there was the slimmest chance that his magical guardian was behind the attacks. He knew that it must be a Slytherin, or somebody who could get the password to Slytherin Tower, or they wouldn't have been able to drag Pansy out. And Harry knew instinctively that Snape had been drinking blood around the precise moment that Pansy was attacked. Was it too much of a coincidence? There was also the short scene that Harry had seen in the Pensieve, where the 16-year-old Snape was so hungry for blood he was actually chewing his own hand. Had it given his adult self a longing to feed? Harry closed his eyes and sighed, as he realized the only argument he had against any of these things was that Snape just wouldn't do something like that. He trusted Snape. He thought that he knew Snape. Then again, maybe he didn't. There were a lot of secrets Snape kept from him, and Harry had the feeling Snape would keep him guessing far into the future. He didn't quite know what he thought about his magical guardian anymore. Seeing him shout at Dumbledore had quite unnerved Harry, as it was something very uncharacteristic for the potions master who trusted Dumbledore like a father. Harry wondered whether Snape's frustration at the headmaster could have urged him to rebel and attack a student. Yet again, the only thing he could think was that Snape wouldn't do something like that. It just wasn't like Snape. Harry had only ever really felt like this once before, in his second year, when he'd worried that Hagrid was setting a monster loose in the castle. Something was different this time though. Hagrid was one of his best friends and Harry cared for him a lot, but his relationship with Snape was very different. After all, Snape was his magical guardian, and they even had a telepathic bond now. Harry felt oddly as though he had a duty to keep Snape safe as well. Maybe this was why he'd gone running out of the common room in the middle of the night to find Snape, even when his better instincts told him Snape was doing something dangerous. Harry paused, thinking about this. Why exactly had he gone out anyway? What was he hoping to prove? If he had found Snape crouched over Pansy Parkinson's corpse, drinking her blood, what would his reaction have been? Fright, anger, shock, Harry decided. Because Snape didn't do things like that. If only Peter could see into the dungeons, he thought, bitterly, as he rested his head on a pillow and pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders. Then his guardian could prove, without a hint of doubt, that it wasn't Snape who attacked Pansy and they'd be able to find out who it was. Harry found himself thinking about all the dangerous people at Hogwarts, trying to work out if it could be one of them. It was simply too hard, and so he went on to who it couldn't be. Snape, for one, merely because Snape didn't do things like that. Lupin, because he was too nice. It couldn't be Madame Ivy, because she was there moments after the first attack, and the Dark Arts office was on the opposite side of the school to the dungeons anyway. She also didn't know the password to Slytherin Tower. Only a Slytherin would. Harry ran through the Slytherin students in his mind. The seventh-year prefects were Draco and Pansy. Pansy had been attacked, so it couldn't be her. Draco wasn't a vampire. In fact, nobody in Slytherin was a vampire. Snape would know if they were, because he could tell. Frustrated, Harry gave a sigh. There were only two possible explanations. It was either Snape, or a rogue vampire had got into the school from the Forbidden Forest and was hiding in the dungeons somewhere. But then how did it get into Slytherin Tower? He remembered from his third year, how Sirius had got Crookshanks to steal the password on a piece of paper off Neville's bedside, then he managed to get in. Had something like that happened? Maybe this rogue vampire was working along with one of the Slytherins. But why? And then there was this Khepri business. Harry's brain felt like a wrung sponge as he tried to clump together what he knew for sure. Voldemort was looking for something, and when he found it, he would have some terrible power. It was probably something Egyptian, judging by Khepri's appearance and all the pillaged museums. But how on earth did Khepri think Harry was supposed to get out of school and start trekking round every museum that had everything of any Egyptian value in it? Harry wondered for a moment if he should just let Voldemort get on with it. After all, nobody believed him. Even Ron and Hermione were doubtful of when he told them about Khepri. And if Snape, his own magical guardian, didn't believe him, then who would? Dumbledore, perhaps. It was too much to ask. Harry had been to Dumbledore so many times with so many different problems that couldn't be explained. For now, all Harry was able to do with any certainty was just wait for Khepri to start giving him answers. Harry sighed and closed his eyes. Though there was nobody around, he murmured to the silence, "Why is it always me?" And he thought he heard a soft, almost silent snicker from the corner of the room in reply, though when he opened his eyes again, there was nothing there. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.